Chapter 587 City of Generosity, Byam, inside the Intis consulate. Elaine sat in front of a dressing table, looking at her beautiful but slightly haggard reflection in the mirror. She fell into a daze for a few minutes. The period of her escape from the Black Death was filled with anticipation and torment. She was afraid that she would be discovered by pirates or adventurers, resulting in her being captured by Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy. She would then completely lose her freedom and never be able to return to her hometown, to return to her original life. Only when she used her family's remaining connections to hide in her country's consulate and obtain a ticket to leave the sea did she relax a little. However, this still wasn't enough to make her feel at ease. She believed that everything would only end when she truly reached the northern continent. With this in mind, Elaine couldn't help but raise her right hand and caress her cheeks, which weren't too fair but were sufficiently healthy. She discovered that the smoothness of her cheeks was much better than when she was a sea merchant. She had the illusion that she had returned to her teenage years. In fact, after entering the Intis consulate, she had another option other than escaping the sea. It was to cooperate with the Church of the Storm, Rouen military, and some of the consulate spies. She could use herself as bait to capture Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy. However, after thinking for a long time, she finally gave up on this plan. She even requested her family's elder, who was a military officer in the consulate, not to tell others that she was hiding here. Regardless, she ultimately didn't cause me any actual harm. Instead, she accommodated me and satisfied me in many areas, apart from every night. That's just on the surface. As she recalled, Elaine's face suddenly flushed red. Those intoxicating nights, the heat of their limbs intertwining, and the unimaginable pleasure flashed past her mind. She found it difficult to calm down for a short period of time. Elaine slowly took a deep breath and exhaled. She shook her head, allowing her yearning for freedom, her longing for her hometown, and her family to occupy her heart once again. She looked at her reflection in the mirror again and coiled up her drooping red hair. Then she applied thick makeup, straightened her eyebrows, and enhanced the shadows, making her look more chiseled and with deep lines. After a round of makeup, Elaine had become more androgynous and looked more heroic. She took off her clothes and wrapped a strip of cloth around her chest, then put on a white shirt, a black vest, men's trousers, and a double-breasted frock coat. Finally, she took off her silk top hat and put it on her head, covering her red hair. At this time in the mirror, she looked more like a handsome young man than a woman, especially her pair of emerald green eyes, which seemed to be especially suitable for this kind of appearance, had a kind of enchanting depth. Helene waited patiently for a while until someone knocked on the door. She picked up her luggage, opened the door, and followed the family elder's friend all the way to the side door of the consulate's garden. A carriage was already waiting there to take her to the port, where she would board a liner to Pritz Harbor in the Kingdom of Rouen, from where she would take a detour back to Intis. Elaine had extraordinary anti-tracking skills, and she carefully examined her surroundings, including the carriage driver, a local native, thin and strong, doesn't like to wear hats, and his facial features haven't changed from when she first saw him. He looks a little nervous, which is normal. After confirming it, Elaine thanked the family elder's friend, picked up her luggage, and boarded the carriage. As the carriage rolled, she pursed her lips and looked out the window, only to see the sycamore trees of Intis quickly passing by. This gave her the illusion that she had returned to Trier. It was a metropolis filled with sunlight, located in the area between the Rhine River and the Strenzo River. The scenery was beautiful. There were many varieties of roses, and the humanities and arts were flourishing. It was a holy land for artists, musicians, and artists. It was the capital of Intis, the first true metropolis of the world after Roselle the Great rebuilt it. It was also Elaine's hometown, the place where she grew up, the city she often saw in her dreams and shed tears over. After an unknown period of time, Elaine suddenly felt that something was amiss. This was because the surrounding streets were becoming more deserted and remote. As a former sea merchant, although she had been active in the Fog Sea for a long time and wasn't familiar with biome in the Sonia Sea, her Sequence 9 hunter gave her enough vigilance. Is this the right route? Elaine moved and cautiously asked the carriage driver. She was prepared to jump out of the carriage at any moment, ready to condense a fireball. The carriage driver didn't turn back as he looked at the road ahead and smiled obsequiously. Honorable lady, this route is closer, and it's less likely to encounter traffic jams. As you know, Byam was built many years ago. Back then, there weren't so many people or carriages. Many of the streets are very narrow, and it's very easy to get jammed around noon and evening. It's faster to walk than to take a carriage. Is that so? Elaine thought for a moment and believed this explanation. This was because she had encountered similar situations in many cities. Trier is still the best. When Roselle the Great renovated the old city, he had the foresight to expand the roads. Even to this day, it's still sufficient. Just as this thought flashed through Elaine's mind, she suddenly heard the horse pulling the carriage neigh, as though it was in pain. Wait a moment. It seems to have stepped on something. The carriage driver stopped the carriage by the side and jumped off. Elaine didn't think much of it, but from the corner of her eyes, she saw that it was a quiet alley with no one around. Her heartstrings tightened, and without any hesitation, she wanted to smash through the carriage and roll out. Regardless of whether this was an overreaction, she believed that she had to do so. At this moment, a strong sense of fear suddenly surged deep in her heart, as though she had been targeted by an extremely hungry monster. The pressure from her spirituality made her hesitate, not daring to rashly take action. Soon after, she heard a deep voice. "I won't hurt you. I'll ask you some questions." Thoughts raced through Elaine's mind as she quickly weighed the various options available to her. In the end, she didn't flee blindly. Under the immense and terrifying pressure, she sat back in her seat. She planned on adjusting her plan of action bit by bit according to the situation. The carriage door opened, and the thin and muscular native carriage driver walked out and sat opposite Elaine. He was none other than Faceless Klein. In order to act as a carriage driver, he had specially practiced how to control horses and carriages. This was a skill that he hadn't truly learned back in Tingen City's Nighthawks team. Due to the lack of time, he didn't have enough control, so he could only use the aura of creeping hunger to successfully make the horses obedient. At the same time, Donis, who was hiding nearby, ran over, sat in the carriage driver's seat, and drove the carriage. His round-brimmed felt hat was pressed low, and he was dressed like a real carriage driver. Elaine warily bent her back slightly, ready to pounce like a cheetah at any moment. She felt the man's gaze slowly sweep across her forehead, eyebrows, eyes, nose, mouth, neck, chest, waist, and legs. It made her feel extremely uncomfortable. She had seen similar gazes and sizing her up in Intis, in Trier and back when she was out at sea. It was a hooligan, a disgusting fellow filled with lust. But this time, she strangely didn't feel insulted, nor did she think that he wanted to tear off her clothes and was fantasizing about some abnormal scene. Instead, it's more like he's studying food. It's like there's a cold and slippery snake slithering across my skin. Elaine finally couldn't take it any longer. She took the initiative to ask, "What do you want to ask?" Klein, who had completely grasped the other party's physical characteristics, leaned forward, his arms naturally resting on his thighs, and his palms clasped together in a half-solid manner. "Have you heard of a person named Jimmy Necker?" Elaine recalled for a few seconds and firmly shook her head in denial. She frowned slightly and asked in confusion, "Did you find the wrong person?" "He is a wealthy businessman who likes to collect things." "Have you heard of such a person from Tracy?" Klein asked again. "Tracy." Helene sighed inwardly as she replied seriously, "That's right." "No, she has never mentioned a wealthy businessman who likes to collect." Klein looked into the red-haired girl's eyes and said unhurriedly, "Then Does her room have ancient documents from the southern continent's Balam Empire? No, she's not a person who likes to read these materials. She hates reading books. She even needs me to read to her. Elaine revealed a bitter smile. What is she looking at? Klein asked without changing his tone. Roselle's classics and the current popular love stories. Elaine answered honestly. Klein nodded. Does she have a collection room? Yes, but apart from her and a few mysterious visitors, no one else can enter, including me, Elaine said as she recalled. Klein fell silent for a few seconds as he maintained his posture. Tell me your story. My story? Elaine pointed at herself in surprise. Klein nodded slightly and didn't repeat himself. Elaine was stunned for a moment. My story is very simple. My father was a member of the Sauron family, the former royal family of Intis. He received quite a bit of wealth, but he was addicted to alcohol, mistresses, marijuana, and gambling. Eventually, he went bankrupt. In order to repay the debt, I chose to accept some of the family's conditions and became a beyonder. I then went out to sea to become a sea merchant. P.S. I finally recovered today and can be considered to have recovered. As there aren't any drafts, the number of words in this chapter is a little short and hasn't been edited yet. I'll have to fill in the drafts in the next 2 days. Chapter 588. As she spoke, Elaine's eyes turned up slightly as though she was immersed in her memories. In the beginning, I sold the steel and coal from Mid-Seashire's west coast to Fainapotter. Then I brought the tobacco, coffee, cocoa, and other specialties back to Intis. This was a coastal sea route. It was relatively safe, but the competition was intense. In order to escape my predicament, I worked hard to raise my sequence while saving up my capital, hoping to do colonial trade. Unfortunately, just as I familiarized myself with the sea route and made a killing, I encountered Tracy, who was still Ailment Maiden and not Vice Admiral Ailment, on my second trip to West Balam. Back then, she only had one ship, but she was very strong. My partner and I tried our best to resist her, but we were unable to salvage the situation. She doesn't have the habit of killing indiscriminately. She only stole the goods, as well as me, as expected of an oddity among demonesses. Klein quietly listened and used his clown's powers to suppress his embarrassment as he asked expressionlessly, "Why are you here?" He asked without expression, "How far have you progressed?" "No." Elaine instinctively denied. She was the one who forced me. I didn't want to die. I could only choose to endure it. Besides, she's a woman. Ma, there's no need to react so intensely. If I were to ask if the two of you had a relationship beyond friendship, wouldn't you jump off here? It's only because I'm kind-hearted that I didn't be so direct in consideration of your shame. Sigh. Under the crazy German sparrow mask, I'm a gentleman. This is my truest self. Klein's expression didn't change as he asked, "What kind of cuisine do you prefer? Do you have any special favorites? Is it sweet, salty, or in the middle? What food do you hate? What things are you allergic to? Do you have a palate? If so, what is it?" These questions made Elaine feel like she was in a dream. It wasn't realistic enough. She never expected him to ask such a question. It was like a suitor asking about his crush's preferences. No suitor would ask such a question. All of this had been indirectly brought out during their conversations, or they had inquired about it through other channels. No woman would like to be questioned in such a manner. This is more like a survey invented by Roselle the Great. What does he want to do? He asked these questions without any expression on his face. I'm scared. Elaine was silent for a few seconds. Under Klein's unwavering gaze, she answered each of his questions. Klein maintained his forward-sitting posture and continued asking, "What's the matter? How do you usually sit? Do you have any habitual movements?" The more Elaine answered, the more panicked she became. She had a strange feeling that she would disappear because of this. When the puzzling and frightening questionnaire was completed, her heart became heavy, and she always suspected that she would have a bad ending. Should I risk it and jump off the carriage when he's not paying attention? Elaine seriously considered this possibility. However, the other party showed no signs of making a move, which made her unable to make up her mind. She believed that there was hope for a peaceful solution. After grasping Elaine's personality, habits, and hobbies, Klein returned the topic to Vice Admiral Aylment. "What do you know about Tracy?" Elaine fell silent. Her mouth quivered a few times, but she failed to speak. After the carriage traveled for a while, she finally smiled bitterly. "She has excellent combat skills, and she's good at stealth and curses. She can turn invisible and become light. She has grasped the mirror and wand substitution spell. She has grasped black flames and frost. She can make enemies within a certain range suddenly fall sick, including colds, pneumonia, gastroenteritis, etc. The longer one fights her, the more serious the illness they suffer. Some Beyonders even die from a heart attack. She can create invisible threads to control her enemies. She has a deep understanding of the human body and can very easily cause pleasure through contact. That kind of pleasure. She has active bewitching powers. Many pirates even give up resisting in order to approach her. She's usually rather friendly, but she's very cruel to her enemies. She likes to destroy the beautiful things that others want to protect, making them suffer in extreme mental pain." Elaine didn't elaborate on how Tracy destroyed the beautiful things of others. There were many cruel stories and hilarious incidents. This ailment maiden had once caused her enemy's father and son to kill each other. She had also instigated an enemy's wife to betray him, allowing him to witness the scene. She's indeed a demoness. A sequence 5 demoness of affliction that's one level higher than joy. Klein had a general grasp of Tracy's combat style. He calmly asked again, "Does she have a mystical item?" "Yes, a bracelet embedded with diamonds. As long as she wears it, it's very difficult for Tracy to be harmed." Elaine hesitated before revealing Vice Admiral Aylment's secret. Klein asked a few more questions in detail as he straightened his body. "Is Tracy helping the demonist sect in human trafficking?" This was a question that had been on his mind ever since he heard it from Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina. The demonist sect was cooperating with in Sangwell, and they were connected to the royal family. They were also involved in an underground ruin of unknown location. Tracy was helping them in human trafficking. Baran, who had been identified by the hanging man as the mastermind of many slave disappearances and the disappearance of the southern continent's primitive tribes, had appeared in the upper levels of the underground ruin. The Beyonder guards around Bakelin's biggest human trafficker, Capim, belonged to the Arbiter Pathway, and this is in the hands of the Ruan royal family, the Fainaputter royal family, and the two countries' militaries. These matters that Klein knew formed a line, but he had no idea what it would reveal. Vice Admiral Aylment Tracy was a breakthrough point. "What demonist sect?" Elaine asked in puzzlement. "There's no need for you to know," Klein replied calmly. "If you knew what a demoness was, and suspected that the extremely charming Vice Admiral Aylment who gave you pleasure was once a dirty and barbaric man, I'm afraid you would lose control on the spot. There's no need to thank me. I'm a good person," Klein lampooned inwardly. Elaine suppressed her puzzlement and recalled. She did help transport a few ships of slaves in the past year. The other party to the transaction is crazy Captain Connors Victor. It's said that he has deep cooperation with many human traffickers and slave merchants in Rouen. Crazy Captain Connors Victor. Klein memorized this nickname and name. He nodded, and his voice was no longer as low as before. Instead, he asked rather gently, "Have you been involved in such matters? Have you been a part-time pirate?" This very polite and amiable tone made the driving Donnas shiver for some baffling reason. He felt that a similar German sparrow was more terrifying than a cold and expressionless person. "No." Elaine shook her head. "I have the blood of the Sauron family in me. I won't embarrass my family. Besides, Tracy always says that she won't let me be tainted by blood or see the darkness. She'll be the one to face all of this. She must have read too many romance novels. Klein took out a gold coin and flipped it between his fingers as though it was dancing. He didn't avoid Elaine and did a divination in front of her to confirm if she was lying. The answer was that she was rather honest. This is also because I didn't ask her about her emotional entanglements with Tracy. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been so honest. Klein sighed inwardly as he put away the gold coin. At this moment, the carriage had circled to the harbor, but it was no longer where the ship Elaine had booked was. Klein looked at the scenery outside the window, took out a small metal bottle and handed it to Elaine. Use the liquid inside to remove the makeup on your face. Why? Elaine subconsciously asked. That's not a question you should be asking, Klein said expressionlessly as he leaned forward again. Elaine felt aggrieved and angry, but she didn't wish to intensify the conflict with him at this critical moment. All she could do was unscrew the bottle cap and take a whiff to see if it was poisonous. Use it directly, she asked. Klein gave a simple terse grunt. Elaine took out a white handkerchief and poured the liquid inside the metal bottle onto it. Then she wiped her face and quickly removed her disguise. The neutral beauty disappeared, and the lines of her face softened. Elaine's original appearance appeared in Klein's eyes. After taking a careful look, Klein calmly said, "Take off your hat and let down your hair." "Take off your hat and let down your hair." Elaine suddenly frowned. She had a nagging feeling that there would be an order she couldn't accept, such as taking off her clothes. She took a deep breath, took off her top hat, and let down her coiled red hair. She immediately looked very gentle and beautiful. Klein straightened his body, leaned back against the wall, and instructed in his usual tone. "Don't worry." He instructed in a normal tone. "You can redo your disguise." Is he a lunatic? After all this trouble, he's back to the beginning? Elaine was furious, but she didn't dare to say anything. Worried that he would make a bad request, she hurriedly opened her suitcase, took out a mirror, and looked at herself. It's so clean. She was stunned for a moment before she quickly put on makeup and tied up her hair. When the carriage stopped, she had already transformed back into a handsome young man. Klein nodded indiscernibly, turned his head to look out the window, and slowly said, "One last question." "What?" Elaine asked nervously. Klein looked up a little, and his facial muscles twitched. Klein looked up a little as his facial muscles twitched. Elaine was stunned for a moment before her face flushed red. It wasn't a blush of embarrassment, but the kind of blush that came from wanting to punch the other party's chin. Klein didn't avoid her gaze. He calmly added, "Don't worry." Klein did not avoid his gaze. He calmly added, "This is an academic question." Seeing that there was no lust in his eyes, Elaine took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and answered his question. Klein breathed a sigh of relief and took out a ticket and a stack of paper. New identification, tickets to Port Tiana. "When we get there, we'll buy one in Pritz Harbor." Elaine looked at him warily, took the ticket and information, and carefully got out of the carriage with her suitcase. She saw the ship she was going to board. Klein followed behind her and watched her leave. From the corner of his eye, he noticed that Doniz was having a hard time holding back his laughter. Please remember the domain name of this book. Jiutian Shen Huang, mobile version. Chapter 589. Klein slowly turned his head and glanced at Doniz. The great pirate with a bounty of 5,500 gold pounds immediately shut his mouth and put on a straight face, as if nothing had happened. After confirming that Elaine boarded the liner without any accidents, Klein turned around and walked back to the carriage. "Did you hear the conversation just now?" No, a little bit. Doniz shook his head with a hollow laugh. Klein nodded slightly. "I have to recall it, or I'll be easily recognized as a fake." "Being recognized as a fake me?" Doniz raised his hand in confusion and pointed at his own nose. Klein said, without changing his expression, She's a member of the Sauron family and has extraordinary anti-tracking skills, together with her subtle actions and performance. It's enough to confirm that she's a Sequence 7 pyromaniac of the Hunter pathway. This suits you very well. You can act it well. Me? I can't. I can't do that at all. Just one look and I'll be recognized. Donna's was shocked. Klein held back his laughter and said in a low voice, "I'll lend you creeping hunger," Roland said. No, I don't have any experience in such matters. I definitely won't be able to hide it from Vice Admiral Ailment's subordinates. Donna's was abnormally nervous and terrified as he tried to shirk the responsibility. In his eyes, this was an extremely shameful thing. Only a pervert or a madman could do it without any psychological barriers. Klein nodded in agreement and said expressionlessly, "Indeed, you are rather stupid." Donna's forced a smile. "Yes, I'm very stupid." Klein didn't say anything else. He walked past Donna's and opened the carriage door. Donna's subconsciously followed his gaze and suddenly noticed that German Sparrow's sideburns had turned red. He blinked sluggishly and saw that the contours of her side profile had softened. Her eyes were deep green and her lips were slightly pursed, looking slightly weak and swaying. There was a kind of androgynous handsomeness, exactly the same as the Elaine who had left not long ago. After watching German Sparrow's figure enter the carriage, Donna's turned around and the corner of his mouth twitched. He was silent for a few seconds and muttered to himself, "What a lunatic! Turning into a woman, just like that, without any hesitation. I have to say, Elaine looks really good in men's clothing. This Beyonder power is really useful. If I can obtain something similar and figure out what Captain's ideal type is, I can make the corresponding changes and make her fall in love with me. But in this case, is she still in love with me?" Donna's fell into a philosophical dilemma until a cough came from the carriage behind him. He snapped to his senses, drove the carriage, and left the harbor. He planned on making a huge detour before returning. Inside the carriage, Klein wasn't as calm as he looked. Although Elaine was currently wearing men's clothing, preventing him from considering the most embarrassing part for the time being, turning her face into a woman and squeezing out her breasts still made him feel heavy, awkward, and a little embarrassed. Sigh. Changing a faceless outer appearance is very simple. The difficult part seems to be in the heart. To act as a faceless, well, there are many psychological obstacles that have to be overcome one by one. If I don't do this, I'll have to spend a lot of time acting as a person for several years. I'll have to be recognized by everyone related to my identity and completely immerse myself in that character, to the point of treating myself as the real person. To me, this is a challenge to my bottom line. It's even more twisted and crazy. In order to speed up the progress, I have to overcome certain obstacles. Klein pulled out a suitcase from under the carriage seat and rummaged through the cloth and clothes, completely replicating Elaine's disguise. It was true that he could get Donna's to disguise himself when he first entered. All he needed to do was borrow the mystical item made from the faceless Beyonder characteristic from Justice for a few days, and there wouldn't be any problems. However, this meant that Donna's had a high chance of facing Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy alone. Without his clown powers, he wouldn't be able to hide for long, and his life would be in grave danger. Klein wouldn't and couldn't let others take on such a huge risk for his matters. Therefore, he could only challenge himself and take the field himself. Soon, he looked identical to Elaine. Under the black silk top hat was a handsome, androgynous face. His contours were soft and distinct, and his green eyes were as beautiful as gems. He adjusted his body, making him a few centimeters shorter than before. His shoulders became narrower, and his bone structure became smaller. He looked a lot lighter. His current appearance quickly surfaced in Klein's mind. This was the power of a clown. Not bad. It's nothing much. Perhaps it's because I'm not cross-dressing. It's not much different from changing into German Sparrow, Donna's, or anyone else. I'm just a little prettier, and my chest is a little bulkier. If I looked like this back on Earth, I wouldn't have to worry about not having a girlfriend. He curled the corners of his mouth in a self-deprecating and comforting manner. It was a very normal action for German Sparrow, but at that moment he appeared pitiful and aggrieved. F***ck. Klein cursed inwardly as he hurriedly adjusted his state of mind and immersed himself in his true acting. With the passage of time, he realized that his psychological barrier had weakened significantly. What followed was a sense of relaxation and calmness. He seemed to be more compatible with the potion, and this meant that his digestion speed would become faster. It's indeed useful, Klein silently muttered to himself. He silently got up, took 4 steps counterclockwise, and went above the gray fog. Once again, he confirmed the danger level of this operation. After returning to the real world, he changed to Elaine's voice and deliberately lowered it. To Pier 6 of the harbor. Donnes didn't find anything amiss. After changing directions, he suddenly came to a realization and couldn't help but shiver. It's the same as the real thing. If he were to change into Captain's appearance one day and lie to me, I might not even be able to tell after a while. The carriage re-entered the harbor and drove towards the passenger ship that Elaine had originally planned to board. However, it didn't really approach it. After making a half-circle, it arrived at a nearby warehouse. Donnes jumped off the carriage and knocked on the warehouse's door in the way they had agreed upon. A group of dock workers who were obviously of local descent came out first and dispersed in all directions. After confirming that there were no other problems, the bald resistance member, Calotte, came out in a wheelchair. "Where is she?" he asked as he looked at Donnes. Through Elaine's matter, Donnes had successfully established contact with the resistance. Donnes chuckled. "In the carriage. She drank a medicine that makes a person lose their strength. The effects will last for another 10 hours. Remember, I'll take 70% of the 1,000-pound bounty." Calotte raised his right arm and waved it. Immediately, 2 thin resistance members boarded the carriage. "Boss, it's that woman." They quickly poked their heads out and said in a local gangster's tone, "Bring her down. Our mission is to protect her," Calotte emphasized again. The 2 resistance members immediately carried Elaine, who was dressed as a man, down the carriage. With the help of his clown's control, Klein pretended to be unsteady and wobbly. He was quickly moved to a room in a commoner's district in Bayam. At the same time, Calotte instructed a local gang member who believed in sea god to find strongman Oziel and inform him that they had found the target. He was to exchange 1,000 pounds for her. As for Donnes, he had already returned to the hotel to await further news. At noon, Oziel sent a message, saying that he didn't know if it was real and that he wanted to send someone to confirm it. Calotte agreed to his request. Near evening, a figure appeared outside the house. It was a Rouen man in wide-legged pants and a brown jacket. He was dressed like a local. His eyebrows were very short, about half the length of a normal person's. His eye sockets were deep and his pupils were brown in color. They were rather angular. Calotte pushed his wheelchair to the door and looked at the man. He asked in a deep voice, "Missile King, should I express my honor that you actually know me?" The man laughed. He was originally the captain of a pirate ship under Rear Admiral Hurricane Zillings. After being subdued by Ailment Maiden Tracy, he became the 3rd mate of her flagship, the Black Death. His nickname was Wormtongue, and he had a bounty of 5,400 pounds. Calotte didn't reply as he spun his wheelchair and made way. Under the lead of a gang member, Missile entered the innermost room. He saw Elaine, who was dressed in a gentleman's attire, sitting by the bed. Her eyes were dodging and glaring as she bit her lips. She was angry, terrified, desperate, and stubborn. "It's her, but I can't be sure. This is because she's wearing heavy makeup. Once a woman wears heavy makeup, it's very difficult to tell her true appearance. Wipe her face clean, and I'll take another look." Why aren't you handcuffing her? Do you know that she's very dangerous?" Missile carefully examined her and warily took 2 steps back. "She's been drugged and doesn't have much strength. Furthermore, she's not putting up any resistance. Since you've made such a request, Kalat moved his chin at a member of the resistance. The member of the resistance rummaged for handcuffs and walked over. He cuffed Klein's hands behind his back, just like how he had previously shown his complicated emotions. Klein tried his best to show his acting skills. He kept struggling, but he was helpless. Following that, another gang member found some water and used a rough towel to wipe his face. Thankfully, many cosmetics in this era aren't very waterproof. With the towel's concealment, Klein began adjusting the lines and contours of his face. It didn't take long for Mither to see the drenched Helene. He found her in such a state to be extraordinarily delicate and beautiful. Her green eyes were emitting intense hatred and a perplexity that couldn't be dispelled. Unfortunately, she belongs to Captain. Missel's throat moved. As a man and a pirate, he often fantasized that Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy and the red-haired Elaine would throw themselves into his arms at the same time. But that was all he could do. What a disgusting look. Klein nearly vomited. Although he knew that it was directed at the red-haired Elaine and had nothing to do with him, he still couldn't help but have goosebumps. At that moment, he gained a deeper understanding of his true self. He knew that there were certain things he definitely couldn't accept. It's indeed her. Missel turned his head and said to Kalat, "This is your bounty." He tossed the small leather bag in his hand over to them. Kalat did a quick check, threw it to his subordinate, and pondered for a second. After pondering for a second, he said, "We still need your help." "No problem. Find Oziel directly when the time comes." Missel pointed at the red-haired Elaine in the room. "Can I take her away now?" "Sure." Kalat made way once again. Klein didn't wish to be supported by Missel. He pretended to regain some mobility and staggered out. Missel was afraid of Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy, so all he could do was hold her by the shoulder and lead her to the carriage parked outside. The carriage left the city and arrived at the private harbor. Missel led Klein, who was disguised as the red-haired Elaine, onto a fishing boat that had been prepared ahead of time. Under the cover of the night, they left Byam. After nearly an hour of sailing, they saw a ship anchored in the shadows of a particular island's cliff. A huge flag with white bones fluttered above it. Black Death. Chapter 590. There's only the Black Death. The other ships were probably discovered and unable to escape in time, so they stopped outside the Rorstad archipelago? That's good news. Klein retracted his gaze and deliberately bit his lips to show his unease. Looking at Elaine's side profile, Missel lit a torch and flicked it repeatedly, sending a signal to the flagship. Before long, a small dinghy came over and took him and Klein, who was disguised as the red-haired Elaine, back to the Black Death. As the dinghy was hoisted up, Klein boarded the flagship of another pirate admiral. Under Missel's lead, he entered the cabin. There was a blonde female attendant waiting in front. She coldly swept her gaze at Elaine and pointed to the room to the side. "Go in." This attitude is exactly the feeling of meeting a love rival. This Vice Admiral Ailment's charm is really alluring to both men and women. Klein instantly raised his guard as he followed the blonde female attendant into the room with a heavy expression while handcuffed. He originally believed that he would immediately see Tracy and obtain a one-on-one opportunity. He was already prepared, but the carpeted room was cramped. Apart from a wardrobe, a sofa, and a full-body mirror, there was nothing else. Could it be that Tracy is deliberately giving me the cold shoulder to express her anger? Klein recalled the romance and melodramatic television dramas he had watched and guessed at the intentions behind Ailment Maiden's actions. The blonde female attendant glanced at Elaine, who was dressed in men's attire but lacked the androgynous beauty due to her lack of makeup. She quickly took 2 steps forward and opened the wardrobe. She pointed at the many dresses inside and said, "Captain doesn't like your current appearance. Change." F***ck. Klein cursed inwardly. He believed that he could directly meet Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy by using Elaine's male attire. He was glad that he didn't need to be too embarrassed to achieve his goal, but he still failed to escape from the part he didn't wish to face. Seeing Elaine in a daze, The blonde female attendant glared at her. "You only have two choices. Change yourself, or I'll help you change." Klein mimicked Elaine's usual actions and inhaled. "Unlock my handcuffs." He turned his body halfway and pointed at the door with his chin. "Then get out." "Hypocritical bitch." The blonde maid cursed under her breath and used the key Missile gave her to unlock Elaine's handcuffs. After she left the room and closed the door, Klein walked to the closet and stood there in a daze for nearly 20 seconds. Suddenly, he closed his eyes and stretched out his right hand. After an unknown period of time, he came before the full-length mirror and saw Elaine's red hair draping over her shoulders. Her green eyes were sparkling, and she was wearing a golden red dress. The ribbon around her waist was tied into a flower, and it was very tight, highlighting her slender figure. Elaine's soft and beautiful face was a little flushed. Her lips were tightly pursed, and her expression was solemn. It was very similar to the feeling in the previous photos. When Klein saw himself in such a state, he felt a little ashamed. However, he had already gotten used to the initial stages of dressing up. Furthermore, there was no one else around. Secondly, he gradually found a different feeling. This wasn't to say that he had slowly fallen in love with such things, but in the process of overcoming his psychological barrier, his self-consciousness had been pulled away to a certain extent. It was as though his soul had flown out of his body, and he was calmly watching Elaine wear female clothes and adjust herself in the mirror from a commanding position. He believed that it was a necessary means for a mission, and that there was nothing embarrassing or strange about it. For some baffling reason, Klein found this feeling very familiar. He tried hard to recall and compare, attempting to fix it and grasp it clearly. Soon he found the source. This was similar to when he was playing role-playing games. He would choose a female character, carefully mold her face, and choose her clothes to make beauty pleasing his eyes. There was no wretchedness or shame in this. On one hand, he had an omniscient view through the screen, and on the other hand, he was seriously acting and following the plot. The two were perfectly integrated, and there was no distinction between them. There was no psychological barrier or cognitive barrier from playing a game. Klein's half-closed eyes suddenly opened. He felt that this was the faceless state he wanted. He could pretend to be anyone, but he could only be himself. On one hand, he would integrate into the character and do his best to act. On the other hand, he would pull away his emotions and calmly examine himself. Through these little comparisons, he would recognize himself and find his truest self, integrating and pulling away. This is the practical application of the faceless main principle. Klein suddenly calmed down. The residual shame and changed mentality existed at the same time. With that detached attitude and the attitude of playing a role-playing game, he examined himself in the full-body mirror, seriously looking for areas where he wasn't good enough. Thankfully, I got Donna's to get 2 sets of women's clothes in advance to study the components. Otherwise, I really wouldn't have been able to wear them so quickly and normally. It would have been easy to expose flaws. This is called professionalism. Women's clothes sure are complicated. From the perspective of a faceless, Elaine's facial features and facial contours have quite a number of flaws. She might be beautiful, but to me, it's definitely not stunning. Yes, in this state of mind, I can clearly feel the potion being digested. Klein looked at himself in the mirror as though he was looking at a character named Elaine. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door as the blonde attendant asked impatiently, "Are you done?" Klein's face immediately sank, as though the other party owed him £10,000 and hadn't returned it. He maintained this state as he walked to the door and opened it. The blonde attendant glanced at him and raised her handcuffs. "Put your hands behind your back. You're now a prisoner." As the red-haired Elaine was already inside the Black Death, she wasn't worried that she would suddenly launch an attack. All she wanted was to humiliate her. Klein grunted, half-turned his body, and put his hands behind his back. He felt relaxed because the other party didn't pay much attention to his attire. After putting on the handcuffs, He was led by the blonde attendant to the captain's cabin. The door was ajar, and a warm fragrance emanated out. It wasn't strong, but it was lingering enough. It left one reminiscing, and one couldn't help but fantasize about the pleasure in bed. The blonde attendant knocked on the door, and just as she was about to speak, she heard a slightly deep but sufficiently gentle female voice. "Let her in alone." The blonde attendant's expression immediately turned gloomy. She pushed open the door and gestured for Klein to enter with her eyes. "The most critical test is here." Klein took a deep breath and walked into the room. Behind him, the door closed with a clang, isolating the inside from the outside. Klein stepped on a thick carpet, and with the help of the candlelight on the golden lampstand, he saw a rather beautiful lady sitting behind a desk. Her legs, which were dressed in beige trousers, were stretched out diagonally and crossed. Her eyebrows were long and straight, and her blue eyes were sharp and bright. Her upper body was only wearing a white linen shirt, and the scenery inside could be vaguely seen, but it was also covered by her black curly hair, which made Klein suddenly feel a little uncomfortable. Upon seeing red-haired Helene enter, Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy raised her left hand and asked with a smile that didn't look like one, "Tell me, how should I punish you?" In her hand was a black leather whip. "Lady, let's talk things out." Klein tried to fight off the uneasiness in his heart. His eyes first turned up slightly. Then he looked at the other person at the same level and said emotionlessly, "Returning here is already the greatest punishment. Everything else is just an additional punishment. You're still as stubborn and always wavering." Tracy stood up. Her figure was slender and graceful. Under the candlelight, the shadows on her body undulated, making her look extremely charming. With a smile on her face, she held the whip in her left hand and walked towards the red-haired Elaine without a hint of suspicion. During this process, Klein noticed that she wore a diamond-studded bracelet on her right wrist. The mystical item that Elaine described? It can negate most of the damage? Klein, who had planned on attacking the moment the distance between them closed, resisted the urge. "Yo, they've handcuffed you. That's pretty good. We've never played such games before," Tracy said with a smile, but her blue eyes seemed to contain an ocean of storms. "Lady, your lines are a little terrible." Klein pursed his lips tightly and didn't say a word. Tracy walked in front of him, raised her right hand, and slid it down his cheek. "Returning here is the greatest punishment." As she spoke, her eyes turned misty, making her look extremely alluring. "I don't think you usually think so. Although you were always very resistant in the beginning, you tend to be more passionate than me later on." Before she finished her sentence, Klein's left palm strangely pulled out from the handcuffs. At lightning speed, he grabbed the bracelet on her wrist and yanked it down. At the same time, the hand was covered in a layer of gold. 2 bolts of lightning suddenly lit up in Klein's deep green eyes. This was creeping hunger, this was psychic piercing, and the ability he had used to escape the handcuffs belonged to magicians. It was bone softening, which Klein rarely used. He had long planned and prepared for what he would do after infiltrating. It was to find an opportunity to fight Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy one-on-one and kill her without holding back. Only by doing so would he have a chance of defeating a pirate admiral. Only by doing so would he be able to severely injure and capture her. And even if that didn't work, it didn't matter if he killed her. Klein was already very familiar with channeling the spirit above the gray fog. He wasn't afraid that he wouldn't be able to obtain any intelligence. A human trafficker didn't deserve any pity or soft-heartedness. In addition, in order to prevent himself from being discovered, he only brought creeping hunger, which was the easiest to detect and best at disguising himself. The other mystical items had been placed back in the mysterious space above the gray fog. Furthermore, he was inside the Black Death, and there were many hostile Beyonders around him. Therefore, he had to end the battle quickly. This was also to avoid Tracy's ailment powers. The longer he fought her, the worse the ailment would be, and the more terrifying it would be. At that instant, The diamond-studded bracelet left Tracy's wrist. Klein's green eyes lit up with lightning. As for the beautiful and charming Vice Admiral Ailment, she was still in a daze. All she did was instinctively retreat. She couldn't believe that Elaine would attack her, nor could she believe that she had such reactions and abilities. Genius in a second memory site. Mobile version. Chapter 591. Tracy saw 2 bolts of lightning flash in Elaine's beautiful emerald-like eyes. They were silvery white and dazzling as they completely filled her vision. Her beautifully curved chin was raised, as though she was about to let out a scream of extreme pain. However, she froze on the spot, shattering like an illusion. The full-body mirror placed in the room cracked and rapidly disintegrated, scattering all over the ground. Mirror substitution technique. Tracy's figure, dressed in a pure white shirt, beige trousers, and pitch-black leather boots, appeared in the corner of the full-body mirror. Before she could catch her breath, she heard heavy footsteps. She saw the red-haired Elaine's dress flutter as she charged over like a tank. The glove on her left hand was pale with hints of a dark green. Klein had already switched to his zombie state. His muscles tensed up as his strength increased. The lotus leaf on his sleeve fluttered as he clenched his fist and smashed it at Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy like a hammer. Bang! 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 Although he maintained Elaine's appearance, his movements were like that of a ferocious beast. He was ferocious and unyielding as he delivered punch after punch and kick after kick. He struck Tracy so hard that she could only try her best to parry without finding the time to use her other beyonder powers. If it wasn't for the fact that the Demoness of Affliction's corresponding Sequence 9 was Assassin, making her possess extraordinary skills in combat and dodging, this barrage of attacks would have severely injured Tracy. Bang! 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 Klein's fist emanated a frosty white aura. Every contact with ailment maiden Tracy would cause her to tremble slightly as ice gradually formed on the surface of her body. This was a zombie's mastery of the powers of frost. Seeing her blood gradually stiffen, Tracy no longer hesitated as she took the punch head-on. Her mouth, which had turned pale, opened slightly and let out a shapeless scream. Along with this scream, a dark blue illusory halo surged out from her body. Everywhere it passed, frost condensed, layer upon layer. In just a second or two, she and Klein were already inside the frozen world. They were surrounded by thick, transparent ice and covered with soft white frost. The two seemed to be very close to each other, but they had to break through many obstacles before they could meet again. Tracy's valiant and beautiful face revealed a smile as her body burned with a silent black flame from the inside out. They quickly melted the surrounding ice, opening up a path for the ailment maiden to counterattack and seize the initiative. At this moment, she saw Elaine, who was usually weak and indecisive, snap her fingers without changing her expression. An unnoticed match ignited, and the crimson flames soared, instantly covering the figure in the red dress. Tracy's pupils constricted as her spiritual intuition gave her an ominous feeling. In the silent black flames behind her, Klein, who was still in Elaine's appearance, leaped out. He extended his arms and hugged ailment maiden Tracy, locking her arms firmly in place. At the same time, he opened his mouth and let out a sound. Bang! An invisible air bullet shot out, its might exceeding that of a revolver, comparable to the latest rifle model. It tore through the void and accurately hit the back of Tracy's head. Uft! The bullet tore open her skull and drilled in, but Vice Admiral Ailment's figure suddenly shrank, turning into a broken black staff. One substitution spell! Tracy quickly appeared diagonally opposite him. The buttons on her shirt fell off, revealing a snow-white and alluring view. However, what attracted Klein's attention wasn't this, but the blood stained her palm. When Klein restrained Tracy, her palm had turned into a claw, tearing off a piece of cloth from her dress and scratching his thigh. At this moment, Tracy's mouth quickly opened and closed twice. An illusory black flame suddenly appeared from her palm, burning the blood. This is black magic, a witch's curse. Klein's figure trembled uncontrollably. From the inside out, from the soles of his feet to the top of his head, black flames ignited as his entire body rapidly turned into paper shreds. Just as he appeared in another corner, he felt countless invisible spider webs wrap around him. Some were hard, attempting to bind him, while others were soft, provoking different parts of his body. It made Klein, who was an extremely calm beyonder in battle, have his heart beat faster. His ears heated up, and his body turned numb. He felt the discomfort of a cold, as well as the urge to have his blood surge. Compared to Madame Sharon in Tingen City, Tracy's ability with spiderwebs was far more terrifying. Klein didn't dare to delay as he immediately snapped his fingers. With a snap, all the nearby spiderwebs were ignited. The scarlet flames extended in the opposite direction, surging towards Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy like a tidal wave. Back in Tingen, Klein knew that the demoness of pleasure spiderwebs were afraid of fire. Instantly, the central area of the room turned into a huge burning spider web. Caught off guard, Tracy was swept to her side by the scorching heat. Humph! She exhaled through her nose as a ghostly blue illusory luster surged out from her body, sealing herself in a transparent and gigantic crystalline body. The scarlet flames surged over, melting the outer layer of the ice as she became weaker and weaker. Klein didn't pick up the diamond-embedded bracelet because he didn't know what negative effects it had. To hastily use a mystical item without sufficient understanding was likely to cause harm to the user instead of being of help. He straightened his body and spread out his arms. The glove on his left hand was dyed with the color of the sun, the priest of light. At that moment, Tracy, who was hiding in the ice, felt that the extremely familiar Elaine had an additional holy luster to her. Her brows were brimming with unprecedented determination, and her beauty was no longer frail. She was more like a blooming flower under the sun, a flower that was stained with blood on the battlefield. Tracy shouted with a slightly hoarse voice, "That's right. Who are you? Why don't you dare reveal your true appearance? With me wearing a dress, it's so odd to use my own appearance. Elaine's appearance is more suitable." Klein's mind drifted away as this thought flashed through his mind. Right on the heels of that, he praised the sun. A magnificent and clear pillar of light descended out of thin air, swirling with golden flames. It completely enveloped the ice and Tracy. The ice rapidly melted at a discernible speed before vanishing. The resplendent, holy luster dimmed as it disintegrated. Tracy's face turned pale. With a roll, she agilely dodged Klein's psychic piercing, which he had switched to interrogator. It was impossible to tell what damage she had suffered from the pillar of light. Light of holiness was the bane of dead spirits and corruption, so it could only be considered a normal sequence 5 strike against a demoness. Bang! 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 Tracy immediately rolled and dodged Klein's air bullets, leaving holes in the carpet. As she rolled, Tracy's figure suddenly vanished, vanishing from the enemy's line of sight. A demoness invisibility. Klein bent his back, slightly on high alert. He used his spiritual perception and the clown's premonition of danger to search for Tracy. However, he didn't discover anything for a short period of time. His forehead was getting hotter, and his lungs felt like they were on fire. His throat was painful and itchy, and he was about to cough uncontrollably. No, I can't drag this on any longer. As Klein's thoughts raced, he suddenly let out a deep laugh and switched to a stiff male voice. And said, "Elaine told me all your secrets." "She also told me all her secrets." Before he could finish a sentence, his spiritual perception was triggered. This was because there was an intense emotional fluctuation in a particular corner. The anger and hatred couldn't be concealed. Klein immediately turned his body and looked over. Layers of golden scales instantly appeared on his left glove. His eyes were also dyed with a pale gold color, as though they were turning vertical. Silently, Tracy's figure was outlined, her expression contorted in pain. Her extremely feminine, raven-black curly hair grew crazily, spreading out in all directions. A psychiatrist's frenzy, Tracy, whose emotions had already been stirred, nearly broke down in the face of such an attack. She temporarily lost her rationality. Klein seized the opportunity and snapped his fingers. The air bullets flew across the distance between the two of them, heading straight for Tracy's distorted but beautiful face. Suddenly, a strand of thick, raven-black hair swept past. The air bullets changed direction and hit Tracy's left shoulder, tearing her shirt apart. Flesh and blood splattered, revealing her bones. Ah! Tracy let out a shrill scream as the black flames in her body surged out endlessly, enveloping her completely. Right on the heels of that, a thick layer of ice condensed outside the black flames. Beyond that, raven-black hair that grew crazily curled up, wrapping around Tracy, the black flames, and the ice crystals. It was as though it had woven a huge cocoon of human hair. Bang! 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 Klein shot out air bullets, one after another, but they could only penetrate the black hair and sink into the ice crystals. He stopped and let his left glove glow with the light of the sun. At that moment, he felt an itch in his throat. He could no longer control himself as he coughed violently. The attack he had prepared couldn't be carried out as he wished. Tracy, who was inside the cocoon of black hair, had already regained her rationality. She raised her voice and shouted, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" At that moment, Klein was stunned for a second. In a trance, he felt as though he had returned to Bakeland, back to the first time he encountered the devil dog. He knew that he was no match for it, so all he could do was shout murder, and save me as he frantically fled. Finally, he successfully escaped danger. At that moment, Tracy's shout of enemy attack had the same effect, and even if there weren't a dozen Beyonders on the Black Death, there wouldn't be too few of them. Furthermore, there were many high-sequence Beyonders. Indeed, it's too difficult to quickly kill a pirate admiral, even if it's an assassination. Klein coughed twice and snapped his fingers. He stopped attacking and hesitated. He turned around and ran for the window of the captain's cabin. His final gaze fell on the diamond-studded bracelet, but he didn't dare pick it up. Firstly, he was afraid that the strong negative effects would affect his escape. Secondly, he was worried that after Tracy recovered, she would lead a group of Beyonders to lock onto him with the help of the bracelet and engage in a sea battle. I can't be greedy. Klein turned his head, smashed through the window, and landed on the deck. Two pirates happened to come over and thrust their swords at the same time. Uft! Uft! Their swords stabbed into a paper figurine. Klein's figure instantly appeared behind one of the pirates. He reached out with his left hand, and a ferocious and evil mouth split open in his palm. Creeping hunger bit down on its food. Before the Beyonders surrounded him, Klein grabbed the pirate and strode to the side of the ship. Amidst the sounds of gunfire, he jumped into the dark sea under the night sky. Chapter 592. The ice-cold seawater instantly drowned Klein, drenching his golden-red dress, making it as heavy as a rock as it dragged him down. But at the same time, creeping hunger had also eaten the pirate, reducing the weight of an entire person. Klein didn't attempt to float up and instead continued sinking. He could vaguely hear a few splashes coming from afar across the waves. It was as though pirates from the sailor pathway were in relentless pursuit. This was their home turf. They could move around like fish for a very long period of time. Klein didn't panic. As a magician who didn't perform unprepared, he had obviously considered the evacuation plan if the operation failed. After all, nothing was guaranteed to succeed. Although he didn't bring any mystical items or cash with him in order to best impersonate Elaine and prevent Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy from discovering any flaws, he had even thrown the charms related to the water and wind domains above the gray fog. However, this didn't hinder him from doing his best. As a deity, a blessed and a believer, he had all sorts of miraculous actions to deal with such situations. He quickly turned creeping hunger pale and dyed it a dark green. The surrounding seawater froze, turning into layers of white frost. Before the white frost completely turned into ice crystals, Klein's back muscles moved as he spread his arms to the sides. With the strength of a zombie, he shattered the frost and sent it flying into the seawater a little further away. This way, he temporarily had a narrow space around him that didn't have any seawater. The water instantly surged in a bid to fill the empty space. Klein extended his left palm and released a terrifying chill once again. It spread out and created walls of seawater and ice. Momentarily, he felt as though he was in an ice prison in the sea. He could stand and speak, but he was limited to a relatively narrow space. Klein immediately took 4 steps counterclockwise and chanted the names of the celestial worthy of immeasurable for blessings. He quickly sent his spirit body above the gray fog. Just as his figure appeared on the fool's high-back chair, he picked up the sea god scepter that had long been placed in front of him. Without needing to identify it, Klein had a thought and selected the light spot that symbolized the newly promoted sea god believer, German Sparrow. Following the connection that he had established in advance, he raised the ivory scepter and made the blue gems emit a hazy glow. He responded to the believer and cast layers of spell-like effects on himself, including but not limited to underwater breathing, freedom of movement, and pressure resistance. Finally, he used the paper angels to interfere with divination and issued an order to the surrounding underwater creatures to help and cover German Sparrow's escape. After doing all this, Klein did not delay. He immediately returned to the real world and regained control of his body. At this moment, the pressure of the seawater had already broken through the constantly melting ice wall, once again engulfing the independent space. However, Klein could already breathe smoothly and swim quickly. Through the rippling, crystalline water, he saw fish swim over. He saw a shadow rise from the bottom of his feet as a gigantic monster of unknown species floated up at high speeds. It was a strange-looking, brownish-red octopus. It was so large that it seemed to be able to use its tentacles to wrap around the entire ship. It spat out ink into the surroundings, dyeing the nearby waters black. The few sailor pathway beyonders who were searching for and pursuing the attacker suddenly felt their vision turn dark as their bodies turned numb. They didn't know what had happened, but they immediately surfaced to deal with the abnormalities on their bodies. By the time they dove down again to search for the enemy, they had completely lost track of Klein. At this moment, Klein was swimming leisurely at the bottom of the sea. He even had the time to think about his actions and evaluate his gains and losses. I was sufficiently prepared to act as Elaine, making Tracy, who had shared a bed with her for countless nights, fail to immediately see through me. This facilitated the digestion of the potion. During the process, I even overcame my psychological barriers and found a state of mind that allowed me to blend in and separate myself. This was extremely helpful for the digestion of the potion. I basically did my best during the battle. It was considered a prepared performance, but I still underestimated the strength of a sequence 5 demoness of affliction. I underestimated the experience of a vice admiral ailment who had reached this level step by step. Even if she had lost her mystical item from the beginning, it would be difficult for me to kill her quickly with my current strength and sealed artifacts unless I used the sea god scepter. But this is in the waters of the Rorstad archipelago. It's very obvious from today's battle that I'm still lacking a powerful offensive mystical item. Faced with the fact that his operation had failed, Klein was undoubtedly disappointed, but he wasn't depressed. This was because the matter wasn't over yet. He planned on writing to Mr. Aztec to see if he was interested in the ancient documents related to death and if he had the time to make a trip over. Before Klein left the captain's cabin, he snapped his fingers to ignite the men's clothes he had changed out of in the wardrobe, as well as his hair and dander. On the surface, it seemed like he was trying not to leave any traces, but in fact it was a disguise and deception. What he wanted to hide was the hair and buttons that he had secretly thrown into certain rooms after entering the cabin without anyone noticing. When Vice Admiral Aylment Tracy was misled into believing that the attacker was afraid of exposing her identity and being cursed from afar, she carefully wiped away all traces of herself. It was very difficult for her to get the pirates to seriously check if there were any similar items left behind. With the hair and buttons, Klein could use divination to lock onto the Black Death's location within a certain period of time. This way, as long as Mr. Aztec expressed his wishes, he could quickly bring him to Vice Admiral Aylment Tracy. Sigh, I originally thought that I wouldn't need Mr. Aztec's help and that I could succeed on my own. I'm still lacking a little. Klein sighed, feeling that his pride had been wounded. This was one of the reasons why he didn't seek the help of a big shot from the beginning. The other reason was that he wasn't completely certain that Tracy was in possession of the ancient documents related to death. If she really didn't have them, it would be rather embarrassing for Mr. Aztec to make a wasted trip. Furthermore, he was worried that even with Mr. Aztec's help, he would still need to transform into Elaine and wear her clothes to carry out the operation with himself as bait. It would be too embarrassing in front of someone he knew. Actually, if it wasn't for the sake of obtaining information, and if I just wanted to get rid of Vice Admiral Aylment Tracy, things would be much simpler. When I swim back to Byam and head above the gray fog, I can lock onto her location and use the Sea God Scepter to create a storm. This doesn't mean that a large-scale attack will definitely kill Tracy on the spot, but that it will attract Sea King John Cotman's attention. When that happens, the Black Death's location will be exposed to the Church of the Storm. Sea King will happily mention Ailment Maiden. Klein shook his head in a self-deprecating manner. He followed the guidance of his seer's spiritual intuition and quickly swam towards the coastline. On the Black Death, Tracy dispelled all her defenses and walked to the diamond-studded bracelet in her tattered, blood-stained shirt. She bent down to pick it up. A very cautious attacker. Back when I was an assassin, I might have been inferior to her. Tracy suddenly gritted her teeth. This wasn't only because she had nearly died at the attacker's hands, but also because she felt that the attacker had an affair with Elaine. According to Roselle the Great, she suspected that the top of her head was a little green. Elaine, are you really that cold and heartless? No, perhaps she was forced. Tracy turned her head to look at the huge and gruesome wound on her left shoulder, feeling the excruciating pain. If it wasn't for the assassin and instigator strengthening her physique and the subsequent enhancements, just that strike alone might have made her lose her entire shoulder, just like the pirates who had been shot by rifles. Blood flowed and dyed her vision red. As Tracy let the blonde maidservant in, she used her own powers to help her treat her injuries. At the same time, she instructed the surrounding pirates, who couldn't move their eyes away, to search for the items left behind by the attacker. Unfortunately, the pirates told her that the attacker's clothes had self-destructed. This made Tracy recall the snap of the enemy's fingers before he left. She sighed inwardly again. How cautious! And he's not greedy at all. If he had taken this bracelet, I wouldn't have to worry about not being able to catch up to him. Tracy waved her hand and gestured for most of the pirates to leave, leaving only Wormtongue Missile King and a few high-ranking members of the fleet behind. Third mate, make another trip to Byam. Investigate where the Resistance found this Elaine, Tracy ordered in a deep voice. Missile retracted his gaze from the captain's chest with great difficulty. All right. Tracy thought for a moment and added, spread the word that I'm seriously injured and won't be able to recover for a long time. Spread this news. Say that I'm seriously injured and won't be able to recover for a long time. After giving out orders, Tracy's surroundings quickly returned to silence. Only at this moment did she have the time to think about which faction the attacker came from, why he wanted to deal with her, and what his motives were. However, the more Tracy thought about it, the more she felt that it was like a fog. She couldn't see the truth at all. Although she had many enemies, none of them had similar powers. However, the more Tracy thought about it, the more she felt that it was like a fog. She couldn't see the truth at all. Although she had many enemies, none of them had similar abilities. Finally, she found a clue and whispered to herself, "Creeping hunger? Midnight, Blue Mountain Islands, private harbor." A female figure suddenly stood up from the receding seawater. It was Klein, who was still disguised as Elaine. Surrounded by seawater, he quickly went ashore and snuck into a nearby fisherman's house. He found a set of tattered clothes and changed into them, transforming back into the appearance of German Sparrow. Leaving behind the expensive dress as compensation, Klein quickly left the private harbor and returned to the city of generosity, Byam, before dawn. He wasn't in a hurry to rendezvous with Donnas. He randomly found a small hotel to stay in and used a ritual to bring the mystical items such as Aztec's copper whistle and his wallet back to the real world. After confirming that he could divine the location of the Black Death, he blew the copper whistle. Genius 1, second Remember Site address. Mobile version, M. Chapter 593. When he put down the copper whistle, Klein had already activated his spirit vision. He saw the illusory white bones on the ground weakly as they slowly formed a gigantic body. If the same scene from before was described as a fantastical fountain, then this was just an ordinary faucet that had been turned upside down. The corners of Klein's mouth twitched indiscernibly as he pretended not to notice anything amiss. After a few seconds, the skeleton messenger was finally pieced together. Its nearly 4-meter-tall body penetrated the ceiling once again as the pitch-black flames in its eye sockets burned silently. Klein neatly folded the letter he had previously written and threw it upwards. In the letter, he described in detail the tycoon, Jimmy Necker, the death documents unearthed from the southern continent's Balam Empire mausoleum, the relationship between Vice Admiral Hurricane Zillings and Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy. He also mentioned that he had completed an infiltration. Although the assassination had failed, he had left behind an item that could be used to determine the location of the Black Death. Of course, he didn't mention how he had infiltrated. All he did was roughly replicate Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy's combat techniques and style. When the messenger received the letter with a hand that could send an adult flying, Klein coughed and cleared his throat. "I already have a messenger that belongs to me." The pitch-black flames in the skeleton messenger's eye sockets clearly pulsed twice as its body suddenly disintegrated. It plummeted like a waterfall and drilled into the wooden floorboards. "Now, there's no need to be afraid of becoming my messenger, right? Am I that irritating to you? It's likely that these messengers from the underworld can't bear to part with Mr. Aztec. After all, he's a direct descendant of death. Perhaps they aren't even separated by a generation. Cozying up to someone powerful, I get it." Klein was just about to pack up and check out when his nose suddenly itched as he sneezed. Achoo! Achoo! Cough! Cough! His nose was running, and he was coughing as his forehead slowly but firmly burned. "Oh no, Vice Admiral Ailment's ailment is still lingering in my body, and I rushed back to Byam while braving the cold winds of about 10 degrees Celsius. This time I'm really sick." Klein used inferior toilet paper to blow his nose, wondering if he should summon himself and move around in his spirit-body state to allow his body to recover. After serious consideration, he felt that it was impossible. Firstly, his physical condition would obviously affect his spirit body's condition. There was a close and strange connection between the two. Secondly, if he didn't take care of it, his physical condition would definitely worsen. "I'm a little muddle-headed from the fever." Klein touched his forehead and planned on returning to the Wind of Azure Inn to rendezvous with Danitz before considering if he should head to the hospital or clinic to buy some medicine. City of Silver, Berg Household. He finally obtained the Radiance spirit-packed tree fruit that Ma, Hermit, had promised him and concocted the High Priest Sun potion. It was golden in color and had a boiling temperature. When Derek drank it, his throat felt like it was burning. His eyes suddenly lit up, becoming brighter and brighter, as though there were 2 miniature suns hidden in them. Circles of bright radiance bloomed on the surface of his body, and visible black patches appeared on his exposed skin. At the same time, his hair grew longer, as though they had turned into feathers that were wrapped in golden flames. Derek knew that consuming a potion at sequence 7 would result in a similar change. He didn't panic or panic as he gritted his teeth and repeatedly recalled the pain he felt when he killed his parents with his own hands, as well as the hope that burst forth from deep within his heart after meeting Mr. Fool. He persevered in that situation where he was on the brink of losing control. After a while, all his abnormalities calmed down. However, the air he exhaled was still mixed with the warmth of the sun. He felt that his physique had been strengthened again, and he had quite a bit of resistance to ailments and harsh environments. However, this wasn't the main point. Derek preferred the knowledge of theurgical spells that filled his mind. They included Flame of Light, Fear Immunity, Holy Oath, Purification Strike, Sun Halo, Holy Light Summoning, Holy Water Creation, and so on. Derek paced back and forth in delight, feeling that these theurgical spells were very suitable to deal with the evil monsters that lurked in the depths of the darkness. He didn't hide anything and headed straight for the Twin Towers to register his advancement. This way, after a preliminary review, he would have the qualifications to be the captain of a patrol team. He would be able to come into contact with more information about the City of Silver. This includes the method that Mr. World wants to remove the mental corruption in a Beyonder characteristic. As Derek answered the various questions from the registrar, he couldn't help but recall the promise that he had never been able to fulfill. Owing others always made him feel uneasy and uncomfortable. But now he finally saw the light at the end of the tunnel. Inside the Amiris Leaf Bar, Wormtongue Mither King held a cup of red wine and sat opposite Strongman Ozeal. He crossed his right leg and slowly asked, "What's the matter?" "Have you found out the exact situation?" He had accepted Captain Ailment Tracy's arrangements and returned to Byam to investigate the fake Elaine. For this, he had found Ozeal, who had issued the mission for him. It was impossible for him to directly question the resistance because there was a high chance that they were cooperating with the fake Elaine. Questioning them was no different from directly going to the Governor General's office to exchange his head for a bounty. Ozeal pulled a chair over and sat down. "They didn't hide anything, but I'm not sure if they're telling the truth or a lie. As you know, I like my fists more than my thoughts. They said that Elaine was sent by Blazing Danas. He represents the will of Vice Admiral Iceberg, hoping to establish a cooperative relationship with the Resistance and provide them with a certain amount of aid. As for Elaine, it was an expression of goodwill. Blazing Danas? Vice Admiral Iceberg." Missile ruminated over the two names as his expression slowly turned solemn. He leaned back in his chair as his brows furrowed bit by bit. As the former Vice Admiral Hurricane's subordinate captain and now the third mate of Vice Admiral Ailment's flagship, he was no stranger to the other pirate admirals. He knew that Vice Admiral Iceberg was powerful and had a rich collection. With just one ship and a few subordinates, she was able to resist other pirate admirals. In terms of combat strength, she was perhaps stronger than his two previous bosses. But the problem was that Vice Admiral Iceberg rarely participated in the battles between pirates. She was known for gathering information, exploring the unknown and searching for treasures. She was more like an adventurer than a pirate. Why did she suddenly want to assassinate Captain? This doesn't match her character. She was previously harmed by Admiral of Blood's rumors. She should be focused on exacting revenge on him. Missile sipped a mouthful of red wine and rubbed his forehead with his other hand. He temporarily stopped thinking about Vice Admiral Iceberg and placed his attention back on Blazing Danas. As he carefully recalled, his pupils constricted. He discovered that the familiar fourth bosun of the Golden Dream had indeed been problematic recently. He set up a trap and killed Steel Mavady, Blood Brambles Hendry, and Comsquall. His bounty was raised to 4,200 pounds, and in a very short period of time, he was embroiled in some unknown matter. His bounty jumped again, reaching 5,500 pounds. This has already exceeded mine. Missile muttered silently to himself as he subconsciously thought of blazing Donnas. He felt that he had become mysterious and terrifying. He advanced, or did he obtain great benefits from something? Missile moved his waist as he leaned forward and put down his wine glass. He muttered solemnly, I originally treated his bounty increase as a joke. Now the facts tell me that Blazing Donnas is a great pirate who is worthy of a 5,500-pound bounty. Missile suddenly looked up and said to Strongman Oziel, Help me gather information on Blazing. Help me gather information on Blaze, the most recent ones. In a luxurious suite at the Wind of Azure Hotel. When Donnas opened the door and saw German Sparrow, he looked around warily before making way. How was it? Did the hunt succeed? He asked curiously and excitedly after the door closed. Vice Admiral Ailment is a famous beauty. When I first saw her, she was more charming than I imagined. If she were to die just like that, it would be a waste. I should lock her up and imprison her forever. Pooey! How can she be as beautiful as Captain? There are plenty of people with such looks in the Red Theater. Donnas thought in a rather conflicted manner. Klein clenched his fist and placed it in front of his mouth as he coughed violently. Almost, he replied coldly after calming down. What a pity. Donnas sighed in passing. However, he was thinking, that lunatic German Sparrow is really strong. He nearly succeeded in infiltrating the Black Death to assassinate Vice Admiral Ailment. And even if he failed, he would have successfully returned without any injuries. One had to know that the reason why every pirate admiral was famous across the 5 seas, second only to the 4 kings, was not only because they were strong, but also because they represented a team or faction. They had numerous beyonders under them. To be able to escape the Black Death after the assassination failed, it was enough to prove that German Sparrow was in no way inferior to any pirate admiral. Is creeping hunger really that powerful? No, if it were me, even with creeping hunger, I wouldn't be able to do such a thing. Donnas increasingly felt that his decision to not resist German Sparrow back then was extremely wise. Klein coughed again and prepared to instruct Donnas to buy some medicine for him at the hospital. He then realized that the source of his illness was a little complicated. If he didn't get a doctor to examine him carefully, the prescribed medicine might not be effective. It was the same even if Roselle the Great had invented many practical medicines ahead of time. If it wasn't for the fact that I can't use the gray fog to establish a telemedicine system, I would have gotten Emlyn White to treat me and get me some medicine. Klein went to the washroom to wash himself, changed into his original clothes, and burned the portion from the fisherman. Upon seeing him come out, Donnas held a paper bag and went over. He smiled obsequiously and said, This is the 700 bounty. At this moment, he and Klein simultaneously heard someone knock on the door. The visitor was Captain Erland. The captain dashed into the room and gave Gehrman Sparrow a deep look. He suppressed his voice and said, I was about to return to Pritz Harbor, but I received another piece of news. Something big seems to have happened at Bancy Harbor. Chapter 594. The Church of the Storm has finally taken action against Bancy Harbor? Klein clenched his fist to his mouth and coughed twice. He didn't feel guilty at all as he calmly asked, What's the situation? Erland didn't notice any abnormal reactions from German Sparrow. He retracted his gaze and surveyed the area. I don't know what exactly happened. I only know that it might be related to the higher powers of the Church of the Storm. And before that, all the shipping routes to Bancy Harbor were cancelled. This might be the so-called omen. A high-level power involving the Church of the Storm? No, it should be a top-level power. I suspect that the Pope of the Church of the Storm, the grounded angel, has personally taken action. He even used a Grade 0 sealed artifact. After all, there might be a king of angels on the other side, one that's even older than the 4th epoch, as well as his descendants. Klein nodded and calmly asked, What was the result? He wasn't surprised that the Church of the Storm hadn't taken action against Banshee Harbor until a few days ago. Even though the mandated punishers were known for being irascible and rash, they still had the necessary procedures when it came to such matters. For example, they had to make preliminary confirmations, evacuate some innocent citizens, or seal off the surrounding waters. All of this required time. Erland was unable to discern German Sparrow's true emotions. He sighed and smiled. There won't be a Banshee Harbor for a very long time. As expected of the Church of the Storm, Klein clicked his tongue, curious about the more detailed process. He wanted to know if Red Angel Medici had appeared, if he was really sleeping near Banshee Harbor, and if he had been eliminated by the Church of the Storm. He wanted to know what was going on with the natives of Banshee Harbor. He wanted to know what the staccato speech meant, and he wanted to know what secrets were hidden in the Green Lemon restaurant and the telegraph office. Unfortunately, with the destruction of Banshee Harbor, it was difficult for him to obtain a definite answer. Perhaps there were internal files in the Church of the Storm, but Klein had no way to find out. With the rank of the hanging man, it was impossible for him to access such confidential files. Only after I nurture Mr. the Hanging Man into a demigod, high-sequence beyonder, will I be able to know the answers to those questions. Klein sighed silently as he said, without a change in expression, "That place is indeed very dangerous." Before he finished speaking, his throat felt itchy again, and he coughed violently a few times. "Are you sick?" Erland asked, slightly puzzled. He originally believed that German Sparrow was like him, a beyonder with a significantly enhanced physique. Before he aged, it was impossible for him to fall sick under normal circumstances. But from the looks of it, his guess might have been wrong. Klein replied with a grunt and did not explain further. A question without any value or meaning. It would be strange if she wasn't sick after a fierce battle with Ailment Maiden. Donnes muttered in disdain. Erland chuckled and said, "I can recommend an apothecary to you. I can recommend a pharmacist to you. It's more useful than going to hospitals and clinics. His herb shop is in the alley diagonally opposite the Red Theater. He's famous for selling aphrodisiacs, but that's not what he's best at. Does every apothecary develop a similar medicine?" "That's right. This is definitely one of the most profitable medicine businesses. It would be strange if he didn't do it when he has the ability." Klein nodded slightly, indicating that he understood. "Why haven't I heard of him?" Donnes asked in surprise. "He only came to buy him a few months ago." "When was the last time you were in the City of Generosity?" Erland asked with a chuckle. "When I was on that crappy boat of yours." Donnes replied inwardly. He carefully recalled and realized that in the past few months, apart from this period of time, he had only passed by Byam once at the beginning of his vacation. The rest of the time he was either drifting at sea in search of treasure or drinking and having fun at other ports. He really didn't know much about the minute changes in the City of Generosity. "I've been in Byam for quite a few days and have been to the Red Theater several times, but I've never heard of this apothecary." "This can only mean that his aphrodisiacs are limited in their effects." Donnes bragged stubbornly. Erland smiled and didn't argue with a particular pirate. He turned to German Sparrow and said, "If it's just a normal illness, the apothecary's asking price will be slightly higher. Besides, to you, it doesn't matter if it's expensive. What's important is to recover your health as soon as possible. Every adventurer doesn't wish to be in a state of illness because it means danger. It means that you will become a hunting target at any time, and it means that the risk of losing control increases. Indeed, maintaining a good state is rather important for beyonders. However, price is also very important, right? If the apothecary were to ask for £1,000, I might as well go to the hospital to buy medicine, or describe in detail the process of my illness and get a few sets of medicine from the honest vampire, Emlyn White. Although I already have more than £6,000 in savings and a few beyonder characteristics, I still have to consider the future. I still want to add a mystical item with lethal offensive power, and I still need to seek out clues to the high-sequence potion formula." Klein mumbled inwardly. The high-sequence potion formula couldn't be measured with money in the mysterious world. So Klein wanted to buy the corresponding clues. After Erland left, Klein took the 700 pounds bounty and gave 200 pounds to Donnes. He put on his hat, picked up his cane, and went out, coughing and blowing his nose. He prepared to take a carriage to the vicinity of the Red Theatre. Donnes was very curious about the apothecary's medicine. He stuck 2 mustaches, put on a cap, and followed. After Klein's guidance, he already knew that covering one's face with a scarf was very eye-catching and by him, so he accepted the suggestion and bought a fake mustache. In the alley diagonally opposite the Red Theatre, the moment Klein entered, he saw a man cowering out of an unlicensed herb store. The moment he realized that someone was there, he immediately lowered his head and hurried away. "Don't worry, we won't guess what medicine you bought." Klein coughed twice again, quickened his pace, and entered the dark herb store. He swept his gaze and was suddenly stunned because the boss was someone he knew. The boss was wearing a black robe that resembled a village witch doctor. He was in his 30s with black hair and brown eyes, a round face, and a chubby body. He was none other than the fat apothecary who liked to mock others at the gathering convened by old Mr. Eye of Wisdom in Bakeland. Klein had once met him in a circus and recognized him. He no longer appeared at old Mr. Eye of Wisdom's Beyonder gathering because he had left Bakeland. Klein coughed and took 2 steps forward. "Give me some medicine." On the chubby apothecary's shoulder was an owl with bulging eyes. The man and the animal looked up at Klein at the same time. After a brief observation, the chubby apothecary revealed an ambiguous smile. "Friend, the weather is so cold. Don't do that kind of thing outside, even though it's really exciting." "What's going on?" Klein was stunned at first before he understood why the other party would say that. "When I was fighting Tracy, I was affected by the power of pleasure. My blood surged, and my desires rose and fell. This caused my body to feel empty, and the diseases spread faster and easier. When I escaped, the cold seawater was fine, with the protection of the theurgy. However, the wind on the road was rather cold, making my illness worse. In summary, isn't this like getting sick from catching a cold while having fun in the wild? As expected of an apothecary. You have sharp eyes." Klein maintained his expression as he looked at the chubby apothecary. He didn't speak or respond as he waited for the other party to concoct the medicine. Donnes turned his head to look out of the herb store, having a hard time holding back his laughter. What kind of *T apothecary is this? He can't even tell that ailment maiden is spreading a disease, he thought smugly. Seeing that Klein wasn't responding to his topic, the chubby apothecary opened a cabinet in boredom and took out common or strange herbs, insect shells, and other items. He placed them in a paper bag and handed it over. "Put all of them in water and boil for half an hour. Drink the liquid. 4 soli. It's a little expensive." Klein swept a glance at Donnes. The latter immediately took out the cash on his own accord. As the chubby apothecary collected the money, he bent down and suppressed his voice as he chuckled. "I have a medicine that will make you more outstanding in that aspect. The kind that has mummy powder added. Do you need it? I guarantee that you'll be satisfied. I know that you might be very strong, but as a man, we always strive to be stronger. First, I have to have a girlfriend." Klein shook his head coldly and rejected the chubby apothecary's promotion. The chubby apothecary straightened his body in disappointment. His eyes darted around as he sized up the 2 of them. He asked in passing, "Are you adventurers?" "Yes," Klein answered succinctly. The chubby apothecary rubbed his hands and said, "I have a commission. However, I will only be paid after I complete it." "How much?" Klein pinched his nose. 100 pounds. The chubby apothecary shouted with his heart aching for him. "Help me find someone. His name is Roy King. He's my teacher. He got me to meet him here, but I haven't seen him after waiting for months. Furthermore, I can't contact him anymore. Do you have a portrait, a hem, or a photo?" Klein inquired. The chubby apothecary took out a photo from a hidden pocket by his waist and handed it over. It was a rather young man. His hair was neatly combed back, and he wore a pair of glasses, making him look refined. "Your teacher?" Klein returned with a question. "I might believe you if you say you are his teacher." The chubby apothecary coughed dryly. "He's at least 60 years old. He just looks young. Is it a beyonder power or a mystical item?" Klein nodded in thought and asked about the exact situation. After confirming that there were no items that could be used to aid in divination, he took the paper bag and left the herb store. After their figures disappeared from the alley, the owl on the chubby apothecary's shoulder suddenly spoke. "Darkwell, that fellow might know you." Chapter 595. What? He knows me? The chubby apothecary, named Darkwell, was alarmed as he asked softly. The owl stared ahead with its round eyes. "I noticed that when he walked in and saw you, he was obviously stunned for 2 seconds. Maybe it's because I don't fit his image of an apothecary?" The chubby apothecary retorted. The owl spread its wings and descended. "If that's what you want to think, I can't do anything about it. What books have you been reading recently?" The chubby apothecary's face twitched as he asked. The owl replied with a serious and solemn expression. "My reading bias depends on your level of knowledge. It's a pity that you only know so many words that you can teach me. I have no choice but to read popular words that require less vocabulary. Moreover, these are all serialized in the newspaper." Darkwell chuckled. "I'll buy a cookbook later. It's called Eastbalham Bird Cooking Guide." Without waiting for the owl to speak, his expression darkened, and he muttered to himself, "He knows me?" He looked like a typical Rouen, at least half Rouen. I've stayed in a few cities in Rouen using a fake name. It's not surprising that someone knows me, but I still have to be alert. If there's no news from the old man before March, I'll have to leave this place." As he spoke, he turned his head to look at the owl on his shoulder. "Sometimes you're still very useful. No, your eyes and your body language tell me what you're really thinking. Damn it, I clearly wanted a pet that could help me deal with monsters and gangsters. I gathered the potion formula and beyonder ingredients according to the standards of a dragon. But in the end, I got a silly bird that only knows how to read newspapers and dramas. Damn it, I can't wait to give it another potion." The owl was like a parrot, vividly performing with the chubby apothecary's accent. Darkwell's expression stiffened for a few seconds as he chuckled. "It's good that you understand, stupid bird. If I didn't have the abilities of a beast tamer, you wouldn't even be able to withstand a single potion." In the herb shop, the man and the animal fell silent at the same time. After a while, the owl pretended as if nothing had happened and said, "That's right. Darkwell, is this really useful? You've hired dozens of adventurers. I'm not good at finding people, so I can only entrust it to them. Moreover, they must really find or confirm the old man's whereabouts before I will pay them. I won't spend a penny more." The chubby medicine master clicked his tongue and said. Soon after, he sighed. "This old man always calls himself the lucky one and the winner of fate. Nothing should have happened to him. Will the medicine made from these things really be effective?" On the carriage back to the Wind of Azure Hotel, Donnez looked at the paper bag that Klein placed beside him. There were black herbs, oddly shaped insect shells, and strange-colored flowers inside, making people feel that they were not very reliable. Klein nodded. "Yes. You've never drunk it before." Donnez retorted, subconsciously, "I believe in the chubby apothecary. Although he has a foul mouth and is a little vicious, he's still quite kind. Besides, Captain Erland also believes that his medicine is effective enough." As a German sparrow, Klein didn't respond to Donna's doubts. He directly picked up the paper bag and threw it over. Without needing any words, Donnez knew that the fellow opposite him meant that he should be the one brewing the medicine, and he had recently gotten used to doing such things. He didn't have the urge to resist at all. After returning to the Wind of Azure Hotel, Klein found a chair and sat down. He watched as Donnez lit the fireplace, hung up a clay pot and added water and herbs. Leaning back, Klein felt his head turn heavy. He was exhausted, as though he would fall asleep at any moment. In order to wait for the medicine to be brewed and quickly resolve the problem of his illness, he forced himself to think of all sorts of problems to overcome his sleepiness. On careful thought in the battle with Vice Admiral Ailment, if I hadn't succeeded in my sneak attack and suppressed her from the beginning, preventing her from entering the rhythm she's best at, I might not have been her match at the very end. The combination of invisibility and ailment is really like a bug. Together with an assassin's fatal strike and Joy's restraint and interference, I really can't find her even if I wanted to, nor can I run even if I wanted to. I can only watch helplessly as my body gradually weakens, and I'm infected with all sorts of ailments. I might even be charmed by her and give up resisting on the one hand. Every sequence 5 is very powerful, as expected of a level that's close to that of a demigod. On the other hand, the combination of the various powers in creeping hunger has obvious flaws. It's far from being flawless in all aspects. Yes, the powers of a sequence 5 marionettist of the seer pathway are very effective against invisibility. I can help the chubby apothecary find his teacher in passing. But without sufficient information, and with only a picture, I can only try my luck and see when I'll encounter a clue. After all, I'm not a god. I can't find someone out of thin air. Wait, in a certain sense, I'm really a god. I can get the believers of the sea god to help me find him. As long as that old gentleman named Roy King has come to Byam, he'll definitely encounter someone or be seen by someone. And most of the natives secretly believe in the sea god. This is called the Sea of the Masses. Also, before Captain Erland leaves Byam, I'll get him to introduce me to the military's liaison personnel. In the future, if there's any news, I can seek reimbursement from them. In the meantime, check the passengers who have registered in the past few months to see if there's a person named Roy King. There's another solution. The radio transceiver has been placed above the gray fog for some time. If I take it down, I should be able to contact a Rhodes. I originally planned on asking for Elaine's whereabouts, but now there's no need to find that red-haired lady. I can change it to Roy King. Hee. I actually have 3 ways to find someone that many adventurers have no clue about. Amidst his thoughts, Klein finally managed to concoct the potion. Looking at the bottle of blackish-green liquid that Donna's had brought over, he hesitated for 2 seconds before reaching out to grab it and bring it to his mouth. Gulp! Klein immediately felt his throat burn as his face flushed red. This reminded him of his previous life when he tried insanely spicy food. Suddenly, he was wide awake, and his blocked nose was quickly unclogged. Gulp! He barely finished it, feeling as though he had recovered from his illness. By night, he had completely recovered. He no longer had any doubts about the apothecary's abilities. It's no wonder the potion's name is Apothecary. Klein wore his hat and left the inn with Donna's. Under the night sky, they left Byam and arrived at a secret private harbor hidden on the other side of the forest. Tonight, the Golden Dream would provide aid to the resistance. After some coordination and trouble, Donna's used the Soulfall ritual to contact Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina. After a while, the ship that was always brushed neatly and had a strange main cannon sailed into the private harbor. On the huge canvas were 5 types of gold coins. They were Ruan's gold pound, Fasak's gold horn, Intis's falcon, Fainapotter's gold riso, and Lenberg's sassin gold. This was the Golden Dream's flag, as well as the symbol of this pirate crew. It's still not professional enough. If it were me, I'd add Mason's gold, Seeger's Lottie, Balam Empire's patterned gold coins, etc., etc. Klein stood by the side with his hands in his pockets as he watched Edwina Edwards appear at the bow of the ship. At that moment, she was wearing a hunter's hat, a rider's shirt, and a black coat. She matched the image of a female pirate admiral in the hearts of the resistance. Her usual attire would only make people think that she's a home tutor. Klein mumbled as he took a few steps back, allowing Donis to run around and busy himself. Under the arduous efforts of this pirate with a bounty of 5,500 pounds, a batch of food and cloth was delivered to Colot and the Resistance. The transaction came to an end. Donnes took a deep breath and came to Klein's side. He forced a smile and said, "Is there anything else?" "I can return to the Golden Dream now, right? Also, how are you going to pay me for the next few days?" "That's just an excuse your captain and I came up with. In a certain sense, this batch of food and cloth is my payment." Klein nodded. "Your captain has already paid it. You can return now." "Really?" Donnes found it unbelievable. Although Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina wasn't far behind him, he was still afraid that German Sparrow would suddenly go crazy. Klein didn't respond. He turned around and walked away from the private harbor. Donnes silently exhaled. He held back his excitement and quickly ran back to the Golden Dream. After the ship sailed away into the night, and the private harbor belonging to the Resistance became smaller and smaller, he truly believed that he had returned to the Golden Dream. At this moment, he felt that he had experienced too many things in the past half a month. This unprecedented excitement was like a wonderful dream. At this moment, a sailor came over and asked curiously, "Boss, did you really kill Stilmavady?" Danitz immediately laughed out loud. He stole a glance at Captain Edwina and said to his subordinates, Captain Edwina! I've made an important contribution in this matter. Let's talk while we drink." On the dark sea, the Golden Dream sailed further and further away. After returning to the Wind of Azure Inn, Klein was about to sleep when he suddenly saw the colors around him turn abnormally bright. The white bed sheets turned whiter, and the brown floorboards turned brownish yellow. The dark red curtains were like fresh blood. Isaac Eggers walked out of the rippling void ripples amidst the scene of all sorts of colors overlapping each other. He was still dressed in a shirt, bow tie, tuxedo, and top hat. His skin was bronze, and his facial features were soft. "I'm so envious. I also want the ability to traverse the spirit world." Klein sighed inwardly as he maintained his appearance. He smiled and greeted, "Good evening, Mr. Aztec." Aztec took off his top hat and glanced at the unfamiliar face. He chuckled without finding it odd. "Sorry I came in a hurry. I should have knocked on the door first. What's the deal with that batch of documents related to death?" As Klein invited him to take a seat, he described in detail the matters that he couldn't explain in the letter. Towards the end, he casually mentioned West Harbor, saying that it involved King of Angels Medici and his descendants. Aztec leaned back in his chair and frowned slightly. "I have this name in my memories. He should have the titles of Red Angel and War Angel. However, he has long perished." "He perished a long time ago?" Klein asked in surprise. Aztec nodded and thought hard. "I remember that he was killed by Blood Emperor Alistatudor." "Killed by Blood Emperor Alistatudor?" Klein's pupils constricted as he suddenly recalled the evil spirit that had lingered in the underground ruins of Bakeland for more than 1,000 years. It claimed to be an innocent killed by the Blood Emperor. Please remember this book's domain name, 9 Heavens Divine Emperor Mobile Version. Chapter 596. Could it be that the evil spirit is Red Angel Medici, the king of angels who once served the Creator, one of the founders of Rose Redemption? Klein instantly made such a connection as he went back in time to search for traces and clues. The previous holder of the Red Priest card came to the underground palace due to a certain degree of attraction and died beside the descendants of the Tudor family. The evil spirit I saw in my dream could easily kill a powerful dragon when it was alive. It knows the mutant pathways sequence, 4 puppet potion formula, or even more. It knows the matter of Rose Redemption very well. The Orthodox churches that have existed in this world since the Cataclysm don't know that there are descendants of the Medici family living in the former Binzi and present Bansi, but that evil spirit was able to give them the corresponding hints. It's very likely that it was formed after the death of Red Angel Medici, and a king of angels was actually killed by Blood Emperor Alistatudor. Does this mean that the latter has already exceeded Sequence 1 and reached the level of a Sequence 0, true God? He can no longer be looked at directly. The evil spirit said that in the later stages of the Fourth Epoch, the Solomon Empire's Black Emperor, the Tudor Empire's Blood Emperor, and the Tuluan Sostal Empire's Night Emperor were fighting for the position of Sequence 0 until Alista Tudor went mad. Does this mean that from then on, the Blood Emperor was a half-mad, true god? Right, Mr. Aztec also mentioned in the letter that he lost consciousness after being swept by Blood Emperor Alista Tudor. Back then, he was at least a Sequence 4 demigod. For the Blood Emperor to have such might, it can only be explained by him being at the level of a true god. Mr. Aztec also described the resurrected Black Emperor in the letter, saying that he was sitting on a huge throne, looking down at the entire land. For the Black Emperor to be able to resurrect, there's a high chance that he is a Sequence 0 true god. If that's the case, the War of the Four Emperors is much more high-end than I previously imagined. It's no longer just 3 Sequence, ones vying for the position of Sequence 0. Klein connected the dots and gained a brand new understanding of the history of the Fourth Epoch. But because of this, many questions arose. If that ancient evil spirit is really king of Angels Medici, then that underground palace might very well belong to Blood Emperor Alista Tudor. Then, why are there 2 thrones side by side, and why are there statues of the 6 Orthodox gods? Why would the half-mad Blood Emperor kill Red Angel Medici? After he became Sequence 0, which spot did he occupy? First of all, the Black Emperor can be eliminated. It can't be the Red Priest, right? He killed King of Angels Medici for his Beyonder characteristic, but the Red Priest and the Black Emperor don't seem to be similar pathways that can be interchanged. I'm almost certain that the former is a pair with the Demonist pathway. Captain said that when consuming potions from other pathways, one won't die the first time. There's a high chance that one will go mad and obtain distorted and terrifying powers. This matches the trait of Blood Emperor's half-mad nature. At the final step, he made the craziest choice because he no longer had any hope of becoming a Black Emperor or a similar pathway. At the cost of being half-mad, he switched to a completely unrelated pathway, but there's also a problem. Advancing to Red Priest requires killing King of Angels Medici, but before advancing, Alista Tudor wouldn't be able to complete this matter by himself, unless there are more Sequence 1 Beyonders helping him, or a Sequence 0 true god. With this in mind, the statues in the underground palace suddenly flashed across Klein's mind. The statues of the Evernight goddess with the moon as her pillow, the statue of Earth Mother with a baby in her arms, the statue of the Lord of Storms with lightning on his back, the handsome and vibrant statue of the eternal blazing sun, the statue of the god of combat sitting on a throne, and the hooded statue of the god of knowledge and wisdom cast a cold gaze over from the dark room. At that moment, Klein felt a chill run down his spine. However, he clearly remembered that the 6 deities supported the Tuluan Sostal Empire and not the Tudor dynasty. The more I understand the history of the Fourth Epoch, the more confusing and terrifying it is. Klein sighed. What are you thinking about? Aztec Eggers noticed his pause. Klein casually said, that's right. I'm just thinking that since Red Angel Medici perished at the hands of Blood Emperor Alista Tudor in the Fourth Epoch, who is the god of weather that Bansi Harbor has been worshipping for the past few centuries, what is the source of their abnormality? At this point, Klein came to an abrupt halt. This was because the situation at Bansi Harbor was different from what he had imagined. He originally believed that Red Angel Medici was sleeping there, but he never expected that he had long perished. Since that was the case, the secret hidden in the Green Lemon restaurant and the telegraph office was even more difficult to guess, and there was no way to deduce the source. The more he thought about it, the more terrified he became. Could it be that the evil spirit had already predicted such an outcome by hinting at Binzi Town? Could it be that this was his way of breaking free of the seal? Should I tell Mr. Aztec about this and see what he thinks about it? Yes, I'll first get Miss Magicians, who is in Bakeland, to pay attention to that area and see if there are any abnormalities. If there aren't any, I'll wait for me to return to Bakeland and contact Miss Sharon. After seeking her opinion, I'll inform Mr. Aztec. After all, we're exploring the ruin together, so I have to respect her opinion. If there are any abnormalities, then we can only act according to the situation. Klein quickly made up his mind. When Azek heard his question, he laughed. Don't think about these things anymore. They must have been buried by the Church of the Storm. Forcing yourself to find out the reason will bring great danger. Even if you reach the level of an angel, you may die because of this. In the mysticism world, curiosity is often the main factor that leads to death. Klein thought of the things he had experienced and heard. He changed the topic and said, Mr. Azek, I already have a messenger that belongs to me. Faster than I expected, Aztec said with a smile. Klein then briefly explained how he modified the incantation, how he completed the summoning, and how he encountered the strange spirit world creature. When summoning a spirit world creature, similar things will indeed happen if it's not the corresponding job. You need to try repeatedly to get the desired result, but in the process of repeated attempts, it's easy to encounter danger. Even if you add a description like friendly, it's not absolutely safe. The spirit world creature you summon doesn't have any ill intentions towards you and doesn't want to hurt you, but it doesn't mean that its existence won't harm you. Perhaps its aura alone can make you rot into a puddle of blood. Aztec smiled and gave a few reminders after listening to the examples of haste, weak sense of presence, and endurance. How did you succeed in the end? Klein said a little embarrassedly, That's right. I changed the last sentence to a unique being willing to be my messenger. Aztec was taken aback for a second as he gave Klein an odd look. This description is too broad. It wouldn't succeed under normal circumstances. Perhaps I was extremely lucky back then. Klein carefully described his messenger's appearance. He didn't even hide the fact that she was asking for gold coins. Aztec carefully thought for a moment before saying, I don't have any impression of this spirit world creature. I don't have any impression of this spirit world creature. But since you've already signed a contract with the underworld as a witness, she shouldn't harm you. However, before you completely understand her, try not to order her around other than sending letters. All right. Klein originally wanted to say that apart from delivering letters, there was nothing else he could order her around. But he suddenly recalled the scene of his battle with Mr. A. There was a brief silence in the room as Klein steered the topic back on track. Mr. Aztec, when do we set off for the Black Death? The longer he delayed, the more likely it was that the traces he left on the Black Death would be removed during the daily cleaning. Now, Aztec stood up and put on his top hat. Klein was neatly dressed. Just as he was about to find an excuse to head to the washroom to divine if the operation tonight was dangerous, Aztec grabbed his shoulder and brought him into the spirit world. Amidst the layers of colors and the nearly invisible figures, he heard Mr. Azek say, That's right. Let's begin. So direct? Doesn't he need to confirm the situation? Perhaps the big shot has already used his own methods to weigh the degree of danger. Klein mumbled silently. He picked up his cane and began divining the location of the item he had left behind. The cane flew up on its own as it tumbled and leaped forward. Aztec followed closely behind with Klein, easily traversing the area. It didn't take long before the black hardwood cane came to a stop. In front of them was a thick black and overlapping shadow. Through this abstract scene, Klein vaguely recognized that it might be a symbol of the Black Death. At this moment, Azek's figure came to a halt. He said with a slightly solemn tone, That's right. He said with a slightly heavy tone, The spirit here tells me that there's danger. There's danger? Something that even Mr. Aztec finds dangerous? Vice Admiral Ailment found a helper? The upper echelons of the demonist sect? Klein suddenly frowned. He fully trusted the big shot's judgment. This was because the sequence 7 of the death pathway was spirit medium. After advancing to the demigod level, it was very normal for him to have such a reaction. Aztec half closed his eyes for 2 seconds before opening them. But it's not a big problem. Let's go in. It's not a big problem. For you, it's probably like that. The corners of Klein's mouth twitched as he decided to change his appearance. This way, even if he couldn't beat them, he could flee pathetically without anyone coming after him. In the blink of an eye, Klein had a unique broad chin and cold, dark green eyes. The back of his head was a brown ancient warrior bun. He had disguised himself as the former owner of Creeping Hunger, Vice Admiral Hurricane Zillings. Aztec swept a glance at him as the surroundings suddenly felt like they were plummeting. All sorts of bright colors quickly faded away. In the blink of an eye, Klein found himself back in Ailment Maiden Tracy's captain's cabin. This heroic and beautiful female pirate was wearing another white shirt. There were obvious bandages on her left shoulder, and her black hair was coiled up, no longer hanging down seductively. Faced with the sudden appearance of a visitor, she didn't panic. She even smiled. At this moment, a gentle female voice sounded from an indiscernible location. It sounded like it came from the left and right, from the front and back. "It's you. P.S. There's only one draft, so there won't be an early update tonight. It's still the usual time. Requesting for recommendation tickets on Monday. Please remember this book's original domain name. 9 Heavens, Divine Emperors, mobile version. Chapter 597. It's you." Upon hearing the slightly surprised and puzzled female voice, Klein jumped in fright, imagining that someone had seen through him. He immediately calmed down because he had already changed his appearance. He was the deceased Rear Admiral Hurricane Zillings, and inside Zillings was the crazy adventurer German Sparrow. Inside German Sparrow was the great detective Sherlock Moriarty, and inside Sherlock Moriarty was Klein Moretti. This wasn't the end. Inside Klein Moretti was Mr. Fool, Zhoming Rouet. It doesn't make sense for her to be able to see through my true nature. Furthermore, how would she know a trivial figure like Klein Moretti? Even Rear Admiral Hurricane Zillings wouldn't be able to surprise the helper hired by Ailment Maiden Tracy so much. To be specially hired by a Sequence 5 pirate admiral to protect her and deal with her enemies, she has to be at least a Sequence 4 demigod. So this sentence is directed at Mr. Aztec? That high-level demoness recognized Mr. Aztec, who sabotaged their cooperation with the royal family and in Sanguil and Bakeland. Or is it Mr. Aztec from a particular life in the past? Klein quickly sorted out his thoughts. As he was wary of Tracy and her helper's sudden attack, he used the corner of his eye to observe Mr. Aztec's reaction. He wasn't surprised by the appearance of a mysterious powerhouse. Firstly, it was because Mr. Aztec had already given him a warning. Secondly, he believed that Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy wasn't an egomaniac. After nearly being assassinated, and without knowing the other party's goal or the faction backing her, there was a high chance that she would shrink back and leave the Rorstad archipelago to seek help from the upper echelons of the Demonist sect. The only thing he didn't expect was for the other party's helper to arrive so quickly. It was as though they were nearby or had a mystical item similar to a traveler. Combined with the feminine characteristics and gentleness of the voice, Klein suspected that it was a demigod-level demoness. Aztec stood on the thick carpet and hesitated for 2 seconds. "You know me." His tone was very uncertain. Could it be that he had spent part of his life with a witch? "No, I can't think like that." Klein first let his imagination run wild, and then he seriously repented in his heart. He noticed that Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy had a look of astonishment as well. Her previous confidence and composure had turned into puzzlement. That gentle and beautiful female voice still came from somewhere. "Of course I know you. You should know me too." Aztec listened attentively and shook his head with a wry smile. "I'm sorry. I've lost my past memories again and again, and I'm on my way to find them. If you can remind me and help me awaken more memories, I will be very grateful." Hearing the conversation between the two, Tracy's expression of shock and confusion gradually became solemn. She cautiously swept a glance at Klein, but she frowned when she saw Rear Admiral Hurricane Zillings's face. The gentle female voice let out a long sigh. "It's been more than 1,300 years since we last met. Back then, the primordial demoness and Death worked together to instigate the Pale Calamity in the northern continent. You might have already forgotten that we once fought against the saints and angels of the Church of the Evernight Goddess together. I know about this period of history. It's in Roselle the Great's diary. Mr. Dorr said that the outcome was the primordial demoness being heavily injured. It was only recently that there were signs of her descending again. Death even directly perished, creating the Berserk Sea and separating the northern and southern continents. The Demoness sect and Death's faction had such a collaboration. It's no wonder this demigod-level demoness knows Mr. Aztec. Man, she's also a monster that has lived for at least 1,400 years." Klein thought to himself. He was immediately puzzled again. He originally believed that Mr. Aztec had been glanced at by Blood Emperor Alistitutor in the War of the Four Emperors and suffered heavy injuries, which was why he kept losing his memories and forgetting the past. However, the demigod-level demoness words indicated that not only had Aztec successfully survived the War of the Four Emperors, he had also participated in the Pale disaster years later. There didn't seem to be any problems in between. Aztec closed his eyes as if he was squeezing out his memories. After a few seconds, he hesitantly asked, "Katerina Pell? You're already the Witch of Unaging. I'm glad that you still remember me. Compared to you back then, I could only be considered weak." A figure slowly outlined itself to Vice Admiral Aylman Tracy's side. She was dressed in a simple and holy white robe. The slit on both sides was very high, revealing a pair of flawless legs. Her skin was as white as snow and as tender as a young girl's. The woman had black hair and blue eyes. She was beautiful and had an indescribable charm. She looked at Aztec Eggers and said with a faint smile, "After more than 1,000 years, we're still alive. It's worth celebrating that we're still alive to meet each other after more than 1,000 years. Balam Empire's Mr. Death Consul. Mr. Aztec is the Balam Empire's Death Consul. Is that the name of the potion after the death pathway? This demoness of unaging Katerina Pell looks to be in her 30s. She's dignified, holy, and mature. Wait, why am I thinking of this? Has her pleasure charms already reached such a level?" Klein hurriedly looked away and nearly used cogitation to calm his emotions. Without waiting for Aztec to say a word, demoness of unaging Katerina Pell said with a beautiful voice that sounded like a song, "I'm very puzzled. I'm very confused as to why you keep losing your memories. I remember that this pathway only happens at the undying stage. Every 60 years, you will die and revive and forget the past. However, you have long advanced and escaped this curse. What happened to you at the end of the Pale disaster?" "Ha ha! Back then, the 7 deities were divided and were enemies with each other. We all believed that the primordial one and Death would succeed, but who knew that the proudest son would lower his head? The arrogant tyrant would also lower his head. They quickly joined forces again. If I hadn't coincidentally advanced, I might have perished at the end of that battle of deities. I believe you must have been injured as well, resulting in your current state. The death of Death is the greatest injury to you." Aztec fell silent as his face gradually revealed a pained expression that wasn't too obvious. "I can't recall it." Only at this moment did Klein realize the demoness of unaging Katerina Pell looked somewhat familiar. He felt that she was the white-robed woman who had guided Madame Sharon onto the path of a demoness. Suddenly, Katerina's eyes darted around as she swept a glance at Klein. She chuckled at Aztec. "Then you shouldn't have forgotten the reason for your visit today, right? I'm very curious. Why did he assassinate Tracy? Could it be for justice?" When the demoness of unaging swept her gaze over him, she was subdued, sweet, and mischievous, like a young girl who had yet to mature, and her facial features and bearing miraculously accentuated this feeling. She didn't look out of place, like a mature lady pretending to be young. At that moment, the Katerina Pell that Klein saw was a 16 or 17-year-old girl. She can already perfectly display the charm of every stage of a woman. Furthermore, her skin and facial features are compatible, as expected of a demoness of unaging. Klein was already attempting to use cogitation techniques to resist the indescribable charm. He took the initiative to look at ailment-maiden Tracy. "Do you know the tycoon Jimmy Necker?" Tracy opened her mouth before closing it again. She wore a blank and aggrieved expression. "Who is he? Maybe you don't know him. He once collected a batch of ancient documents related to death. He died at the hands of Rear Admiral Hurricane Zillings," Klein said with Rear Admiral Hurricane Zillings's face. Tracy narrowed her blue eyes. They were misty at first, but then they were filled with anger. "You're here for the documents. As expected, he's in your hands." Klein made his judgment based on the other party's tone. He replied indifferently, "Yes." Tracy took a small breath and said, "Where is Elaine? What did you do to her?" "I know she's alive, and if something happens to her, my spiritual intuition will tell me." Klein didn't try to use a flirtatious tone. "She has returned to Intis. She is about to start a new life." Tracy's expression sank as a storm brewed in her eyes. The aura of a pirate admiral was completely revealed, but Aztec's casual glance at her made her snap to her senses. The corners of her mouth curled up bit by bit. That batch of documents unearthed from the Balam Empire's royal mausoleum did fall into my hands. But I wasn't interested in them. I flipped through 2 pages and handed them over to the church. "Ha! Even if you had successfully assassinated them, you wouldn't have been able to obtain them. I didn't even read them. Even if I were to use spirit channeling, I wouldn't be able to repeat them. Unfortunately, I couldn't bear to part with my life. Otherwise, I would have been able to see your disappointed look. It would definitely have been interesting." Klein said calmly, "No, I won't be disappointed. No, I won't be disappointed. I'll be able to harvest the soul and characteristics of a witch of pain. I'll herd you and drive you." As he spoke, he raised his left palm. On it was creeping hunger in the form of a black glove. Tracy narrowed her eyes as her gaze turned extremely dangerous, like a provoked tiger. If not for the 2 high sequence Beyonders beside her, she might have already attacked. And just as Klein finished his sentence, he sensed that something was amiss. "I'm clearly not acting as German Sparrow, so why am I using his persona and style to speak?" Klein was alarmed, wondering if he had been too engrossed in his character recently. "I have to remember that I can only be myself. I can't be influenced by my character because of prolonged acting. This will cause me to lose myself, and it will cause me to lose control." He quickly did a self-reflection and added the conclusion to his acting guidelines as a faceless. Seeing his brief silence, Aztec looked at demoness of unaging Katerina Pell and said in his usual tone, "Can you give me a copy of that batch of documents?" "That's not a big problem." Katerina turned her head to glance at Tracy. "That's not a big problem." Katerina turned her head to glance at Tracy. "Do you have any requests?" Tracy stared at Klein and said with a slightly hoarse voice, "Tell me where Elaine is." "Tell me where Elaine is." Klein reined in his thoughts and looked back at her. Then he looked at the holy demoness of unaging Katerina. He had already made up his mind, but he still couldn't help but feel a little apprehensive. He turned his head to look at Mr. Aztec and found that the other party had a gentle smile on his face. Mr. Aztec did not rush or force him. Klein retracted his gaze and said succinctly, "I refuse. P.S. Asking for monthly recommendation tickets on Monday." Chapter 598. For an instant, Klein imagined that Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy would directly attack. This was because her face was already flushed red from anger. Her blue eyes were a lot darker, like the surface of the sea before a storm. But in the end, Tracy did not act rashly. She turned her head and looked at Katerina Pell, waiting for the demoness of unaging to make a decision. She knew very well that although there was only a difference of one level between Sequence 5 and Sequence 4, there was a fundamental difference. It was impossible to make up for it with tactics and performance. One of them was a normal human with special traits, while the other had already stepped into the demigod realm. It was a divine creature, a mythical creature. Furthermore, the two present were clearly above Sequence 4. Standing in front of them, Tracy felt like a low sequence beyond her. The demoness of unaging, Katerina Pell, didn't seem angry. She looked at Klein, who was wearing Rear Admiral Hurricane Kalengos' face, and chuckled. What an interesting young man. If it wasn't for Mr. Death Consul being here, I might not have revealed the vicissitudes of my heart and had a chance encounter with you to discuss pure love. No, you don't want to. That sounds terrifying. Klein didn't dare to look her in the eye. All he could do was continue looking at ailment maiden Tracy. Seeing that Aztec Eggers didn't say anything, Katerina retracted her gaze and said to Tracy with her melodious voice, "Suffer in pain. This might be a good thing for you." She then looked at Aztec in a holy and dignified manner. I remember that batch of documents. It recorded the various attempts of the Balam royal family to revive death, but unfortunately they all failed. In the end, they seem to be considering an artificial death. Are you still interested? Artificial death? How could the grim Reaper be man-made? Apart from the uniqueness and beyonder characteristics, how can there be any other solution? It's not like they're growing cabbages. Could the Balam Empire of the past and the current charismatic order have all gone mad? Klein mumbled to himself and did not interrupt the conversation between the demigods. Aztec pondered for 2 seconds before asking again, "What price do I have to pay?" Katerina's smile was very youthful. "No, there's no need. I thought about it carefully. Helping you recover your memories bit by bit and find your past so that you can become that Death Consul again should be a very interesting thing. This can bring more changes and more fun to this world." She sounded like a rebellious girl. The demoness of unaging didn't just age physically, but also mentally. Klein felt that he couldn't grasp the other's train of thought. Perhaps one has to be a Sequence 6, 5, or 4 of the spectator pathway. He subconsciously guessed. Aztec nodded and reached out with his right hand. The papers and pens in the room flew toward him as if they were being served by invisible spirits. He finished writing quickly and threw the paper over. "You can summon my messenger." So there was only one copper whistle. To be able to maintain its effect for more than 1,000 years, that copper whistle was indeed not a simple object. Klein instinctively wanted to reach out and touch the Aztec copper whistle in his pocket, but he resisted the urge. Demoness of unaging Katerina caught the piece of paper and glanced at it before pursing her lips into a smile. "I thought you would directly tell me where the underworld is." She looked up, her blue eyes filled with an indescribable gentleness as she smiled faintly. "I still remember how powerful and cold Mr. Death Consul was back then. He left a deep impression on me. I'm very curious. Why is your heart so soft now?" Aztec clenched his fist to his mouth and shook his head with a bitter smile. "I'm undying, not unaging. Once a person ages, they will always become gentle." "No." Katerina's eyes were deep as she said, without hiding anything, "I'm looking forward to the day you fully recover your memories. I want to see how you will evaluate yourself when that happens." Upon saying that, the corners of her mouth curled up as she blinked at Klein. "Perhaps we're releasing an existence that's even more evil and terrifying than a devil. She's trying to sow discord, right?" Klein muttered inwardly. However, he couldn't help but recall the pale disaster that was recorded in history books and the various churches' books. It resulted in the deaths of large numbers of creatures, turning the northern continent into a living hell. And the main culprits of this disaster were death and the primordial demoness. It was the southern continent's Death Consul and the demoness sect. Among them, Mr. Aztec, who was known as Death Consul. definitely played a rather important role. Aztec fell silent for a few seconds before grabbing Klein's shoulder and entering the spirit world with him. In the Black Death's captain's cabin, only Demoness of Unaging, Katerina Pell, and Vice Admiral Aylmond Tracy were left. The latter looked at the spot where the two had disappeared and calmed down for a while before gritting her teeth. "I won't forget this." Katerina regained her holy demeanor and smiled. "It's painful. The more painful it is, the more you will realize how weak you are. When the pain reaches an extreme, the desire to change yourself will be strong enough to help you withstand the potion and obtain godhood in the ritual to become a demigod." When Vice Admiral Aylmond Tracy heard that, she suddenly recalled something. Her expression froze as she blurted out a question. Elaine was able to escape the Black Death because Katerina smiled faintly. "You're my youngest child, but you're the one with the highest chance of becoming a demigod. As a mother, I naturally have to help you." Tracy's facial muscles twitched as she said, "That's right. I have you as a mother, and another mother. Why didn't you tell me the truth back then? You clearly grasped several low and mid-sequence pathways." Katerina turned around, her white robe fluttering as she said in an ethereal tone, "We all have to approach the primordial. We are all her children." As she spoke, the gigantic sailboat that was dozens of meters long surged with turbulent but silent black flames. They covered every corner and burned silently, but they didn't harm the pirates on the Black Death. It was as though they were cleaning up the accumulated dust. The layers of colors retreated as the indescribable, transparent figure left. Klein's spirituality suddenly stirred as he felt that all the items he had left on the Black Death had vanished, as expected of the Demoness of Unaging. Klein sighed. Just as he was about to say something, he plummeted once again as he left the spirit world with Aztec. They were in a valley that spread out along a river. There were fertile fields, manors, and small towns that were very characteristic of Rouen. Klein looked around and realized that he was standing in a dark cemetery that had been abandoned for a long time. "Mr. Aztec!" he shouted in puzzlement. Aztec walked in front of a grave covered in weeds with a broken stone tablet. He said in a deep voice, after meeting Katerina Pellet, I recalled something. "I once told you that in one of my dreams, in one of my lives, there was a daughter. She had soft black hair, and she liked to sit on the swing that I built myself and ask for sweets for me. When I was traversing the spirit world just now, I suddenly sensed a summoning from my bloodline." Klein was infected by his emotions as he calmly asked, "This is her! This is her!" Aztec nodded and squatted down to caress the half-tombstone. His bronze-colored side profile was filled with gentleness, sadness, and confusion. "This is her grave. If I remember correctly, she has been dead for 926 years. 926 years." Klein wanted to say something, but he was cut off by the long passage of time. If it wasn't for the various churches forcing the dead to be buried in cemeteries and having a certain level of supervision, as well as the lack of all-out war since the Fifth Epoch, this grave and tombstone would have long been nowhere to be found. A person's life was only a few decades, and this was 926 years. The abandoned cemetery was silent for a while. Aztec stood up again and grabbed Klein's shoulder. "I'll send you back first." After traversing the spirit world for a few minutes, Klein saw the white bed sheets and the brownish-yellow floor once again. Aztec pressed down on his top hat and said solemnly, "I'll continue my journey, and you'll continue your adventure." Klein nodded and was just about to say something when he saw the corners of Mr. Aztec's mouth curl up. As he smiled. Without waiting for Klein to answer, Aztec sighed and said, "Were you worried that I would become an evil person like the Demoness after regaining my memories?" Without waiting for Klein to answer, Aztec sighed and said, "I'm very worried too. However, I want to find myself more." With that said, The void around him rippled like water as his figure disappeared from the room. Klein stood rooted to the ground and remained silent for a long time. He shook his head and laughed silently as though he was consoling himself. Perhaps when the time comes, I'll already be a powerhouse at the level of an angel. I can establish a mental hospital for antisocial personalities. With Miss Justice as the attending physician, reigning in his thoughts, Klein sat down and habitually recalled and reviewed the operation. I originally thought that I could graze a demoness of affliction and obtain further clues to death's documents and the missing persons case. Who knew that the development and outcome were not within my expectations? I can only complete the initial goal. Sigh, it's impossible for me to instigate Mr. Aztec to take action. After all, he hasn't fully recovered, and he's facing an undying demoness. It's more important to be strong myself. Instead of relying on others, it's better to rely on myself. On careful thought, I'm indeed relying on myself most of the time. I can start with the missing persons case from the buyer, that crazy Captain Connors Victor. Klein changed his sitting posture and nodded to himself as he muttered inwardly. The biggest gain this time is that I've established the principles of acting as a faceless. I'm able to blend in and extricate myself, and I've defeated my psychological barriers. I've also become wary of the problem of being addicted to the character. This way, a potion that would take a year or two to be digested through simple, normal acting might be completely absorbed in another 3 to 4 months, or even half a year. After reflecting on himself, Klein planned on taking a nap. At daybreak, he would take the radio transceiver down from above the gray fog and communicate with the Rhodes. Of course, the premise was that he needed to divine the level of danger above the gray fog. P.S. Requesting for monthly and recommendation votes. Chapter 599. Early in the morning, above the gray fog, Klein conjured a pen and paper and deliberated as he wrote the divination statement. It's dangerous to use a transceiver. After carefully examining it twice, he removed the spirit pendulum from his left wrist and began his divination. During this process, he was on high alert, but he was also a little afraid. He was like a child lighting firecrackers while covering his ears. If it did involve the true creator or the primordial demoness, the divination itself would also be in danger. If it were anyone else, it would just be another way of losing control or dying. However, Klein had the gray fog to isolate him, so he wouldn't be in such a tragic state. Detonating it here was clearly better than courting death in the real world. He was worried that if he repeated this a few times, the evil gods would lock onto his location and personally visit him. He quickly entered cogitation and recited the divination statement. After repeating it 7 times in a row, he didn't need to open his eyes to know what the result was. This was because he was still sitting there, not suffering extreme pain. When he looked at the topaz pendant, he found that it was indeed moving counterclockwise. Phew! Klein heaved a sigh of relief and immediately returned to the world. He busied himself with preparing the ritual and bringing the radio transceiver out of the mysterious space above the gray fog. After waiting for about half an hour, he finally heard the clacking sound of the radio transceiver. A piece of illusory white paper was spat out with lines of Rouen on it. I'm here. Great Master, is that you? Why does it feel like I'm looking around? Klein suddenly thought of an emoticon he had seen in his previous life. It was a cute alpaca looking forward. He took 2 steps forward and hummed in a reserved manner. Tap, tap, tap. The illusory white paper immediately spat out more. Your humble and loyal servant, a Rhodes, awaits your service. Klein hid the uneasiness in his heart and asked, A Rhodes, tell me, where's the life school of thought's Roy King? Based on the chubby apothecary's description, he knew that their organization developed in the form of a master-disciple legacy. He also deduced that they grasped the monster and apothecary beyonder pathways. This matched the characteristics of the life school of thought. At the same time, Klein also prepared Roy King's photos in the way that it was better to rely on himself than on others. The tapping sounds intensified as a Rhodes used the radio transceiver to draw a portrait. It was none other than Roy King, whose hair was neatly combed back and wearing a pair of glasses. "Is that him?" A line of Rouen words followed. Klein nodded. "Yes." The magic mirror, a Rhodes, made the radio transceiver's clicking sound abnormally light. "Great Master, the person you're looking for is locked up in the governor's mansion in Byam, the city of generosity." Locked up in the governor's mansion? Klein frowned slightly, but he wasn't in a hurry to ask further. He said confidently and frankly, "That's right." "All right, according to your rules. It's your turn to ask questions." Ta. A Rhodes used the radio transceiver to print a smiley face and a line of words. "I've already asked, and you've answered." "When?" Klein was first taken aback before he looked at the illusory piece of paper and saw the previous question. "Is it him?" "That works too. That counts." At that moment, Klein completely understood how free a Rhodes's rules were. Against ordinary people, it was as strict as it could be. It was as vile as it could be, to the point of having onlookers. But here, it was just a casual, perfunctory act. It was blatantly going easy on a Rhodes. How did this fellow develop such a personality? Klein considered for 2 seconds before asking another question. "A Rhodes. Do you know of the book Roselle's Travels?" A Rhodes fell silent for 2 seconds before making the radio transceiver produce stiff tapping sounds, spitting out more illusory pieces of paper. "Great Master, this question of yours is too considerate of me. I only need to answer I know to resolve it. I'll help you modify it slightly, changing it to you know of matters related to Roselle's travels. It's a very magical book. Many of its previous owners have gone missing. I'm unable to see who its creator is, but it's clear that it first appeared among the dragons after the disappearance of the City of Miracles, Liveseed. It appeared after the disappearance of the City of Miracles, Liveseed, which was conjured by the dragon of imagination, Anquelt. Perhaps I can promote it to Miss Justice. She might be interested. And if she really buys it, I can study it in advance above the gray fog as a middleman. If any problems arise from my research and the book is completely damaged, I can tell her that the seller has gone back on his word and can only refund her. With this in mind, there's really a future in being a platform. Klein's thoughts raced as he said to the radio transceiver, "It's your turn. It's your turn." A Rhodes didn't stop as it tapped out lines of Rouen. "Great Master, I've already asked and you have answered." "Great Master, I've already asked and you've answered." When did this happen? Klein was amused and confused as he browsed through the illusory white paper. Finally, he found the so-called question at the very beginning. "Great Master, is that you? I have to say that this magic mirror named a Rhodes really doesn't have any integrity when it comes to currying favor with me. However, the way it answers questions in pairs really satisfies people with obsessive-compulsive disorder. It's just like and in the programming languages I learned by myself in the past." Klein cleared his throat and continued asking, "Why is Roy King locked up in the governor's mansion?" The radio transceiver spat out illusory white paper. "Ever since the disappearance of the life school of Thought Snake of Mercury, there has been internal strife and they have encountered quite a number of dangers. Some have even died at the hands of Rose School. The life school of thought develops secretly in the form of a master-disciple inheritance, but there's a council of elders in the upper echelons that coordinates the competition between the different factions. Since the 5th epoch, the name of this council of elders has gradually become fashionable. It's now called the Fate Council. There are a total of 7 counselors, and that Snake of Mercury is the chairman. Roy King's teacher is one of the Fate counselors. Something happened to him after the disappearance of the Snake of Mercury, and before that, he had handed an important sealed artifact of the life school of thought to Roy King. This is the reason why Roy King was secretly captured by the Rouen military. The disappearance of the Snake of Mercury? Klein immediately thought of Septin, who was hiding in Bakeland, as well as the other Snake of Mercury that had been pursuing him but had never appeared. The the suspected angel of fate, Ouroboros. The life school of thought's snake of Mercury definitely isn't the one that's searching for Will Septon. This is because he has enough time to contact the organization, so he wouldn't end up in a missing state. Perhaps it's Will Septon, or perhaps it's a third one. There's no way to tell. Klein nodded slightly and said to the radio transceiver, "Go ahead and ask." This time, I can confirm that there aren't any more questions ahead. Let's see what you'll ask. I have to say that humans are a little despicable. Others are afraid of a Rhodes asking questions. But after it helped me deflect it twice, I actually wish for it to officially ask a question. Klein waited with interest. Tap, tap, tap. The radio transceiver's voice suddenly turned heavy as it spat out the illusory white paper with difficulty. "This great master, how can I better be your loyal and humble servant? I underestimated your limits." Klein restrained his expression of being at a loss whether to laugh or cry as he replied in a deep voice, "Just maintain it as it is now. All right." The tapping sounds became lively again. "The aura is about to dissipate. Your loyal and humble Rhodes awaits to serve you again." Towards the end, Rhodes even added a simple drawing of a hand waving. "It sure is talented." That's right. It knows so many magic mirrors, so it's difficult not to understand all of this. Klein watched as the radio transceiver fell silent. He paced a few steps, sat on the edge of the bed, and considered Roy King's matter. He had no intention of infiltrating the Byam Governor General's office and rescuing Roy King from the military's tight watch. This was because he didn't know him at all. He hadn't even seen him in person. His only connection was the chubby apothecary. There must be quite a number of Beyonders imprisoned underground in the Church of the Storm. But what has that got to do with me? Klein chuckled and shook his head. The information revealed by Rhodes made him realize something. Admiral of Blood Seigneur's mystical item that made him sufficiently lucky might have come from the life school of thought. Backing this pirate admiral was likely the Rose School. They had taken advantage of the Snake of Mercury's disappearance to kill many members of the life school of thought. This also reminds me that I have to be more careful when dealing with pirate admirals. Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy got Demoness of Unaging Katerina Pell out of a disagreement. The other pirate admirals won't lack supporters either. They often represent a faction or an organization. Behind Admiral of Blood is the Rose School. Behind Admiral of Stars is the Moses Ascetic Order, as well as us Tarot. Behind Admiral Hell is likely the Charismatic Order and the King of the Five Seas. Behind Vice Admiral Iceberg is the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. Vice Admiral Deep Sea and Vice Admiral Twilight are temporarily unknown. But to be able to reign supreme at sea for so many years, they definitely didn't rely on themselves. Come to think of it, back then, which faction was backing Vice Admiral Hurricane Zillings? The one that gave him creeping hunger, or the unspeakable one that drove him to assassinate the Duke of Negan? Yes, when I hunt pirate admirals in the future, I can't leak any information. Furthermore, I'll only make one attempt. If I fail, I'll immediately leave. As Klein's thoughts raced, he suddenly recalled something. The paper crane that Snake of Mercury will accept in had personally folded was still in his hands. Chapter 600. The matter regarding the paper crane was still fresh in Klein's mind. This was because back then, the Snake of Fate will accept in had used that item to locate Dr. Allen's astral projection. While he was roaming the spirit world in his dreams, it would instill information into him, forming a revelation that would eventually evolve into a specific dream. Later, Klein had used the paper crane he had folded to replace Will Septon's and did a divination above the gray fog, but he failed to obtain an effective conclusion. This continued until Dr. Allen's wife became pregnant. Through his calculations of time and his vague understanding of sequence 1 to sequence 0, he guessed that it was Will Septon who had swallowed his tail and was rebooted. He guessed that he was engaged in an intense battle with another Snake of Fate for the position of sequence 0, and that the corresponding nightmare brought about by the paper crane was just a bonus. Its true purpose was to help Will Ossepton secretly become a baby. The funniest thing about this matter was that the paper crane Klein folded had been mistaken for Will Ossepton's original by the Nighthawks of Bakeland. They had used an even cruder method to forge one and replace it. Will Ossepton's one has always been left above the gray fog, and I nearly forgot. Using it for divination will only give me a very vague revelation. If there weren't any other encounters, it would be very difficult to infer that the child Dr. Allen's wife is pregnant with is Will Ossepton. But in turn, Will Ossepton can use it to determine the location of the spirit world, just like how the magic mirror, Rhodes, relies on the gray fog's aura to connect to the radio transceiver from the spirit world. There seems to be a possibility. Klein suddenly sat up straight as he came up with an extremely creative idea. He wanted to use the paper crane to communicate with Will Ossepton in his dream. This might not be of much use to me now, and there might even be some hidden dangers. But if Will Ossepton really is the snake of fate from the life school of thought, I'll definitely be able to gain a favorable impression by providing him with the corresponding information towards an existence at the level of a king of angels. It's necessary to invest in advance. When he's truly born, he might receive returns that are dozens of times greater. After all, it's not like I'll die trying. Even if I die, I can still be resurrected. Klein had this in mind, but he was actually very cautious. He planned on heading above the gray fog to divine the level of danger before deciding if he should put it into practice. After some work, he determined that the danger level of the matter was acceptable. So he used a ritual to bring the paper crane back to the real world from above the gray fog. Perhaps it was because it was a sequence, one snake of fate, but the paper crane didn't show any unique traits after staying above the gray fog for too long. It remained ordinary and ordinary. I hope the aura above the gray fog didn't neutralize its uniqueness. Otherwise, Will Ossepton won't be able to locate it. The sequence before the snake of fate is prophet. Could what I'm about to do be within Will Ossepton's expectations? The reason why he chose Dr. Allen as his father is because Dr. Allen is my friend, allowing him to establish a connection with me? Isn't that too narcissistic? However, there's a problem that's worth suspecting. After Will Ossepton used the paper crane to locate Dr. Allen, he could have just reincarnated. Why did he make him have nightmares? Furthermore, that dream also revealed the battle between the snakes of fate. To an ordinary person, they wouldn't understand it, nor would they be able to play any role in this matter. Isn't this like using his gaze to seduce a blind person? Will Ossepton created the dream for me to see. Klein frowned slightly as he had a guess. He suppressed his puzzlement, picked up a fountain pen, and filled it with ink. He considered leaving a message on the paper crane to garner the attention of the snake of fate, Will Ossepton. What should I write? Klein considered Rhodes's description of the life school of thought's encounter and felt that there was a sentence that could encompass everything. It was also very clear and contained rich emotions. That sentence was, "Your house blew up." This sentence is too vulgar and direct. It's not polite enough. Besides, Will Ossepton might not be the chairman of the life school of thought. Klein deliberated for a moment before unfurling the paper crane. He wrote different words on each surface, forming a very short sentence. Roy King was captured. After doing all of this, Klein put down the fountain pen and stuffed the paper crane into his wallet, just like what Dr. Allen had done back then. At the edge of the Rørsted Sea, on a huge fog-covered island that was off the main sea route, with a shrill cry, a blue bird of prey that was as fast as a shadow fell from the sky and slammed heavily onto the ground, splattering mud and blood. Alger Wilson didn't let his guard down. Standing a distance away, he raised his left hand and aimed the black iron-colored ring on his thumb at the terrifying beyonder creature that was the blue shadow falcon. At the tip of the ring was a spike-like protrusion. It was stained with old bloodstains, making it look ancient and sinister. This was a mystical item he had bought from the artisan, using Steel Mavadi's bounty. It was announced to the public that it was £5,200, but in fact he had only spent 3,100 pounds on it. The ring's name was Whip of Mind. It could cause uncontrollable mental damage to an enemy. Apart from that, it only strengthened Alger's grasp of various weapons. So it wasn't that expensive. Back then, the artisan and his friends had two mystical items. One was the Whip of Mind, and the other was the Ring of Witchcraft. The latter had many abilities and was highly adaptable. Furthermore, it was about the same price as the former, making it a better choice. However, after serious consideration, Alger still chose the Whip of Mind. He believed that without this item, hunting the blue shadow falcon would be several times more difficult. This was because it was a beyonder creature that could fly. Reality had proven his judgment. For this, Alger was willing to suffer the constant headache of banging his head against a wall. After waiting for a few minutes, he saw the blue shadow falcon's body float as 6 crystalline feathers condensed on its wings. Only then did Alger heave a sigh of relief and walk over. There was a linen strip tied to his forehead, and there was a blood-red gem embedded in it. It emitted a glow that resembled moonlight. This was the vampire baron's inheritance that should have belonged to Emlyn White, but Alger wasn't in a hurry to complete the transaction after obtaining it. Instead, he used the trait of being able to make use of it to add insurance to his hunt for the blue shadow falcon. At times, being a middleman isn't a bad idea. As Alger put away the 6 crystalline feathers, he sighed silently. He straightened his body and looked at the towering mountain in the middle of the primitive island and the dense forest around it. He sensed that there were many indescribable dangers hidden there. My current strength isn't enough to explore this place. Alger retracted his gaze and walked to the edge of the island, constantly paying attention to the surroundings to see if there were any other hunters. Soon he jumped into the sea, and with his seafarer powers he easily swam into the distance. His ghost ship was anchored there, and his sailors were still sleeping under the effects of the sanguine's anesthetic gas. To reach this primitive island, the ship had to deviate from the main sea route. With sea monsters lurking and storms surrounding it, it would take at least 6 hours to sail. There was the danger of sinking at any moment. Only a seafarer who was familiar with the route would be able to sail the ship nearby. Late at night, Klein, who had rested for an entire day, put down the newspaper and crawled into bed. Just as he was about to fall asleep, he suddenly thought of a problem. Doniz has returned to the Golden Dream. Wouldn't it be a waste for me to stay in such a huge suite by myself? Klein nodded indiscernibly and decided to check out at dawn and change hotels. After making up his mind, he quickly fell asleep and suddenly woke up in a daze. He knew that a force had invaded his dream. To be able to detect the invasion of a snake of fate, I'm very powerful. No, the gray fog is very powerful. Klein looked around and realized that he was in a pitch-black, desolate plain. Not far away was a black steeple. This was the scene he had once seen in Dr. Allen's dream. But at this moment, the steeple no longer had the mysterious silver-white snake. Klein nodded in thought and sped up his pace. He entered the pitch-black steeple. It was still ancient and decaying, and the layout was chaotic. The stairs sometimes spiraled upwards, and sometimes descended diagonally. Some of the rooms were normal, some were upside down, and some were embedded in other parts of the building. After passing through the doors and walls, Klein once again arrived deep inside the Black Tower. There were tarot cards scattered everywhere, clustered around the slightly protruding ground in the middle. There was a line of words in silver and a portrait. The portrait belonged to the chubby apothecary, and the silver words formed a sentence. In form, Darkwill. The chubby apothecary's name is Darkwill. Williseptin is really the snake of fate from the life school of thought, and I can indeed use the paper crane to communicate with him in a dream. Klein waited for a while, and seeing that there were no other revelations, he left the dream and went back to sleep. After daybreak, Klein, who learned that there wasn't an additional fee for checking out at noon, wore his top hat, took a carriage, and arrived in front of the Red Theater. This famous brothel was in its most deserted state. It was so quiet that it resembled a haunted house. Klein took a glance and walked diagonally across the alley, arriving outside Darkwell's folk herb shop. He suddenly sensed something as he looked up at the roof and saw a chubby owl standing there, staring intently at him. The chubby apothecary was apparently attempting to tame a beyonder animal. Klein retracted his gaze in thought and knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. After waiting for a while, he saw the chubby apothecary Darkwell open the door with sleepy eyes. "You aren't sick," Darkwell said after observing him for a moment. Klein maintained the cold expression of a German sparrow as he politely curled the corners of his mouth. "Good morning, Mr. Apothecary. I found your teacher." "Really?" Darkwell asked in disbelief. "You just accepted the commission the day before yesterday. Genius 1, second, remember site address, mobile URL. Chapter 601. Does the fact that I accepted the mission the day before yesterday have anything to do with when I find the person? If I hadn't spent a day waiting for Snake of Fate will a Septon to locate me, I could have done it 24 hours earlier. That's what professionalism is." Klein replied calmly. "You can choose not to listen." Darkwell choked on his subsequent words as his facial muscles twitched. The chubby apothecary Darkwell choked back his subsequent words as his facial muscles twitched. Klein recounted the story. Klein went straight to the point. "I received news that Roy King was secretly captured by the military and is currently being held in the governor's office." "Really?" Darkwell couldn't help but widen his eyes as he blurted out a question. "Really?" Darkwell couldn't help but widen his eyes as he blurted out a question. Klein nodded indiscernibly. "My source is sufficiently reliable, but I have no way of confirming it," Darkwell said hesitantly. "It's because it involves an important sealed artifact of the life school of thought," Klein said directly. The chubby apothecary was immediately given a fright as he took 2 steps back and looked around warily, afraid that someone would hear what he had just said. Is such a matter something that can be casually said on the streets? He knows that we're from the life school of thought. He knows that Old Man is involved in an important sealed artifact. I only learned of it during the last contact. Darkwell gradually believed the information provided by the adventurer in front of him. Klein swept a glance at the owl that had flown down from the roof and landed on the chubby apothecary's shoulder. "You can pay me now." "I have no way of confirming it. It's not like I'll believe whatever you say, right?" Darkwell said stubbornly. Then he saw the adventurer's eyes turn abnormally cold. The chubby apothecary shuddered as he hurriedly mumbled, I'll barely consider you to have completed the mission." His heart ached as he took out a large amount of cash from a hidden pocket in his village, which Dr. Robe. He counted out £100 and handed it to Klein. Although he was a beyonder, his profession was an apothecary and beast tamer. The enhancement to his physique couldn't be fully reflected in a head-on battle, so he might not necessarily be able to defeat an ordinary person with a revolver. As for the beyonder pet he had tamed, it was also a fellow that didn't have much combat strength. His opponent was obviously an experienced adventurer with many channels, so there was a high chance that he was also a beyonder. The man and the owl together might not be his match, so they could only go with whatever the other party said. "It wasn't easy for me to save up the money." He sighed in his heart. Being a pharmacist was indeed very profitable, and it was even more so in the overseas colonies. There were many pirates, sailors, and adventurers there, and the official organization's management was relatively lax. He could sell some illegal drugs without worrying about anyone coming after him. Just the customers at the Red Theater alone had earned him more money in the past 2 months than he had earned in a year. However, as a beyonder, his expenses were also immense. He had expended a large portion of his savings from before advancing to beast tamer. Later, he reared a pet, worked hard to buy the formula and concoct the potion for it, as well as bought defensive charms and other items. The amount of money he could really save was only a few £100s. Klein received the cash and used points to verify its authenticity before putting it into his pocket and leaving. Upon seeing his back disappear into the alley, Darkwell's expression instantly sank. It's too dangerous here. Too dangerous. I have to leave as soon as possible. As he muttered softly, he returned to the herb shop and entered the inner room. He dragged out a brown suitcase and quickly stuffed all sorts of clothes and neatly folded cash into it. Finally, he poured out the small bills and copper pennies of different currency values from the change box and stuffed them into his pocket. He took out the identification documents he had bought at a high price and carried the brown suitcase out of the folk herb shop. Looking back at the various medicinal ingredients that had yet to be sold, Darkwill's chubby face clearly twitched. He took a deep breath and locked the door while enduring his heartache. He ran straight to the alley, hailed a rental carriage, and headed for the Byam passenger liner ticketing company. It's too dangerous. It's too dangerous. Even Old Man has been captured. Captured. He sat in the carriage, repeatedly muttering to himself as he trembled. In such a state, he finally arrived at the ticketing company. The moment he paid the fare, he rushed into the lobby and lined up for the East Balham liner's window. Inhale, exhale. Inhale, exhale. Darkwill took deep breaths as he followed closely behind the ticket buyers in front of him, moving step by step. I'm buying the nearest ship, he emphasized to himself, as he proceeded forward in fits and starts. Darkwill gradually calmed down. His expression suddenly warped before quickly calming down. It warped again before calming down again. When there was only one ticket buyer left in front of him, Darkwill's footsteps froze in place. Dumbass! You dumbass! He cursed and turned around abruptly. He carried his suitcase and identification documents as he walked out of the ticketing lobby. Klein wasn't concerned about how Darkwill would save his teacher, Roy King. He believed that it wasn't something he needed to consider. Behind them is the Life School of Thought. Even if it has recently split, it's still an ancient organization with centuries to 1,000 years of history. It was born in the early 5th epoch and has a deep heritage. The chubby apothecary will naturally be able to find help. If the Life School of Thought can't do it, it's useless even if I bring out the entire tarot. There's no need to worry. The military has a demigod in Byam. Of course, he might not be in the Governor General's office. Perhaps he lives in a military base. Inside the carriage, Klein took out his wallet and looked at the paper crane inside. He considered if he should immediately throw it back above the gray fog. I'll wait a little longer. Who knows if this snake of fate, Will Septon, will give me some benefits. I'll remember to prepare a pencil next time. I previously neglected this problem. How big can a paper crane be? If I use a pen, I'll soon run out of space to write the information. Then, I won't be able to contact Will Septon and can only passively wait. And it's impossible for me to keep this paper crane on me. In a few days, I'll have to return it to the junk pile above the gray fog. After all, I can't always let Will Septon locate me. I have to be careful. Klein quickly made a decision and returned to the Wind of Azure. He packed his luggage and checked out of the luxury suite. To his relief, Donis had paid for a room in advance the second time he came. He only paid 5 soldi. Soon, Klein changed streets and arrived at Odom Street, which was near the Amiris Leaf Bar. He checked into a hotel named Tina and asked for a clean but ordinary room. It only cost 2 soldi and 2 pence a day, and there was an additional cup of juice squeezed from a giant fruit, like Tina. As he drank the milky sweet juice, Klein didn't need to care about his image. He slumped into the reclining chair in the room and decided to spend the next 2 hours in a daze and catching up on sleep. After that, he would head above the gray fog to browse through the prayers of his believers and experience the feeling of having 1,000 faces. Bakeland, white family. Emlyn looked at the blood-red gem that had appeared on the altar, as though he could hear his blood resonating with it. After thanking Mr. Fool, he picked up the gem and sensed the uniqueness flowing within it, confirming that it was the relic of a sanguine baron. As long as I prepare the corresponding inheritance ritual or supplementary potion ingredients, I'll be able to become a baron. And this isn't difficult at the present stage, Emlyn thought with anticipation and smugness. Emlyn thought with anticipation and smugness. According to the human system, I'll be a sequence 6 Beyonder when the time comes. The corresponding title is Potions Professor. In the blink of an eye, it was Monday again. Above the fog sea, a fleet was traversing through the thin fog and the blue sea. Their flagship was a gigantic sailboat with a unique flag hanging on it. It depicted an eye without eyelashes surrounded by 10 stars. Admiral of Stars Catlia stood by the window of the captain's cabin, silently watching the sunlight that shone through the thin fog until the clock on the wall produced the sound of a cuckoo. She glanced at the time and quickly converted it to Rouen time. Then, she drew the curtains and sat behind the desk. On the table made of redwood was a brass sextant and a light blue celestial globe. The latter surface had large patches of blankness. It was a region that hadn't been explored or couldn't be explored. Catlia reached out her finger and fiddled with the celestial globe. Then, she half closed her eyes and waited for the fool to summon her. Before long, a surging tide of crimson light appeared in front of her, completely drowning the prepared her. After she adapted to the changes, the holy palace supported by stone pillars and the mottled, ancient bronze table appeared in her vision. Amidst Miss Justice's lively greeting, Catlia also greeted Mr. Fool, who was still shrouded in the grayish-white fog. With a simple sweep of her gaze, her slightly purplish-black eyes suddenly constricted. She discovered that the hanging man, the moon, and sun all had slight signs of spirituality seeping out. It was completely different from the last time. This meant that they had advanced. This meant that their advancements had taken place in the past few days. In just a week, all 3 members of the tarot have advanced. The hanging man and the moon might even have reached sequence 6. Is this a coincidence? Did they happen to consume the potion in the same week? In terms of probability, this is possible. The ingredients that the moon and sun requested to purchase can prove it. However, this is also enough to prove that the tarot members advance very quickly. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so coincidental. Of course, it's not strange for Beyonders below sequence 5, who have grasped the acting method and don't lack resources to advance quickly. From sequence 6 to sequence 5, there needs to be a ritual to aid in digestion. It's very difficult for something like this to happen again. The hermit Catlia retracted her gaze. Following that, Audrey apologized to Mr. Fool. She said that she hadn't been able to contact the members of the psychological alchemy recently, so she was unable to provide Roselle's diary. Similarly, Magician's Furs said that her teacher had been slow in replying to her letters recently, and the cold weather made her unwilling to go out. As for Sun, he had many things to deal with because he had just advanced, so he wasn't able to obtain any new information on the ancient mythology. The fool Klein could only nod calmly. Upon seeing this, Derek heaved a sigh of relief and turned to look at the bottom of the long bronze table. Mr. World, I've obtained the method you wanted to separate the mental corruption of a rampager from a Beyonder characteristic. Don't say it so directly. The fool Klein, who was sitting at the end of the long bronze table, nearly had a blank expression. Although Little Sun had previously promised to let Miss Justice and Mr. the Hanging Man know of this matter, didn't Mom Hermit just join? Klein resisted the urge to face-bomb. P.S. I recommend a good book to everyone. The meticulously written, so I'm not an ordinary person. It's rather interesting. Genius. Remember this site's address in a second. Mobile version. Chapter 602. The method to separate the mental corruption of a rampager from a Beyonder characteristic. Catlia glanced at the world and guessed that he might be holding 1 or 2 Beyonder characteristics left behind by a rampager. Furthermore, one of them was likely related to the world's advancement or the advancement of someone close to him. This was a very easy inference. This was because if a Beyonder characteristic wasn't used as the main ingredient of a potion, the remaining mental corruption of a rampager wouldn't be a key problem. At most, the mystical item produced would have extremely powerful negative effects, equivalent to a sealed artifact. However, it wasn't as if it couldn't be used. After adjusting his emotions, Klein controlled the world to hoarsely reply, "Write it on a piece of paper and pass it to me. Write it on a piece of paper and pass it to me." At this point, Klein wanted to encourage Little Sun and praise him for being a man of his word. But considering how the world had a gloomy and introverted image, one that wouldn't speak nonsense without an additional goal, he was momentarily hesitant. No, there's an additional goal as well. By letting Little Sun maintain his principles, many things will be much easier in the future. To put it simply, it'll be easier to fleece him. Of course, for this, I'll have to suffer the damage brought about by his honesty. In the eyes of Miss Justice and Mr. the Hanging Man, the world is an experienced and shrewd beyonder. He shouldn't have paid attention to such problems. As his thoughts raced, Klein made the world let out a deep laugh. "You really are a man of your word. Your character is admirable." The Hanging Man pricked up his brows and took the initiative to say to Sun, "I'm also very interested in such knowledge. I'm also very interested in this knowledge. What can I use to exchange for it?" He planned on making a deal if the price wasn't high. If the price exceeded his expectations, he would give up. After all, he had no use for it at the moment. Having just been praised, Derek, who was immersed in joy, thought for 2 seconds and said with abnormal sincerity, "Mr. the Hanging Man, there's no need. Mr. the Hanging Man, there's no need. You've always given me advice and helped me face difficulties. Treat this as my thanks." If the world was a real person and was drinking water, he definitely would have spat out all the liquid in his mouth. Thankfully, he wasn't drinking water. He wasn't a real person either. The fool Klein used all his beyonder powers as a clown to barely suppress the change in his expression. The Hanging Man was momentarily at a loss for words. Sun's answer was completely out of his expectations. He had drifted on the sea for so many years and had experienced many things. His way of thinking had long since changed from black and white to gray. But at this moment he felt an inexplicable sense of shame. "Your character is really admirable." Alger quickly returned to his normal state and praised Little Sunday. "Don't copy me. Can't you say something else?" The world swept a glance at the Hanging Man, while the fool sighed inwardly. All wily old foxes are the same. Dumb donkey. No, dumber than a donkey. A dumb sheep. Emlyn silently slandered Sunday ever since this morning. He had been filled with anticipation for the tarot. This was because he had successfully advanced to Baron, and he wanted to find an opportunity to flaunt it without leaving a trace. They might not be able to tell, except for Mr. Fool. The Hanging Man should be able to guess. I have to do something later to let them know that I'm already a noble baron, Emlyn thought as he listened. Towards Little Sun's words, Audrey wasn't jealous or angry. This was because she knew very well that the person in charge of guiding him was Mr. the Hanging Man. She and the others only occasionally gave him some advice. Being a good person will naturally be rewarded. I hope that Mr. the Hanging Man will become kinder from now on. She looked across in delight, temporarily not having the urge to spend money to obtain the method to separate the mental corruption within a beyonder characteristic. Sun quickly turned around and obtained Mr. Fool's approval. Soon he conjured 2 yellowish-brown goatskin parchments. Klein controlled the world to take one of them and impatiently scanned it. There are 2 methods. The first is to use an item that can steal the beyonder powers of others to steal the mental corruption left behind by the rampager. Then, before the theft loses its effectiveness, one can concoct the beyonder characteristic into a potion. This way, the mental corruption won't return and will directly dissipate. The second method is to set up a ritual and pray to one of the 2 powerful mystical items in our City of Silver. We can use its feedback to shatter the beyonder characteristic and evaporate the mental corruption. After that, the beyonder characteristic will slowly gather on its own. I can only obtain the corresponding ritual process, but I'm unable to obtain the exact description of that item. Only the elders of the 6-member council have the right to understand and preside over such a ritual. The ritual process is, With so many thoughts running through Klein's mind, he nearly forgot to control the fake world. The first method is indeed something I didn't think of before. The sealed artifact, Blood Vessel Thief, behind Tinjin City's Chinese Gate, can steal the targets beyond her powers. Treating mental corruption as one of them isn't a problem logically. But the problem is that the mental corruption in the all-black eye isn't from an ordinary Beyonder. It comes from the evil god, the true creator, be it a Beyonder with the ability to steal or a mystical item of similar nature. It will be difficult for them to withstand such mental corruption. The former will definitely lose control on the spot, while the latter will be directly corrupted. In theory, I can sacrifice a similar mystical item and use it to replace the all-black eye's corruption. But the timing has to be perfect. There can't be any mistakes, or both will be corrupted. Klein quickly analyzed the feasibility of the first method. As for the second method, it was close to his previous inference and Edwina's guess, only the details were different. The two powerful mystical items in the City of Silver are at most grade 0. It's basically impossible for them to be left behind by any true god or sequence 0. Otherwise, they wouldn't be in such a sorry state in the forsaken land of the gods. Therefore, can I believe that shattering a Beyonder characteristic doesn't necessarily require the power of a deity? An angel is enough? According to Little Sun, in the second epoch, angels are equivalent to subsidiary gods, barely considered deities. There's something that can prove this point. See, God Cavituous only obtained a portion of Calamity Kohainam's characteristic, and the rest is in the Book of Calamity. There might even be a third portion hidden somewhere. It helps an angel-level high elf not die. In short, it can be seen that Kohainam's Beyonder characteristic is split into at least 2 parts. This is essentially the same as shattering a Beyonder characteristic. After confirming this, I can preliminarily confirm that as long as the ritual is appropriate, the feedback from an angel-level powerhouse can shatter a Beyonder characteristic. Then, here comes the problem. Where can I find an angel? Mr. Aztec might have been one at his peak, but he clearly hasn't recovered yet. He's still at the saint level. Snake of Fate, Willa Septon, is only a fetus that hasn't been born yet. Klein didn't think too much about it. He decided to consider how he should proceed after the tarot incident. At this moment, the Hanging Man Alger had also quickly browsed through it and gained a certain level of understanding of the content. He had a guess based on this. Getting the world to find a way to separate the mental corruption in a Beyonder characteristic should be a test from Mr. Fool to his blessed. But does this also mean that Mr. Fool's strength has only recovered to the saint level and hasn't reached the angel level? Otherwise, there wouldn't be a need to go through so much trouble. How long has it been? It's only been a little over 7 months, and Mr. Fool has already recovered to such an extent. Yes, he can even replace Sea God Cavituous to give a response. In another year or 2, he should be able to escape the seal and stand at the pinnacle of the angel level. He's just 1 step away from his ultimate goal. Ignoring the Hanging Man's reaction, the hermit Catlia glanced at the world and thought for a few seconds before chuckling. I wonder if there's one of those methods that I know of. I can give you a hint for free. The unshadowed of the sun pathway can directly purify the mental corruption in a Beyonder characteristic. Hermit is a lot more proactive than the last time. Has she adjusted her mental state and has a motive? Or has she realized that everyone else is weak and feels that there's no need to be so careful? Klein was first surprised by Admiral of Stars Catlia's attitude before he was delighted that he had obtained a third solution. The sun pathway that the City of Silver lacked. However, I can't find the help of an unshadowed either. I do have the incomplete, unshadowed potion formula. He controlled the world and deliberated for a moment before turning to Catlia and chuckling in a deep voice. Thank you for your generosity, Hermit. Then he quickly switched to salesman mode and said to son Derek, Do you know a book called Gurozel's Travels? Derek thought for a moment and shook his head sincerely. No. Klein nearly failed to continue speaking. Thankfully, he steadied himself in time and allowed the world to speak to himself. It's a magical book from the dragons. That is a mystical book from the giant dragon clan. Many of its previous owners have gone missing. From the dragons? Audrey acutely noticed the crux of the matter as she asked with interest. Yes, a Beyonder plans on selling it for £8,000, the world said hoarsely. He didn't add more money to Edwina's offer because he hadn't made a counteroffer. This was where he could profit from it. Besides, even if Edwina insisted on £8,000, it was worth his time to study Grozel's travels if he could obtain it. Audrey pursed her lips slightly as her eyes darted around. She cautiously asked, "What's so magical about it?" "It requires research. The world chose to be honest." "Let me think about it." Audrey wasn't in a hurry to agree. This was because £8,000 wasn't a small sum to her, especially after she had just reimbursed Lai. Her father, Earl of Hall, found it difficult to accept a book of unknown use, and if she relied on herself, she would need to save up for 3 to 4 months. This was on the premise that she had already helped Susie by the psychiatrist beyond her characteristic. Hence, she turned to ask the world about the psychiatrist beyond her characteristic. "I've mainly been hunting Vice Admiral ailment this week, but I haven't succeeded. I haven't found a replacement grazing target." Klein was momentarily embarrassed as he felt that the world's dark and shrewd image had been damaged. Please remember this book's original domain name. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor Mobile Version Website. Chapter 603. Fortunately, the world didn't have the ability to blush. As long as he wasn't being controlled, his condition wouldn't change. He chuckled darkly in a low voice. "We still need to wait a few more days." Audrey nodded reservedly and didn't rush her. This was because Susie hadn't expressed her desire to advance to the sequence recently. After all, she was just a dog. At that moment, as the hanging man, the moon, and sun had just advanced a few days ago, they were still converging their spirituality and practicing their new Beyonder powers. They didn't have the urge to purchase the subsequent potion formulas or the corresponding sanguine heritage. They were calmly waiting for the transaction to end. Furthermore, they didn't have much money. Although the hanging man Alger had sold the Sanguine Baron's inheritance at a reduced price of £4,300 and a commission of £300 to the Moon Emlyn White, earning a net profit of £1,400, buying the Whip of Mind had cost him quite a bit. Currently, he only had £1,445 left. After purchasing the Sanguine Baron's inheritance, doll and doll dress, Emlyn still had £2,300 in savings. It seemed generous, but the subsequent items were related to a sanguine viscount. It was at least £8,000. As for Sun, he had already exchanged for all the merit points he had accumulated, and he was waiting to be assigned to patrol or exploration missions. Magicians, Furs, and Justice, Audrey, similarly didn't seek to purchase the potion formulas of the later sequences. This was because they had their own channels to obtain them, and there was no need for them to hide it. There was no need for them to waste another sum of money on the tarot. Audrey was only indifferent when it came to money, but she wasn't stupid. Firstly, Catlier was still observing and wasn't in a hurry to expose her needs. Secondly, she temporarily didn't believe that the tarot members other than Mr. Fool could obtain what she wanted. After all, to a pirate admiral who had advanced to sequence 5 years ago, what she desired the most was the demigod level. Therefore, her slightly purple eyes calmly looked at Sun and company without attempting to speak. Klein thought for a moment and controlled the world to add, "Don't worry. Who has it, or who can obtain a mystical item with high attack power?" The target of his inquiry was the Hermit. This was because only Admiral of Stars, who had reigned over the seas for many years, could satisfy his needs. Even the hanging man and the artisan he was familiar with couldn't do so unless he could provide the corresponding sequence 6 or 5 Beyonder characteristics. Catlia fell silent for 2 seconds before slowly shaking her head. "If similar items appear at the Beyonder gatherings I participate in, I'll keep an eye out for you." Over the years, she had killed quite a number of Beyonders and had indeed obtained a certain number of Beyonder characteristics and mystical items. However, she had either awarded them to her pirates or exchanged them for two powerful items that greatly increased her strength and survivability. She didn't have anything left, and it was impossible for her to trade those two items before she advanced to the demigod realm. From the looks of it, Admiral of Stars isn't that well off either. Having a powerful faction also means having high expenses. Klein sighed inwardly as he made the world thank her in a hoarse voice. The transaction segment quickly ended. He controlled the world and looked at Magician's Furs. "I want to entrust you with something." Me. Furs was a little surprised. Could it be something like buying a radio transceiver again? The corner of her mouth twitched as she thought. The world nodded. Go to William Street at the junction of West Side and Queens. Go there once every 2 or 3 days. Pay attention to any abnormalities. If there is, inform me immediately. He didn't mention the transfer through Mr. Fool again, because everyone was already familiar with it and was familiar with it. And beneath William Street was the ruins of the Tudor family, where the evil spirit lingered. Abnormal? What's abnormal? Magician's Furs asked in puzzlement and caution. Bakelin's William Street might be abnormal? Audrey wasn't interested in this topic to begin with, but at that moment she nearly pricked up her ears, feeling very concerned. She had considerable trust in Mr. World's intelligence, gathering abilities. The Great Smog of Bakeland was one of the proofs. West Side, Queensborough. It sounds like she's in the capital of Rouen, Bakeland. Miss Magicians is currently in Bakeland. Indeed, she looks ordinary, but she's not simple. To a secret organization. Members in a metropolis are often more powerful than those from other places. Of course, she might be like me, being pulled in because she requested help. It's a coincidence of fate. Katlia swept a glance at Magician's Furs and quickly analyzed the information revealed in the conversation. The hanging man Alger suddenly became excited because he knew that the world was Mr. Fool's blessed representative. The abnormal abnormalities he paid close attention to were likely to involve high-level battles. What secret is hidden in that street named William Street? Alger could not help but guess the deeper truth. How would I know if there would be any abnormalities? Klein mumbled, making the world reply in a gloomy manner. Something you think is abnormal enough. I have to remind you that if you really find something unusual, don't try to investigate it yourself or ask someone else to investigate it. It will be very dangerous. How much do you think is appropriate? It's very dangerous. Magician's Furs instinctively wanted to refuse. However, considering that the Great Smog of Bakeland had affected a large area last time and had almost affected her, the anomaly this time might cause her harm. She hesitated again. A few seconds later, she changed her lazy sitting posture and said, 100 pounds! Less than I expected. The world chuckled. Magician's Furs threw up her hands. Because it's also for myself. I'll just treat it as observing the passers-by nearby and gathering material. That's right. I can't stay at home all the time. It's time to go out for a walk. I have to bring up the matter of acting as a trickmaster. I can't just rely on magic tricks to amuse Zio. How should I act? Should I perform tricks in a circus? Or should I perform independently in various squares? There's no need to worry about what acquaintances think of me. As an author, experiencing life is a basic matter. Furs's thoughts gradually wandered. After settling this matter, Klein made the world turn his head to look at the hanging man and said with a sinister smile, I received news that the Church of the Storm has taken action. The matter at Bancy Harbor has been settled. Alger, who had been drifting at sea for the past week and had no contact with the church, immediately asked in a deep voice, What's the final outcome? There won't be a Bancy Harbor for a period of time, the world replied with a smile. It was only at this moment that Audrey and company realized what they were discussing. That was the place known as Bansi in ancient times. That was the place where the descendants of the King of Angels, Medici, lived. Mr. World means that the Church of the Storm had flattened Bansi Harbor? That's really their style. That's good too. There's no need to worry about the innocents being corrupted there. I wonder if the King of Angels, Medici, has appeared or escaped. I wonder if the Pope of the Church of the Storm was present personally, or if he used sealed artifact 0. Audrey heaved a sigh of relief. Her eyes sparkled as she said, "Mr. World, do you know the exact process?" "No, no one knows, except for the upper echelons of the Church of the Storm." The World glanced at the hanging man very slightly. The hanging man fell silent as he once again felt the burning ambition in his chest. "I want to become a member of the upper echelons of the Church," he emphasized to himself. The hermit Catlia, who was participating in the tarot for the second time, basically didn't understand what the others were talking about. As a pirate admiral, she was no stranger to Bansi Harbor, but she had no idea what had happened there, nor did she know why the Church of the Storm wanted to destroy it and take a long time to rebuild it. It should be a very serious matter of a very high level. The members of the tarot seem to know something. Although their sequences aren't too high, they seem to know a lot and are involved in many matters. Except for Sun. Is this the reason why Mr. Fool tacitly allowed them to set up this gathering? Through the tarot, they can indirectly influence different organizations and events. Catlia once again adjusted her understanding of the other members and thought even more highly of them. She remained silent and didn't ask any questions. This left Audrey, who was waiting for an answer to her question with the intention of showing off, disappointed. Even Ma, Hermit, probably wouldn't have come into contact with matters related to a King of Angels in the real world. No, she might not even know of the existence of a King of Angels. Audrey suddenly thought. After discussing the outcome of Bansi Harbor, Emlyn White, who had been waiting for a while, immediately cleared his throat and said, "Thank you, Mr. the Hanging Man, for your help." "Thank you, Mr. Hanged Man, for your help. I'm already a Baron. I have a question. As a sanguine, after advancing to Baron, do I need to be like you humans, using the acting method to promote so-called digestion to better grasp beyond our characteristics?" His back was ramrod straight, his neck was arched, his chin slightly lifted. "I'm sorry, Mr. Fool is unable to answer your question. But in theory, it's necessary. After all, he's using someone else's legacy." Klein leaned back in his chair and sat in the gray fog, leisurely looking at the members of the tarot. Catlia surveyed the area. A sanguine baron corresponds to a sequence 6 potions professor? Yes, Emlyn replied, unable to hide his smile. He wasn't stupid. From the previous transactions and exchanges, he had determined the other members' sequences apart from the world. He believed that he was now one of the strongest people on tarot. Of course, apart from Mr. Fool and Ma Hermit, who had just joined. Mr. Moon is already a sequence 6. Why do I feel like he's not as mature as Sun? Audrey pursed her lips. At this moment, the hermit Catlia said, "There's a need to act because that pathway only has a sequence 7 vampire. As for you, you were born that way. There's no need to act, but everything else is required." Ma Hermit, which sequence 7 pathway is that? Audrey blinked and asked curiously before Emlyn White could speak. Chapter 604. Without waiting for the hermit's reply, Audrey added, "If you think that this information is important and can't be exchanged for free, I can pay a certain price." "No, there's no need. As long as you're familiar with the Church of Earth Mother in Fainapotter, you'll have some understanding of this situation." "No, there's no need. As long as you're familiar with the Church of Earth Mother in Fainapotter, you'll have some understanding of this situation." Catlia didn't doubt Miss Justice's sincerity in making an equivalent exchange. She believed that she had sufficient wealth or resources to satisfy her asking price, but she still decided to reveal some information for free. Firstly, it was to increase Miss Justice's impression of her and lay the foundation for any future transactions. Secondly, through the release of information, she could observe the reactions of the members of the tarot and guess their standing in her own organization and faction. I'm quite familiar with the Blessed of Earth Mother, Bishop Yutravsky, but I don't understand the corresponding situation at all. Of course, I'm indeed a little afraid of him. His height and build are too oppressive. I always try my best to communicate with Emlyn White. The fool Klein, who was sitting at the end of the long bronze table, gave a self-deprecating comment. Katlia didn't pause as she continued. Vampire belongs to the moon pathway. Vampire belongs to the moon pathway. The corresponding sequence 9 is apothecary. Sequence 8 is beast tamer. Sequence 6 is potions professor. Sequence 5 is scarlet scholar, and sequence 4 is shaman king. I'm not sure about anything above that. Ahem. Emlyn White coughed. Ma, I'm hermit. I have to emphasize something. It's a sanguine, not a vampire. Ha ha! If you call humans who obtain our race's characteristics by consuming potions vampires, I won't object to it. I'll even agree. So vampires are from the apothecary pathway. So are the shaman kings. It's no wonder they worship the primordial moon and don't believe in the goddess. Could the sealed artifact, Scarlet Lunar Corona, that Miss Sharon obtained have evolved from the death of a Scarlet Scholar or a Sanguine Viscount? Apart from creating the effects of a full moon and being immune to the corresponding effects, it can also provide terrifying speed, unimaginable recovery abilities, and relatively powerful darkness-type spells. The negative effects can be resolved by sucking the blood of a living person. It's indeed a derivative of the sanguine. The various occupations of this pathway are similar to the seer pathway. There's a lack of connection between them, but there's a certain progression. It's very strange. Klein pieced together the bits and pieces of information he had seen and heard before. He was somewhat enlightened and somewhat puzzled. The hanging man Alger, magician's furs, and company were either in thought, listening with relish, or pretending to be uninterested. Their reactions were all different, but Katlia could determine that they didn't know much about vampires. Their positions in their respective organizations and factions are still in the middle and lower ranks. This matches the characteristics of people who have been pulled into the tarot for a short period of time and are on the path of rapid advancement. World didn't give any reaction. Either he's very profound, or he already knew about vampires, or both. After so many observations, I have to admit that World is the one who deserves the most attention and needs to be wary of among the tarot members. Audrey listened with great interest. She thought about it seriously and raised her hand slightly as though she was in a tutoring class. Ma, hermit, why isn't there a need to connect the various sequences of the moon pathway? Katlia glanced at Miss Justice and discovered that her dress and accessories were completely different from the previous time. There wasn't any repetition, but they all exuded a luxurious and noble aura. In a trance, she seemed to see the portraits of the queen when she was young. Every one of them was dressed differently, and the same clothes would never be worn twice in a formal occasion. Katlia was silent for a moment. The different sequences in a pathway don't have to be related, or rather, they have to be related on the surface. Their common characteristic is that they are in the domain of the corresponding deity of the pathway. For example, moon represents spirituality, plants, beauty, partial life, partial darkness, and partial bizarreness. Therefore, this pathway has apothecaries in the domain of plants, vampires in the domain of life, and beast tamers in the domain of life and spirituality. Sanguine, Emlyn White emphasized as he raised his chin slightly. This should be the reason why we sanguine are all handsome and beautiful. No, that's not the case. The vampires I've seen are all disgusting and ferocious. Sun retorted softly in his heart. There's such an explanation. It's different from what Captain and Daly said. Different pathways represent different domains of sequence 0. Or perhaps a combination of the two explanations is the most accurate answer? I wonder what domain the sequence 0 of the seer pathway represents. From the symbol on the back of my chair, bizarreness and change? Klein remained calm on the surface, but his thoughts raced. Audrey easily understood Hermit's explanation and couldn't help but guess the name of her pathway sequence 0. It's definitely not a dragon. There are many types of dragons, and many of their powers aren't included in this pathway. This is closer to the domain represented by a mind dragon. I really hope Mr. Fool can find the corresponding card of blasphemy for this pathway as soon as possible. That book, Gu Rosel's Travels, comes from a race of dragons. I wonder if it has anything to do with a mind dragon. At this moment, Emlyn asked in confirmation, "That's right." In other words, if I want to successfully become a sanguine viscount, I still have to act as a potions professor, even if I'm a darling of the moon? White, I know you want to emphasize the latter half of the sentence. The fool Klein nearly reached out his right hand and pinched his chin. This was also one of the reasons why he had entrusted Miss Magicians to investigate the abnormality in William Street. He had a nagging feeling that a vampire like Emlyn White, who didn't like going out and socializing, wasn't too reliable at the moment. Another reason was that he knew that he was definitely being monitored by the upper echelons of the Sanguine. Sending him to William Street would easily expose the matter of the underground ruins. Yes. Cattleya nodded. The exchange continued and gradually came to an end. Justice Audrey seemed to recall something as she turned her body and looked at the end of the long bronze table. Mr. Fool, the second round of the Government Employee Unified Examination has officially ended today. All that's left is the final interview. Her tone was brisk with obvious joy, as though she was an outstanding student reporting her results to her parents. From her point of view, the Government Employee Unified Examination was a casual suggestion given by Mr. Fool. She had inconspicuously guided it and pushed for it with all her might. It was her first attempt at using beyond her powers to change reality, so she had always been paying close attention to it. From time to time, she would report the situation to the person who made the suggestion. The second round of examinations has ended. I wonder if Banson will be able to pass and if he has a chance of entering the final interview. Klein leaned back in his chair and suddenly felt wistful. He nodded slightly and said with a smile, "That's right." "That's right." Audrey, who had received Mr. Fool's praise, became happier. She felt that she had indirectly changed the fate of many people, allowing them, who were originally in the lower middle class of society, to have a chance of entering the upper middle class. Cattleya couldn't help but frown as she listened to the exchange. She felt that this was different from the style Tarot had previously displayed. Could it be that the revolution in the Rouen kingdom in the past 6 months was secretly pushed by Tarot? Miss Justice, a noble lady, played an important role? If that's the case, I'll have to adjust my understanding again. Although the members here aren't of high sequences and don't have high statuses in the organization, they can influence the situation in the world to a certain extent. Cattleya retracted her gaze and considered if she should use different channels to gain a deeper understanding of the backstory behind the revolution in Rouen. After a few more minutes of conversation, the Fool Klein announced the end of the gathering. As Miss Justice and the others stood up to pay their respects, he severed the connection and leaned back in his chair. He quietly looked at the endless grayish-white fog below him for a long time. Bakeland, in a cafe near King's Avenue. Melissa held a ceramic spoon and gently stirred the black tea with lemon in it. From time to time, she would tilt her head and look out the window, which was covered by a faint white mist. Her black veil hat was placed on the seat beside her, and in front of her was a plate of the cheapest toast, but she did not take a bite. She was originally worried that sitting here would make the cafe owner unhappy and hinder him from earning more money. However, she later discovered that many people were also waiting here, waiting for the exam opposite to end just like her. As time passed, the mist on the glass window became thicker and thicker. Melissa couldn't help but stretch out her right hand and use her fingers to clear a clear space. Finally, she saw a group of people walk out of the examination room and rush over. She saw the glass window of the coffee shop's wooden door being pushed open, and 7 or 8 men and women entered first. Banson had just taken off his rather old top hat, and before he could comb his rather high hairline with his fingers, he realized that his sister had stood up. She asked nervously, "How was the exam today? Was it difficult?" "It might be difficult for others, but it wasn't a problem for me. Arithmetic is my forte." Banson looked around and saw that everyone was discussing and no one was paying attention to him. He chuckled and said, "When the exam ended, I saw that many people's papers were still blank. Do they think that low-ranking government employees can have arithmetic secretaries? If that's the case, what's the difference between hiring a curly-haired baboon and hiring them?" Melissa secretly heaved a sigh of relief. She looked to the side before turning her head back. "Banson, if you are really confident, you should consider the interview. You have to buy a new set of decent clothes. I'll think about it tomorrow. We just need to celebrate today. I've already decided on a restaurant." Banson smiled and pointed outside. Melissa pursed her lips and looked at her brother very seriously. "I've already bought meat and vegetables." Banson looked at his sister for a few seconds before he looked away in submission. "All right, let's go home." Above the gray fog, Klein gradually recovered his train of thought and calmed his emotions. He began to consider how to separate the problem of the true creator's mental corruption from the all-black eye. Chapter 605. In the magnificent palace, propped up by stone pillars, Klein sat on a high-back chair, tapping the edge of the long mottled table. He first eliminated the possibility of finding a sequence unshadowed of the sun pathway. Firstly, he had almost no contact with the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun, so it was difficult for him to find anyone to help him. Secondly, he suspected that an unshadowed might not be able to purify the mental corruption in the all-black eye. After all, Catlia's suggestion was aimed at the influence left behind by ordinary rampagers, and this came from the true creator. It's not realistic to seek the help of an angel or a true deity. In theory, I can divine the eternal blazing sun in this mysterious space above the gray fog and use his spontaneous counterattack to shatter the all-black eye and evaporate the mental corruption. But the problem is that he who has experience might be able to invade this place and occupy the gray fog. Then I'll lose more than I gain. Furthermore, the power that far exceeds my current level will instantly take effect without any delay. It's targeted at me, and I have no time or ability to direct it to the all-black eye. I lack the leeway to do so. Also, it's not something that can be divined through divination. There needs to be a medium. Previously, I used the mutated sun's sacred emblem with the divine blood of the eternal blazing Sunday. It was the true creator's corrupted ear. Currently, the ones with a medium are Mr. Door and the Hidden Sage. I can attempt it through Miss Magician's Full Moon Ravings and Admiral of Stars's Pursuit of Knowledge. However, there's also the problem of the counterattack not being directed at the all-black eye, and I'm unable to do so. Mr. Aztec hasn't recovered, and Snake of Fate while a Septon hasn't been born. No matter how I think about it, I can't find an angel to help me. Sigh. I still don't know enough high-level figures. Right? There's still someone who's close to the level of an angel. It's the evil spirit suspected to be king of Angels Medici in the underground ruins of Bakeland. However, this fellow is extremely scheming and hides countless schemes and ill intentions. If it wasn't for the lack of other solutions, I wouldn't even consider it. Yes, taking such a risk isn't worth it. If that's the case, I might as well give up on the all-black eye and search for the main ingredients of a marionettist, which are the powder of an ancient wraith and the core crystal of a six-winged gargoyle. The former might even be in the underworld. From the looks of it, recollecting is one idea, and finding a mystical item like blood vessel thief is another. With the gray fog shielding me, I can use the power of theft to great effect. I can definitely separate the true creator's mental corruption from the all-black eye without fear of it returning. The simplest way to do it is to throw the corrupted mystical item far away once the theft is complete. Then, bring the pure all-black eye back to the real world, allowing the two to be physically separated. Where should I find similar mystical items? Mr. the Hanging Man didn't say a word after reading the solution, indicating that he didn't know either. However, he could still ask on the tarot next time. Ma, I'm Hermit, Miss Justice, Miss Magician's little son, and Emlyn White all have the corresponding channels and resources. I'll try to find it myself this week, starting with Vice Admiral Iceberg. Her 3 flowery bow ties, Jodson, has the beyonder power of theft. Perhaps he knows where there are similar mystical items. Klein gradually sorted out his thoughts and came up with a preliminary plan. He first did a divination before quickly returning to the real world. He shook off his decadent state of slumping in his reclining chair, drinking and reading newspapers, and quickly set up a ritual. It was still 3 candles, but the difference was that the depiction had been changed to the sacred emblem of the god of knowledge and wisdom, the omniscient eye on an open book. The silver ceremonial dagger had also been replaced with a brass knife. In mysticism, the god of knowledge and wisdom corresponded to the blue star, and the blue star domain's metals were mercury and brass. Klein had long considered the problem of contacting Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina Edwards, so he had prepared a set of ingredients for the soulfall ritual. After some work, he burned the corresponding herbal powder and dripped down the essence and extract from lavender and mint. Amidst the fresh, elegant, and mysterious fragrance, Klein took a step back and recited an incantation in ancient Hermes. I pray for the power of knowledge. I pray for the power of reason. I pray for the blessings of the God of wisdom. I pray for you to allow me to communicate with the spirit of the mentor who pursues knowledge, the researcher of spirit world creatures, Vice Admiral Iceberg of the Sea, Edwina Edwards of Lenberg. Klein's voice reverberated as the altar instantly turned cold. Be it the brass holy dagger or the metal bottle, all of them floated up. Success! The Golden Dream is still within 500 nautical miles. Klein was first delighted before he saw the flames of the 3 candles grow a little longer. They were dyed with a pale white color with a tinge of dark green. He knew that the essence of the soulfall ritual was to release one's body and allow the target's astral projection to attach itself to it to complete an effective communication. This would result in a lack of necessary protection, making it easy for the entity that the soulfall ritual was directed at to harm him. Therefore, he had done a divination ahead of time to determine the danger level of the matter. Furthermore, through their meeting and conversation, he believed that Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina wasn't a person with ill intentions. She could be temporarily trusted. At this moment, the wind inside the wall of spirituality produced a whimpering sound. Klein felt a cold and sinister force descend from the void in an attempt to enter his body. Then he was surprised to discover that he wasn't as he had expected. He didn't have the strength to resist and control the situation. What's going on? Just as he had this thought, he vaguely saw a thin, formless layer of gray fog around him. This was something special he had gained after advancing to faceless. The gray fog's powers had seeped into reality. As his thoughts raced, Klein didn't hesitate. He suddenly waved his arm and pointed at the coat rack where his coat was hanging. He threw the cold and sinister force over. On the coat rack, his black woolen coat floated up in a strange manner. His arms were raised high in a somewhat clumsy manner. It was as though an invisible person had put on his coat. The black woolen coat floated forward 2 meters before coming to a stop. Its 2 sleeves were raised and interlaced into an X shape. What does that mean? Klein was taken aback for a moment before understanding Vice Admiral Iceberg's meaning. I can't speak without a mouth. I can't write without a palm. That's a little awkward. Klein thought for a moment and went straight to the point. I need a mystical item that can steal the beyonder powers of others. I wonder if you have one, ma'am? If you don't, can you help me ask your third mate, Mr. Flowery Bowtie Jodson? You can write the corresponding answer in a letter and summon my messenger to send it over. The sleeves of the black woolen coat unfolded and pressed down. Then it lost its soul and fell to the ground with a thud, no longer standing straight. Does it mean okay? Klein sighed silently and quickly ended the ritual. He hung the black woolen coat on the coat rack and cleaned it with a brush and handkerchief. Then he wrote a letter and asked Mr. Aztec a similar question. After blowing the copper whistle to summon the messenger and take the letter, Klein enthusiastically tried the third method. He took the paper crane out of his wallet, unfolded it carefully, and wrote on it in pencil. He wrote on it with a pencil, "Where can I obtain a mystical item that can steal the beyonder powers of others?" Putting down the pencil, Klein followed the lines and completed the restoration of the paper crane. He was very pleased with his improvement. At night, Klein finished reading the prayers of his believers and returned to the real world. He went to the bathroom and took a rather comfortable hot bath. This made him quickly fall asleep after he crawled into bed until he was alarmed by the invasion of a power in his dream. It was the desolate plains and the pitch-black, towering steeple again. Klein very skillfully passed through doors and walls until he reached the depths of the steeple. There were still tarot cards scattered here. They were placed around the protruding ground in the middle, as though they were declaring something. However, as a seer, Klein could only make chaotic and contradictory interpretations. The text on the protruding area had been updated. The silver words formed 3 sentences. The first sentence was, "I'm just a child that hasn't been born." Klein's expression froze as though he heard a baby cry. "Please, don't make things difficult for me. It's tiring to communicate like this." The second sentence was equally simple. "The clue is on you." The third sentence was, "Don't ask me what the clue is, because I don't know either." That is to say, Snake of Fate will accept and foresaw that the clue is on me, but he's unable to predict what it is exactly. It feels like a charlatan's divination. No, I can't say that. I can't scold myself. Klein memorized the hint, exited the dream, and fell asleep again until dawn. After breakfast, he began recalling the items and experiences he had in search of the so-called clues. At this moment, his spiritual perception was triggered as he quickly activated his spirit vision. The skeleton messenger was still huge, but unlike before, its head didn't pierce through the ceiling. This was because it had drilled out from the floor, and most of its body was on the floor below. Under such circumstances, it looked straight at Klein and placed the reply letter in his palm. Seeing the messenger quickly disintegrate and fall like a waterfall, Klein was stunned for 2 seconds before he muttered in amusement and exasperation. "That's polite! You're becoming more and more considerate. Ever since I knew that it wouldn't be transferred to me, I've changed a lot." Klein quickly retracted his gaze, unfolded the letter, and read Mr. Aztec's reply. "The pathway to steal the beyonder powers of others is the Marauder pathway. In the 4th epoch, it belonged to the Amon family, the Zaros family, and the Jacob family. After the War of the 4 Emperors, they rarely appeared again. It's said that a portion of them formed an alliance and called themselves the Hermits of Fate. I can't recall any more details. You can start with the descendants of these 3 families. Amon. So Blasphemer is referring to this pathway? The Jacob family is one of the 5 archangel families of the Tudor dynasty, along with Abraham, Amon, Antigonus, and Tamara. As for the Zaros family, it's the Solomon Empire. Hermits of Fate. Fate hermits. The clue is on me. Klein suddenly sat up straight as he thought of an item. It was a mysterious badge from Lenivis. The symbols on it were fate and concealment. P.S. I recommend a book written by a fellow reader, Flying Over the Apocalyptic Wastelands. Guns, evolution, abilities, genes, companies, factions, and civilization. As a crippled former immortal cultivator, how was he Ingwu to survive in this land? This was the story of a former immortal cultivator in the apocalyptic wastelands. It was also a story of unconventional cultivation and unconventional evolution. Please remember this book's original domain name. 9 Heavens, Divine Emperor mobile version website. Chapter 606. There's a high chance that Lenivis is a Sequence 8 swindler, which happens to belong to the Marauder pathway. Having an admission ticket to the corresponding gathering isn't something incomprehensible or unacceptable. On the contrary, it's very logical. It's definitely much easier to purchase a mystical item that can steal the beyonder powers of others at a gathering of hermits of fate than in other circles. From the looks of it, this is the clue that Snake of Fate will Septin mentioned. Klein sat on the edge of the bed and suddenly felt enlightened. He hurriedly set up a ritual to summon himself, entered the world above the gray fog, and brought the eyeball-sized badge back to the real world. The badge's front was engraved with the corresponding symbols of fate and concealment, and on the back was a tiny ancient Hermes inscription. You can join by possessing this item. Klein was just about to inject his spirituality to activate the badge and send out the information to synchronize with the latest gathering time and location when he suddenly hesitated. I was careless and forgot to divine if there's any danger in doing so. If there's a demigod elder of Lenivus at the gathering and uses that to lock onto my location, then it'll be troublesome. This is just like how Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy managed to find the demoness of unaging as a helper in a very short period of time. I have to be wary. As a person, one has to be rash when it's time to be, and one has to be a coward when it's time to be. Klein smacked his forehead and cautiously entered the mysterious space above the gray fog. He then used spirit dowsing to do a divination. After receiving the revelation that there wasn't any danger, he heaved a sigh of relief, left the world above the gray fog, and sat on a reclining chair in his hotel room. As he injected his spirituality, the badge's surface emitted a blurry layer of light. It quickly condensed into an inconspicuous beam of light and shot into the air. Before long, the same beam of light returned, dispersing into a palm-sized illusory goatskin parchment. On it was a line of words written in ancient Faysac. June 6th, 1350, 9 p.m., estuary of the Tussock River. There's still more than 4 months. In this period of time, it wouldn't be a problem for me to gather all the main ingredients for a Nimblewright master. The only obstacle is that I don't have enough money, but that's not difficult. I now have 6,945 pounds. It's more than enough to sell 1 or 2 beyonder characteristics. Besides, there are many moving bounties at sea. No, I can't be so arrogant. I have to eliminate the 4 kings and 7 admirals. What kind of clue is this? Klein leaned forward and arched his back slightly. He began to think hard again. As he followed the gathering of the Hermits of Fate, he suddenly thought of someone. Leonard Mitchell. My dear poet has participated in the Hermits of Fate gathering in Bobber Valley. Regardless of his motives, whether it's for official business or personal matters, there's a possibility of obtaining a mystical item that can steal the beyonder powers of others. I can borrow it from him or buy it. Was this the real clue? Klein perked up and quickly came up with a rough plan. The first step is to place the radio transceiver above the gray fog to accumulate its aura. The second step is to use that radio transceiver to contact a Rhodes a few days later. The third step is to ask where I can easily obtain a mystical item that can steal the beyonder powers of others. If the answer is very clear, then the fourth step is to follow the hint and easily achieve the goal. If the answer is vague or filled with danger, the fourth step is to ask my dear poet's present location. The fifth step is to get Emlyn White to take this badge to my dear poet and see if he has the corresponding item and if we can make a deal. I won't appear directly. If I'm not careful, I might be recognized. That would similarly be extremely troublesome. As for Emlyn, he's now considered a member of the Church of Earth Mother. No, he's a ghost of the Church of Earth Mother. If he were to make contact with my dear poet, even if he were to be reported or arrested on the spot, he wouldn't be tied to a stake. With a plan on what to do next and how to do it, Klein immediately felt refreshed and in a good mood. He decided to head out to eat a Byam specialty grilled fish. On the dark blue sea, the Golden Dream, which was smeared with a golden glow by the setting sun, was silently cruising. With the captain's permission, Donas walked into the captain's room with his head held high and his chest held high under the envious gazes. Most of the things inside were bookshelves with books placed on them. Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina stood in front of the desk, holding a black fountain pen in her hand as she quickly wrote. I don't have any similar items. Same for Jodson. He indicated that he would help you keep an eye out, but that requires sufficient luck. Edwina raised her head and looked at Danitz with her clear blue eyes that resembled spring water. You'll set up the ritual to summon the German sparrow messenger. Me? Donas was just wondering if he would receive special treatment from the captain when he pointed at himself in surprise. Yes. Edwina folded the letter, straightened her body, and nodded. This will help you familiarize yourself with such rituals. I'll test you on such matters in the future. All right. Donas suppressed his disappointment and tried his best to recall. He slowly set up the ritual with only one candle. Finally, under Edwina's gaze, he took out a shiny Rouen coin and placed it on the altar. After taking the letter, Donas rehearsed it twice in his mind before he dared to carry out the ritual. He took a step back and said in ancient Hermes, I summon in my name a spirit that wanders the unfounded, a friendly creature that can be controlled, a messenger that belongs solely to German Sparrow. Whoosh! Wind stirred within the wall of spirituality, blowing Donna's yellowish hair into a mess. The flame rapidly expanded to the size of a human head. It was as pale as the letter in Donna's hand. Soon, Donna saw a beautiful head with long blonde hair and blood-red eyes poke out. Man, German Sparrow's messenger, is very special. How can a spirit world creature be completely human? Furthermore, it's so beautiful. A lady that's only slightly inferior to Captain. Donnas suddenly choked on his wistful thoughts. This was because he realized that the head wasn't on the neck. Instead, it was held up by a hand by the end of its hair. He watched in a daze as one head after another popped out. He watched as a headless figure dressed in a dark and complicated dress appeared in front of him. It's indeed a spirit world creature. He felt ashamed of his thoughts from before. Taking a deep breath, Donnas hurriedly handed the letter over. He saw one of the beautiful heads open its mouth and gently bite down on it with its white teeth. At that moment, Rionette Tynker's other head had also bitten down on the gold coin on the altar. However, she didn't immediately leave. The 4 scarlet eyes of the remaining 2 heads turned at the same time, looking at Edwina Edwards outside the wall of spirituality. She sized her up several times. Edwina felt that she was being scrutinized. Furthermore, it made her feel an irrepressible fear. Rionette Tynker retracted her gaze as her figure turned incorporeal, fusing into the pale candle flame. The flame lit up again as a faint yellow color spread out. Everything was restored to its original state. Just as Donnas dispelled the wall of spirituality, he heard Captain say in a deep voice, "This isn't an ordinary spirit world creature." "It's not an ordinary spirit world creature?" Donnas was taken aback. He knew that Captain was a professional spirit world creature researcher. If she said it wasn't ordinary, then it really wasn't ordinary. It was extraordinary beyond the ordinary. German Sparrow really is a man with many secrets. Donnas couldn't help but sigh. Bakeland, Sherwood Borough. Furs used all her strength and finally defeated the laziness brought about by the fireplace. She changed into a thick, dark blue cotton dress, wrapped a light gray scarf around herself, and wore a warm lady's bonnet. In the chilly weather that wasn't too cold but was filled with fog, she left her rented apartment and took a carriage to William Street. She took a deep breath of the cold air and told herself that this was a normal rider out gathering material. She didn't need to be nervous or show any abnormalities. After taking a few steps forward, Furs entered a coffee shop and sat by the window. As she drank the fragrant, warm liquid, she observed the pedestrians and the houses across the street. There's nothing abnormal. There aren't even any fights or burglaries. This is a place where the rich live. The security is hundreds of times better than East Borough. I can even see a Faceac. He's really tall and strong like a bear. He even has companions. Are they people with intus? Their clothes are really exaggerated. It's like they're performing in a stage play. Bakelin lives up to its name as the capital of the world. I can meet so many foreigners. Furs gradually forgot her goal as she opened her notebook and began recording material. After finishing her coffee, she circled the streets again and left without gaining anything. She planned on coming back on Thursday. After receiving Edwina's reply from Rionette Tynker, Klein watched his messenger disappear and confirmed that she hadn't asked for any more gold coins. From the looks of it, using gold coins as a ritual material is quite effective. He smiled smugly as he opened the letter and scanned through it. Seeing that he didn't gain anything, he planned on continuing his stroll on the streets in search of opportunities for real acting to put the principles he had previously concluded into practice. At this moment he heard knocking on the door. The visitor was Captain Erland. "I was just about to look for you." Klein calmly opened the door. Erland chuckled and said, "There's no need. As long as you use your identity to register, I'll know where you stay. The Governor General's office and the military have pretty good control over the hotel." Klein nodded without a word. Erland turned his body halfway and pointed down the aisle. "I'll bring you to meet someone. The White Agate is about to return to Pritz Harbor. If you need any help or have any information, you can seek him out. We've always been generous in terms of payment." This was what Klein had previously mentioned to him. All right. Klein reached for the coat rack. After dressing up, Erland led him all the way to a Mirror's Leaf bar and walked to a corner. In the basement of a Mirror's Leaf bar, Wormtongue Mither King looked at Strongman Oziel and said, "That's right. Have you already gathered the latest information on Blazing Donnas?" "Yes." Oziel smiled and said, "Last week, Blue Eyes Meath saw Blazing Donnas mingling with an unknown adventurer." Chapter 607. In a corner of the Amiris Leaf bar, Erland found a man in a coffee-colored jacket and patted him on the shoulder. He laughed and said, "Why aren't you drinking Lanty Proof?" The man was in his 30s and had an extremely ordinary face. However, it was obvious that he had Rouen blood in him. He had brown hair, brown eyes, and a rather high-nose bridge. His drunken look suddenly disappeared as his eyes turned sharp. He swept a glance at Erland and Klein. His eyes turned turbid again, as though they were filled with the smell of alcohol. "I've already drunk. Have a Zara to relieve the alcohol." Zara was a type of malt beer produced locally. It was cheap and tasted pretty good. Erland chuckled when he heard that and pointed at Klein. "German Sparrow." Then he introduced him to Klein. Oz Kent. "Oz Kent. Just call him Kent. You guys chat. I have to go back and prepare. I have to set out tomorrow morning." He waved his hand and turned to leave without hesitation. Klein pulled a chair to the side and sat down. He didn't drink as he looked at Oz Kent with a deadpan expression. Kent felt extremely uncomfortable from the stare as he gulped down a mouthful of Zara. "You can come to me if you need anything in the future, as long as you can provide us with valuable information or help us do certain things." He wasn't worried that the drunkards around him would hear their conversation. This was because many gangs and pirates would say the same thing. The words they used when recruiting informants were often similar. All right. Klein really wanted to ask if the cost of disguising as Elaine to assassinate Vice Admiral Ailment could be reimbursed, even though it was paid for by Donnas. However, it was just a thought. Oz Kent chuckled in a seemingly drunken manner. "I've heard Erland mention some things about you, but I still have to remind you that you can't be that crazy at sea. You have to take note of one thing. Try not to provoke pirates. I mean, don't fight them head-on. It's not a problem for you to provide us with information in private. We will keep it a secret for you." This time, he clearly suppressed his voice. Seeing that German Sparrow did not respond, he added, "Pirates won't talk about chivalry with you, nor will they abide by the laws and rules of the kingdom. Burp, If you settle down in any port city or island colony, they will definitely attack your family. Family. Klein fell silent for a second before calmly saying, I have no family. Kent did not know what to say, so he changed the topic. They will also attack your friends. Then he heard German Sparrow reply in a flat tone, I have no friends. Wesley Kent suddenly felt like he was choking. He subconsciously drank a mouthful of Zarhar beer before he recovered. He coughed twice and said in a low voice, They will also ambush you and bribe people to figure out your itinerary and intercept the ship you're on. On the sea, the power of an individual is often insignificant. Klein said rather calmly, That's right. I won't refuse money from others. This is courtesy. Money? Kent was clearly taken aback, unsure of what German Sparrow meant. A few seconds later, he suddenly realized that Klein was treating the pirates as a moving bounty. He drank another mouthful of beer, momentarily at a loss for words. In the basement of the Amiris Leaf Bar, an unknown adventurer? Wormtongue Missile King's mind jolted as he sat up straight. Strongman Ozil nodded and said, According to Blue Eyes Meath, that adventurer looks very unfamiliar. According to Blue Eyes Meath, the adventurer looked very unfamiliar. He should have just arrived at the archipelago, but he gave off a rather dangerous feeling. Rather dangerous? Could it be the person who joined forces with Blazing Donnas to kill Steel Mavady and company? Could it be the person who pretended to be Elaine and attacked Captain? Missile immediately made a connection as he asked in a deep voice, Do you have a picture or portrait of him? Ozil waved his hand at his subordinate and took a piece of white paper from him. Using a ritual, I got Blue Eyes Meath to paint the appearance of the unknown adventurer. As you know, to gain a foothold in Byam's underground world is different from being a successful pirate. You need support personnel. Sigh, I spent quite a bit of money to hire them. Missile understood the hidden meaning behind his words as he chuckled. As long as this matter can be investigated, Captain won't be stingy with the reward. He took the portrait and unfurled it. He discovered that it was a cold-looking man with black hair and brown eyes. He had a thin face and distinct facial features. He wore a black, double-breasted frock coat and a half-top hat. I've never seen him before, so I can't confirm if he's the person disguised as Elaine. Missile looked up and said, Investigate his identity and whereabouts. I've already instructed my men to do so, Strongman Ozil said with a calm smile. The two fell silent as they drank the Southville red wine. A few minutes later, a bartender came in and broke the silence. He glanced at Wormtongue Missile and whispered into his boss's ear. Ozil's expression suddenly turned odd, mixed with an unconcealable smile. He put down his glass and paused. Found that unknown adventurer. Where? Missile blurted out a question. Ozil pointed upwards. In the bar. Missile looked up at the ceiling and fell silent for a few seconds. I'll go up to take a look and confirm it. He believed that he had interacted with the person impersonating the red-haired Elaine, and he had a general understanding of similar powers. He believed that no matter how good the other party was at disguise, he would still find it familiar. Therefore, he decided to confirm it himself. According to his usual habits, he wouldn't take the initiative to appear. Instead, he would first investigate the periphery and only enter after he had some confidence. But this time, he didn't trust Ozil's subordinates. If it was really the person impersonating Elaine, they would immediately change their appearance and identity before vanishing the moment they sensed something amiss. Furthermore, Missile knew that he was currently being punished by his captain. He needed to quickly render meritorious service before he could return to the Black Death. Sigh. Regardless of whether I'm lacking in ability or caution, the outcome can't be changed. I was fooled by the impersonator and brought her onto the Black Death, nearly killing Captain. If it were the Zillings of the past, he definitely wouldn't have spared me. He's always been greedy and has been yearning for my beyonder powers for a very long time. Captain didn't believe that I was cooperating with the attacker just because Zillings can use creeping hunger to change his appearance. He didn't gather others to surround me and kill me on the spot. All he did was send me to Byam to investigate this matter. That's already sufficiently lenient. Compared to Zillings, she's a captain that's truly worthy of my loyalty. I have to render meritorious service as soon as possible and have an excuse to contact her. As Missile King got up and walked outside, he couldn't help but have his thoughts churn. Although he was a pirate who had killed many people and robbed many ships, he still had a soft spot in his heart. Furthermore, he didn't realize that in his prolonged interaction with Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy, he had been repeatedly charmed by her. His fondness for her had seeped deep into his bones. Even if Ailment Maiden didn't have any helpers, he wouldn't resist kneeling on the ground and kissing her toes. Of course, this didn't stop him from fantasizing about doing inappropriate things with Tracy. If there was a chance, he believed that he would take the initiative to do it, even without his captain's permission. As a pirate, he had done quite a number of such things. Arriving upstairs, Missile King followed Ozeal's subordinate's instructions and circled around the bar's walls. From afar, he saw the unfamiliar adventurer sitting in the corner. She's identical to the portrait, but there's no sense of familiarity. Is his disguise good enough, or is it someone else? For example, Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina? She can simulate beyond her powers she's seen before. It's not impossible for her to change her appearance, like Zillings. Missile's gaze paused for 2 seconds before he carefully retracted it. And at this moment, his spiritual intuition as a seer told Klein that someone was observing him. Klein didn't hide it as he immediately looked back. He saw a man with short eyebrows, deep eye sockets, and brown eyes. Worm-Tongue Missile King, the third mate of Vice Admiral Ailment's flagship, the Black Death. Klein instantly recognized the person observing him. Suddenly, 2 thoughts flashed through his mind at the same time. One was 5,400 pounds bounty. The other was, why is he observing me? He started with Donna's and found me? The military liaison, Oz Kent, noticed German Sparrow's abnormality. He traced his gaze, but due to the angle, his line of sight was blocked by a few drunkards. At this moment, Klein instinctively came up with a countermeasure. It was to pretend that he didn't recognize Missile King, retract his gaze, get a glass of alcohol, and secretly observe where he went. Then he would use his faceless powers to sneak into Missile's hiding spot and silently hunt him. As this thought flashed through his mind, Klein suddenly discovered problem. This is me being myself. And now, I'm German Sparrow, a seemingly calm adventurer who's actually a crazy one. As these thoughts raced through his mind, he suddenly turned around, drew his revolver, and aimed at Worm-Tongue Missile King in the bustling bar. Bang! A gunshot shook the entire bar. Many of the guests reflexively hugged their heads and squatted down. They were extremely experienced. Many drunkards slumped to the ground. More than 10 people threw themselves to the side or rolled to the side to dodge. Their actions were extremely well practiced, and one of them was Missile King. However, Klein didn't actually pull the trigger because he was afraid of accidentally injuring the innocent. There were many guests between him and Missile. The gunshot was a result of his ability to create illusions. At this moment, there was an open space in front of him. People had fallen to the ground like stalks of straw. Therefore, he casually aimed at Missile, who had just landed to the side, and pulled the trigger. Bang! P.S. Update before fixing. Chapter 608. Bang! The brass bullet tore through half the bar and shot straight at Worm-Tongue Missile King's body. But just as it was about to hit him, Missile's brown eyes suddenly turned dark. The bullet made a turn and aimed slightly upwards, accurately hitting a glass cup filled with golden beer. Amidst the intense sound, the cup instantly shattered as the alcohol splattered everywhere. At the same time, Missile grabbed a customer's cup beside him, opened his arm, and threw it at Klein. What's the point of that? Klein only needed to turn his body slightly to dodge the glass cup, allowing it to smash into the wall. At this moment, Worm-Tongue Missile scrambled to the entrance of the underground area in a bid to enter and seek help or escape through a secret tunnel. He had initially determined that the unknown and crazy adventurer was the one who had disguised himself as Elaine and boarded the Black Death to assassinate Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy. And the other party's near success made him realize that he wasn't his match in a one-on-one battle. This was a powerhouse at the level of a pirate admiral. Tap, tap. Klein chased after Wormtongue Missile at high speeds. His figure was fast and agile. In such a chaotic bar, he didn't step on anyone. Seeing the guards of the underground area approach him with pistols in hand, and seeing Missile King about to pass through the entrance, and seeing the guards around the bar approach him, Klein didn't hesitate as he clenched his left hand. His black glove was instantly covered in a layer of dark golden scales. His dark brown eyes instantly turned pale as though they were turning vertical. Right on the heels of that, an invisible wave swept out in all directions with him as its source. Wherever the wave passed, the customers who were hugging their heads and squatting down went limp as they trembled. The military liaison, Oz Kent, also clearly lost his mind. It was as though he had encountered the most terrifying thing in the world, and all he wanted to do was escape. It was the same for the guards of the bar who were approaching him. They were overwhelmed by immense fear as they ran around aimlessly, causing greater chaos. Clang! Dang, dang, dang. The guards in the underground area dropped their guns and either ran to the corner, huddled together, or stood trembling on the spot. Their crotches were visibly wet. Wormtongue Missile also felt like he had been struck by lightning as he circled the entrance in fear. This was a psychiatrist's awe, also known as Dragon's Might or Mass Chaos. This was the only area of effect beyond her power that Klein currently had. At this time, Klein's high-speed running figure did not stop. In a few steps, he had already rushed to Missile's side. At this moment, a scene appeared in his mind. Missile, who seemed to be in great fear, suddenly raised his head, twisted his waist and swung his arm, and threw a right punch straight at his own head. Without thinking, Klein fully trusted the clown's sense of danger. He immediately bent down and turned his body sideways. Almost at the same time, Wormtongue Missile suddenly looked up. His brown eyes were dark and clear, without any signs of chaos. At some point in time, he had already extricated himself from the influence of Dragon's Might. This was something that exceeded Klein's expectations. Bang! Missile's muscles bulged as he twisted his waist and swung his arm, throwing out a punch that resembled a cannonball. However, it failed to hit its intended target and hit the wall at the entrance. Clang! The spot where his fist touched shattered the bricks, quickly producing a huge hole that resembled a spider web. The entire bar seemed to shake. The power of this punch was many times stronger than a revolver's bullet. And at this moment, Klein had already flashed behind him. His body straightened again as his glove seemed to be covered in a layer of gold. 2 bolts of lightning flashed in his dark brown eyes as they shot out like bullets. Interrogators, psychic piercing. Ah! Missile King immediately let out a tragic cry, but he didn't fall to the ground or roll around in pain. All he did was raise his hands in an attempt to cover his head. He soon miraculously recovered from the pain of having his mind pierced, but he felt his forehead being pressed against an ice-cold metal barrel. He saw the cold and thin adventurer pull the trigger. With the two of them being so close, even if the psychic piercing effect only lasted for a second, it was enough for Klein to raise his right arm and press the revolver's muzzle against Wormtongue Missile King's head. Bang! Missile King's half-open mouth shrank back into his throat as the wall behind his head formed a scene that was formed from specks of red and a small amount of white. It was tragic, bright, and messy. The light in his eyes faded as Missile fell back, leaning against the wall as he slid to the ground. At noon on the 1st of February, 1350, Wormtongue Missile King was hunted. Klein looked at the bar that was still in chaos as he suddenly closed the door to the underground area. He wrapped the chains that were already there and forcefully tied a knot. He bent his back and dragged Missile King a few steps into the underground area, but he didn't directly enter, as he was wary of any enemies that might rush out. He spread out his left palm and raised it high, aiming it at Wormtongue, Missile King's corpse. He didn't have any psychological burdens about grazing the third mate of the Black Death. He believed that he was definitely a sinner. Firstly, it was because Missile was once a subordinate of Vice Admiral Hurricane Zillings, and the deceased pirate admiral had even slaughtered ships. He was a rather cold-blooded person. It could be seen from the red glove nightmare inside Creeping Hunger. Secondly, Missile was now working for Vice Admiral Ailment, which was equivalent to working for the Demonist sect. It was unknown how many human trafficking cases he had participated in. Creeping Hunger returned to its thin human skin state as its palm cracked open, revealing 2 scarlet eyes. In the blink of an eye, a bone-chilling wind blew in the passageway that led underground. It constantly swirled around Wormtongue Mither's corpse, slowly outlining a blurry figure with short eyebrows and sunken eye sockets. Black, but not dim points of light surged out from the corpse and fused with the same kind in Missile's spirit body. Together, they entered Creeping Hunger and burrowed into one of the empty fingers, forming a certain connection with the surroundings. Creeping Hunger first turned dark, sinister, and noble. Following that, it returned to its original state, emitting a thirst for flesh and blood. Klein silently sensed it for a few seconds, and was pleasantly surprised to discover that the powers he had drawn were rather useful. Although there were only 2, they were better than the 3 zombie powers from before. Only at this moment did he know that Missile was a sequence 6 Baron of Corruption of the Lawyer Pathway, and of the 2 powers he had drawn, one stemmed from Baron of Corruption, and the other came from the corresponding sequence 7 Briber. The former was distortion. By distorting the target's words, actions, and intentions, one could construct a certain order that was beneficial to oneself, thereby achieving the goal of restricting or influencing one's opponent. The latter was called bribery, but it was only one of the various bribery powers of a briber. Subdivided, it could be called bribe weaken. The premise of using this power was to give the target a certain item. Then, for a certain period of time, one could greatly weaken the target's attacks, defenses, or control. Giving the target a certain item, he threw a glass of wine at me as a bribe. As expected of the Black Emperor pathway, it has loopholes in order, and it also appears domineering. It's no wonder my dragon's might and psychic piercing weren't effective on Missile. Even the might of my bullets was reduced. I thought that shot would be able to blast open his skull. Klein was instantly enlightened. At the same time, he understood why he had involuntarily flown towards the Black Emperor, towards King of the 5 Seas Nast. It was because the other party had distorted his intentions, preventing him from stopping. Not bad. Klein lowered his head to glance at Wormtongue Missile's corpse before heading underground. He had to find some food for Creeping Hunger. It was unknown if it was because he had been repeatedly thrown above the gray fog, but Creeping Hunger wasn't considered crazy. It seemed to be able to endure it. Therefore, Klein wasn't in a rush. He slowly proceeded forward to prevent any accidents. After taking a few steps, he saw Strongman Ozeal leading a group of subordinates out. There were Beyonders and gunmen among them. There were quite a number of them. Klein's expression didn't change. His black glove was once again covered with dark golden scales. His eyes turned faint once again, as though they were vertical. Invisible waves instantly surged forward. Psychiatrist Dragon's Might. P.S. This page doesn't have a lot of words, and it hasn't been fixed. As I was lazy yesterday, I don't have any more drafts. I have to make up for it tonight. Genius. Remember the site's address in a second. Mobile version. Chapter 609. The Dragon's Might surged over as Strongman Ozeal and his subordinates trembled at the same time, as though they had been struck by a sledgehammer. Suddenly, some of them ran in every direction. Some fled aimlessly. Some spun in circles on the spot, and some stood motionless as their bodies trembled. Their reactions were divided into different categories, each with their own differences. Unlike how he was previously afraid that Worm-Tongue Missile would recover and that he had to race against time, Klein had the leisure to pay attention to the situation. He instantly grasped the situation. The different reactions are based on the strength and tenacity of one's mind. The weakest and most ordinary Beyonders would run wildly. Ordinary humans with relatively stronger wills would flee aimlessly. Beyonders with enhanced mental strength and ordinary people with relatively strong wills would mainly spin in circles on the spot, wanting to escape but being able to restrain themselves. As for Beyonders with relatively strong mental strength or tenacity, they would tremble and spin in circles. Those who are scared to the point of incontinence are the fleeing and evading type. Klein swept his gaze and was about to raise his gun to shoot so that the enemies who could threaten him would lose their ability to fight. At this moment, he discovered that the eyes of a trembling man had regained clarity, as though he was about to escape the effects of awe. As for the others, they also showed signs of recovery to a certain extent. Considering the fact that he couldn't finish them off in a short period of time, and that the gunshots would easily awaken some people, and that the different Beyonders' powers could very well cause him harm, Klein had a thought and dyed his left glove with a sinister, reflective black color. His eyes darkened as he forcefully distorted the awakened's intentions. The trembling man suddenly lunged to the side, unable to hold back his thoughts of escaping. He ran straight for the secret exit, leaving his employer, Strongman Oziel, with a shrinking back. Klein quickly switched between psychiatrist and Baron of Corruption. He used Dragon's Might, followed by Distortion, then Dragon's Might, and then Distortion. Soon he expelled the mentally strong or tenacious Oziel guards from the underground area. Although Creeping Hunger couldn't be compared to a genuine shepherd, with the switching between different souls having a certain buffer, Klein had a good grasp of the rhythm. With the remnant effects of Dragon's Might, he easily achieved his goal. However, he also discovered a problem. For some targets, if they were repeatedly affected by Dragon's Might in a short period of time, the effects of awe would have worsened. Of course, most of Strongman Oziel's subordinates had collapsed to the ground after being repeatedly stacked with Dragon's Might. Their feces and urine flowed everywhere as the stench spread. The combination of Dragon's Might and Distortion isn't bad. If Mither hadn't counterattacked and had used Bribe, Weaken, and Distortion to forcefully escape, I might not have been able to catch up to him and kill him. Yes, his counterattack was quite powerful. There were almost no signs at the beginning. If not for the seer and clown relying on their spirituality and premonitions, I might not even have had the time to use paper figurine substitutes, much less dodge. This reminds me that even if I have the combat strength of a Sequence 5 with Creeping Hunger, I can't underestimate other Sequence SXs. If I'm not careful, I might have been killed instead. Amidst his thoughts, Klein made the glove seem as though it was made of gold as two bolts of lightning lit up in his eyes. Strongman Oziel immediately cried out in pain. Unable to hold on any longer, he fell to the ground as though a mountain had collapsed. He clutched his head and struggled in pain like a catfish that had just been caught. Unfortunately, I don't have any area of effect, offensive Beyonder powers. Otherwise, those Beyonders from before would have been left behind. I remember that the Sea King domain has Lightning Storm, but this charm is too high level. It's beyond the scope of my current knowledge. Klein swept his gaze across the goons on the ground as he unhurriedly entered the underground area. This was originally a trading market, but now those who needed to escape had already fled. It was empty. Klein, who was wearing a black double-breasted coat, brought out a chair from behind a stall. He placed it in front of Oziel and leisurely sat down. He leaned forward and silently observed the owner of the Amiris Leaf Bar. Oziel rolled for a while and finally recovered from the pain of losing control, but he still felt as if his head was about to split open. Just as he was about to straighten his back and stand up, he suddenly saw a pair of pale golden eyes and a glove covered with dark golden scales. At this moment, with cold sweat still lingering on his forehead, he could only feel vortexes appearing one after another inside those eyes, sucking in all of his spirit. Klein asked calmly, "What's the matter?" "Were you a pirate before?" "Yes." Oziel realized that he really wanted to answer the question. This was a psychological cue. Klein asked again without changing his tone. "What have you done that violates the kingdom's laws?" Oziel didn't hide anything. He briefly recounted the things he had done when he was a pirate and the owner of the Amiris Leaf Bar. It included pillaging a liner, humiliating female passengers, killing the innocent, and kidnapping a competitor's family. He even set up an ambush, causing the entire family to sink to the bottom of the sea. Klein silently listened as the corners of his mouth curled up. He patted his left palm with his right hand. What a competent pirate, a qualified mafia boss. Amidst his praise, he extended his left palm as a hideous mouth tore open on the thin human skin. Shrill screams immediately resounded in the underground area, but they only lasted for a few seconds before coming to a halt. All that was left was a lingering echo. Klein sat in his chair as he silently watched the bright points of light slowly converge in front of him. Around him, the thugs, who were cowering in fear, instinctively distanced themselves from him as they crawled on the ground, leaving behind filthy traces. After a while, Klein slowly stood up and bent down to pick up the pure ball of light that was the size of a baby's fist, as well as the wallet in Oziel's clothes. Glancing at the thickness of the cash, he put away the 2 items, put away his revolver, took off his half-top hat, and bowed to the trembling thugs who were hiding in a corner. After doing all of this, Klein checked the underground area. Regrettably, he didn't find anything like a safe. All he could do was return to the passageway, pick up Wormtongue Missile King's corpse, and walk to the entrance. He paused for 2 seconds as his mind naturally outlined the scene outside. He realized that the guards, who he thought would attempt to open the door and enter to rescue him, had long disappeared. The dragon's might from before made them understand that this was a battle between Beyonders, so they retreated, as expected of a place where pirates run rampant. Even ordinary people have the chance to understand Beyonders. It seems like such things happen here often. A wanted criminal was suddenly arrested by the mandated punishers. Klein untied the chains and touched Missile's pocket in passing, transferring the other party's cash to himself. Holding back the urge to earn points, he ignited a paper figurine and threw it outside. Then he opened the entrance door and walked out with Missile's corpse. At this moment, most of the customers had already dispersed, leaving only 7 or 8 people hiding in different spots to await the outcome. Klein surveyed the area without any expression, making the gazes hurriedly retract. The only one who dared to look him in the eye was Oz Kent. This military liaison frowned as he watched German Sparrow slowly walk over with a corpse in his hand. Bang! The corpse flew in front of him and knocked over a table. Oz Kent focused his gaze as his pupils constricted. Wormtongue Missile King. Vice Admiral Ailments, 3rd Mate Missile King. He looked up in surprise, once again looking at German Sparrow. Klein revealed a smile bit by bit. "Remember to give me the bounty." With that said, he took off his half-top hat and bowed slightly as a form of salute as he turned to walk towards the entrance of the Amiris Leaf Bar. Byam Harbor on the White Agate. Erland watched as the door to his captain's cabin was pushed open with a bang. He asked in surprise, "Kent, what happened?" Oz Kent's expression was a little distorted. "Erland, what kind of monster did you introduce me to?" "German Sparrow?" Erland asked in uncertainty. Oz Kent nodded. "He killed Wormtongue and strong men just like that, right in front of me at the Amiris Leaf Bar. It didn't take more than 5 minutes. He felt like he was going crazy." "Missile King?" Erland said the name as though he was muttering to himself. Following that, he revealed a wry smile. "From the looks of it, we have to report this to the higher-ups." He didn't mention Blazing Donna's, nor did he mention Steel Mavadi's death. All right. Oz Kent was waiting for the sentence. 3 in the afternoon, in a garden house near the Byam Governor General's office. Erland and Oz Kent sat in an elegantly decorated living room. waiting for the important figure's response. After an unknown period of time, a young man with neatly combed blonde hair came down the stairs. He said to the two, "The Admiral's intention is that since he doesn't have any enmity for the time being, we shall fulfill the agreement and continue our previous cooperation. However, we have to be on guard. Also, send a telegram back to Bakelin to secretly investigate his true identity and his intentions at sea. Also, spread the news of him killing Missile King. Spread it to the pirates." "Yes, Mr. Luan." Erland and Oz Kent heaved a sigh of relief after receiving clear instructions. Inside the inn, Klein did a divination and counted the cash. He confirmed that he had obtained 327 pounds, 9 soldi and 5 pence, as well as a sequence 8 pugilist beyonder characteristic of the warrior pathway. This is also an item worth 600 to 700 pounds. Furthermore, there's Missile's bounty. Even after deducting the labor fee, there's still a few £1,000. As Kent might not dare to take a cut. This is quite a sizable harvest. It's like a windfall that fell from the sky. Klein thought happily. Then he held a ritual and brought creeping hunger above the gray fog. Frankly speaking, the beyonder powers of Dragon's might, frenzy, and psychological cue were rather useful. He was rather reluctant to part with them, but since he had already promised Miss Justice, he ultimately chose to keep his promise. Chapter 610. Above the gray fog, Klein leaned back in his high-backed chair and held creeping hunger in his hand. He fell silent for a few seconds. Finally, he followed the predetermined steps and released the psychiatrist's soul. A tall figure quickly appeared by the side of the long bronze table. It was a lady, and her face was rather blurry. Her pain and warped expression were obvious. Klein looked at her and asked in a chatting manner, "Do you still remember who you are?" "Do you still remember who you are?" In this mysterious space, he could directly communicate with the spirit. The psychiatrist's venomous feelings weakened significantly as she smiled bitterly. "Of course I remember. I'm a member of a secret organization. I planned on meeting a friend in Tosgarter Island, but I ended up encountering pirates on the way. Although I used my powers to resolve that disaster, the pirates who escaped informed Zillings of the corresponding situation. In order to obtain my powers, he deliberately changed his voyage plans and blocked our ship. You should be able to imagine what happened after that. Thanks to his cautiousness, I was directly killed. I didn't encounter something worse than death like the other female passengers." Klein fell silent for a few seconds before nodding gently. "Do you know of the ancient book Rosel's Travels?" He believed that since Rosel's travels came from the dragons, the psychiatrist might have heard of its name and the specific situation. The female psychiatrist seriously recalled and shook her head. "I'm sorry, I've never heard of this name." Klein didn't harp on the topic as he asked, "You're about to dissipate and obtain peace. You are about to disappear and obtain peace. What last wishes do you have?" The psychiatrist lowered her head and chuckled. "I wish to be resurrected. All right, I know that this wish can't be fulfilled. There's no need for anything else. I've already been dead for many years. My family and friends should have long received the grievous news. Passing the news of my death will only make them recall the pain. All right, thank you. Let's leave it at that." Her figure quickly dimmed and disappeared, leaving behind only a huge golden pupil, a golden pupil that could reflect everyone's thoughts. This was a beyonder characteristic left behind by a psychiatrist. Klein sighed and pondered over the details in the psychiatrist's words. She went to Tuscany to visit a friend, alone without relatives. Tosgarter Island is located at the easternmost part of the Sonia Sea, south and north of the Gargas archipelago. It's the easternmost colony of the Ruan Kingdom, and the Gargas archipelago belongs to the Faesac Empire. What friend would be there? What kind of friend was worth taking such a long cruise to visit? Although she said that it's a secret organization, it's most likely psychological alchemy. Is she on a mission? Klein respected the deceased and didn't want to dig up their secrets, so he didn't ask too much. Naturally, he didn't have any clues at the moment. He quickly stopped thinking about this and thought about something else. After killing Worm-Tongue Missile King, regardless of the reason, I'll have to leave Byam for the time being. During this period of time, I've really done quite a lot in the City of Generosity. Yes, I'll participate in 2 or 3 Beyonder gatherings and leave after confirming if there are any main ingredients for a Nimblewright master. Klein quickly made up his mind. Following that, he conjured the scene of the world praying, covered it with gray fog, and threw in the crimson star that represented Miss Justice. Audrey was overlooking the nearby village from the balcony on the 3rd floor. The roofs were mainly red in color, and they depicted realistic or abstract dragon patterns. Suddenly, a familiar, boundless gray fog appeared in front of her. In the gray fog, a blurry figure was praying to the deity that sat high above. "Honorable Mr. Fool, please inform Miss Justice that she can prepare for the transaction." The transaction can be prepared? He obtained the Beyonder characteristic of a psychiatrist, but he didn't have it yesterday. The efficiency of the world gave Audrey a fright. She nearly forgot to thank Mr. Fool. Thankfully, she was no longer the young and naive girl of the past. She had already seen many major events, so she quickly calmed down and sincerely thanked him. She then informed Mr. World that she would have to wait 2 to 3 days because she planned on paying the money she owed Mr. Fool's Blessed. Although she had enough cash on her, she had to maintain a certain bottom line. Otherwise, it would be easy for others to discover that something was amiss. After the illusory gray fog dissipated, Audrey looked down at Susie, who was quietly admiring the garden on the 1st floor. She paced back and forth and secretly clicked her tongue. Mr. World is really terrifying in the evening inside the seaweed bar. Blue Eyes Meath, who had just squandered his money at the casino, sat in front of the bar counter and asked for a glass of Lanty Proof. Just as he was about to raise his glass to drink, he suddenly heard the bartender whisper, "Worm-Tongue Missile is dead." "Oh, who did it?" Blue Eyes Meath was first alarmed before he asked in excitement, "Someone is challenging Vice Admiral Ailment." An adventurer named German Sparrow. He wasn't famous in the past, but who knew that he could kill Missile? The bartender didn't hide his shock and astonishment. He killed Oziel, the true boss of the Amiris Leaf Bar, Strongman Oziel. Blue Eyes Meath was just about to express his wistfulness when he suddenly frowned. This morning, Oziel's men had come to ask him about Blazing Donnas. He had told them that the bosun of the Golden Dream was with an unknown adventurer and had used a ritual to provide the corresponding portrait. Oziel is dead. Missile King is dead. It was done by an unknown adventurer named German Sparrow. Blue Eyes Meath's hand suddenly trembled as a scene that left a deep impression on him surfaced in his mind. A young man who looked like a gentleman was standing at the entrance of the bar. He had black hair and brown eyes. His face was thin and angular. He was coldly scrutinizing the customers that came and went as though he was searching for prey. Blue Eyes Meath shuddered. Without bothering to drink, he got up and strode out of the bar. Too terrifying. That fellow is too terrifying. Even Worm-Tongue died at his hands. He's definitely a powerhouse at the Admiral level. He's definitely looking for me and wants to kill me as well. No, I can't stay and buy him. I have to immediately return to the ship and leave this place. Blue Eyes Meath went straight for the Red Theater and forcefully pulled his companions away. He headed for the forest outside the city and took a detour to the private harbor controlled by the Resistance. The herb store in the alley diagonally opposite the Red Theater remained open. The chubby apothecary Darkwell sat behind the counter. He looked calm on the surface, but he was feeling anxious on the inside. He had already contacted the members of the Life School of Thought through various means to seek the necessary help, but he had no way of knowing who would come or when. All he could do was endure his fear and anxiety and continue opening the store, pretending that nothing had happened. "Darkwill, you look very uneasy." The chubby owl flew back out of nowhere and landed on the counter. There's no need for you to remind me. I know my condition very well. Darkwill waved his hand impatiently. He still remembered that back when he was studying under his teacher, he was always warned to be careful of official organizations and true sanguine. For this, Roy King had given many examples. There was the eternal imprisonment underground, where he didn't see sunlight or women. There was the act of becoming a researcher, using his body to test the dangers of certain sealed artifacts. There was also the act of undergoing all kinds of experiments and mutating into a monster that only had instincts left. There was also the act of being fed on by the sanguine and being turned into a puppet. These examples were deeply imprinted in Fatty's mind, causing the courage he lacked to vanish. After leaving his teacher, he would only stay in a city for a short period of time. He would immediately leave when there was a risk of being exposed. Darkwill tried his best to rein in his horror as he turned his attention to the problem of how to save his teacher. Old Man has been captured for quite some time. Why is he still imprisoned in the Governor General's office? With the military's capabilities, they should have long figured out what they need to know, be it directly executing him, harvesting the materials, or placing him as a researcher. They must have already transferred Old Man. Could it be that Old Man has used some means to hide the secret? Or do they want Old Man to become a spy? I should have directly agreed. Darkwill scratched his head as his thoughts wandered. Gradually, he recalled the last letter he had with his teacher, Roy King. The Old Man always likes to give hints in seemingly ordinary places. Could there be a similar message hidden in the letter? That letter didn't say anything. It only arranged to meet near the Red Theater and flaunted his gambling skills. Pooey! It's clearly based on luck. He even told me to head to Mabel's grocery store on Enmat Street to buy a die and prepare to receive an education. I was thinking of buying it when we met, but I never went. Perhaps there's a secret there? Darkwill was like a drowning man who had grasped at the last straw. Many of the streets in Byam were named after cities in the kingdom of Rouen. Darkwill used a few minutes to muster his courage. He brought the owl with him, closed the door, and walked out of the alley. While waiting for a rental carriage, he bought a copy of the news bulletin from a newsboy and flipped through the international, national, and archipelago news out of boredom. Suddenly he saw a familiar face. It was none other than the adventurer who had informed him of Roy King's whereabouts. Gehrman Sparrow killed Wormtongue Mither King, who has a bounty of 5,400 pounds this afternoon. I actually entrusted such a powerful adventurer to do it. Darkwill clicked his tongue in amazement. He quickly threw the matter to the back of his mind and boarded a rental carriage. He headed straight for Enmat Street and found Mabel's grocery store. The shop owner was an amiable old lady. She sized up Darkwill a few times and said, "That's right." She sized up Darkwill and said, "The die you need is worth £1. You're robbing me." Darkwill roared inwardly, but this made him even more certain that the die might be hiding clues. After paying, he received a tiny ring box and opened the lid. There was a milky white, six-sided die inside. The number facing up was a red 4. Although he was puzzled that the die was very ordinary and that the ring box was filled to the brim with almost no gaps, Darkwill cautiously didn't study it on the spot. He placed it in his pocket and walked to the other side of the street. When he came to a secluded spot, he couldn't help but take it out to take a look. He didn't find anything wrong with the die. At this moment, a carriage quickly drove past, giving him a fright. His wrist trembled as he dropped the die to the ground. The die continued rolling until it finally stopped with a red 1 facing up. Darkwill cursed the carriage driver and took a step forward, preparing to pick it up. Just as he took this step, his body suddenly faltered. Without any obstacles, he slammed to the ground with a thud, leaving him dizzy. He was momentarily at a loss as he lay there. In front of him was the milky white die. P.S. My family's elder is critically ill. I have to make a trip back. There might be a funeral after that, so I can only do one update for the next few days. It'll be at 12:30 in the afternoon. I'll only resume after I'm done. Sigh, at my age, my grandparents really leave whenever they want to. Please remember this book's original domain name. 9 Heavens, Divine Emperor Mobile Version. Chapter 611. Darkwill lay there, momentarily forgetting to stand up as his mind went blank. Ever since he had matured, he had never encountered such an incident where he tripped over himself. This was even more so after he had consumed the magic potion and his body had been strengthened to a certain extent. But today he had fallen for no reason. It was simply inexplicable. Did I step on something just now? Darkwill jolted to his senses as he propped himself up with his palm and stood up, pretending that he wasn't the one who had fallen. He looked left and right, but did not find anything strange on the ground. With a heart full of doubts, he took a few steps forward with difficulty and picked up the milky white die. At this moment, a patrolling police officer seemed to have noticed the abnormality here. He held his baton and pressed his hand on his revolver as he jogged over. Upon seeing this scene, Darkwill suddenly felt worried, suspecting if he had stepped into a trap. They caught the old man, but they didn't come looking for me. In fact, they were secretly monitoring me, waiting for me to find clues. Now that I have this strange die, they are so eager to come out. The official Beyonders are here to capture me. Darkwill's instinctive reaction was to turn around and run, but the fall from before was rather heavy. His knees hurt, and he could only take small steps. Seeing the patrolling police officers approach, he couldn't run even if he wanted to. Darkwill's mind immediately surfaced the image of the underground prison, the environment that was forever lit by candlelight, and the Beyonders who were imprisoned in the darkness, panting like monsters. What happened? The patrolling police officer held his pistol and asked cautiously from a certain distance. Darkwill suddenly felt an irrepressible sense of horror. With a flick of his wrist, the milky white die he had just picked up fell to the ground and tumbled a few times. This time, there were 6 red dots pointing up. Faced with the policeman's scrutiny, Darkwill replied with a trembling voice, "That's right." I stepped on a damn banana peel and fell. As soon as he said that, his heart skipped a beat because there was no banana peel on the ground. Damn it, I was too nervous. I might as well say that I tripped myself. Darkwill thought in frustration. He decided to summon the owl perched on the opposite roof to prepare for its final struggle. The patrolling police officer glanced at him and chuckled. "Don't forget to look at your feet when you walk. I thought you were robbed." He loosened his grip on the revolver and walked back with the club in hand. Darkwill watched in a daze as the policeman's back grew further and further away. He didn't understand why the policeman would so easily believe his words that were filled with mistakes. He retracted his gaze and looked at the milky white die lying quietly on the ground. His brows gradually furrowed. I'm not a pure Rouen citizen. These police officers don't need to please me. Could it be that it's working? Whether it was my strange fall or the strange persuasion of the police officers, it was all because of it. It's the important sealed artifact that Teacher is safekeeping? Darkwill quickly made the connection as he carefully proceeded forward. He picked up the die again and stuffed it back into the tiny ring box. Inside, the die didn't have any room to spin. Signaling his owl with his eyes, Darkwill picked up the news bulletin he had previously bought, stopped a rental carriage, and limped onto it. His destination was the Red Theater. As the carriage drove steadily, the light from the gas lamps on both sides of the street only shone in a little because night had already fallen. He wasn't in a rush to study the ring box and the die inside. He patiently waited until he reached home. After entering the herb store and heading up to the residential area on the second floor, he lit the gas wall lamp and chased Silly Bird out of the room. He sat in front of his desk and repeatedly checked the ring box and the milky white die. Finally, he took out a piece of paper that was folded to the size of half a knuckle from the ring box's bottom compartment. Darkwill silently drew a breath and quickly unfolded the piece of paper. He discovered that there were indeed 3 paragraphs of text written in ancient Faesac. If I don't appear 3 days from the appointed time, it means that I've been betrayed and arrested. Therefore, don't rashly seek help from the other members of the guild. This is because I'm unable to determine who did it. This will bring you great danger. There's only one thing you need to do, and that's to bring that die to Orvie Island and hand it to the port city's bellringer Carnot. My teacher, Counselor Ricardo, is hiding there. He'll handle the rest. Don't worry that I'll divulge this secret. After I finish writing this letter, all the relevant memories will completely vanish. I won't even remember you as an apprentice until I'm rescued. Remember, try not to use that die. It has a certain living characteristic. The more you use it, the easier it is for it to awaken. It will spin itself when you aren't paying attention, even if there's no space. When it's fixed at 1, please believe me, you will suffer more pain than death. This is because you will fail in nearly everything you do, including your favorite activities in bed. Indeed, this die is very dangerous. Darkwell subconsciously sighed before realizing that he had done something foolish out of good intentions. In order to rescue his teacher, Roy King, he had overcome his cowardice and stayed in Byam. He had also sent a request for help to the members of the Life School of Thought who knew of him. And according to the contents of the letter, this meant that he might very well be targeted by the person who betrayed Roy King. Why didn't you say so earlier? No. Why didn't I think of buying this die earlier? Darkwill raised his hands and tugged at his hair. He didn't dare stay here any longer. He decided to move his residence that night and buy an illegal ticket. He planned on heading to Orvie Island the next morning. It was an island on the Rorstad archipelago, Tosgarter Island route. My charms, my pistol, my bullets. Darkwill busily counted the items that could provide him with a sense of security, worrying over his lack of combat strength. He quickly had an idea as he paced back and forth, mumbling, I need to hire a bodyguard. I need to hire a bodyguard, hire a bodyguard. Who should I hire? How much will it cost? As Darkwill pondered, he swept his gaze across the copy of News Bulletin he had brought back. Suddenly he thought of an excellent bodyguard. German Sparrow, a powerful adventurer who can hunt a pirate worth 5,400 pounds. If he's willing to take on this mission, I should be able to successfully reach Orvie Island as long as a counselor doesn't take action. How do I find him? Right. I have to post notices in the bars where adventurers often hang out. Darkwill nodded indiscernibly as he stuffed a small number of items back into the suitcase he had previously packed. With the plump owl, he left the herb store once again with his heart aching. Outside the Rorstad archipelago, in a tiny harbor belonging to Rouen, the Black Death was parked there without any qualms. It was surrounded by 3 ships. Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy, who had just taken a hot bath, was wearing a loose man's shirt. She was doing the final treatment for her wounds that had basically healed. To a demoness, things like acne marks and scars didn't exist. At this moment, the blonde attendant knocked on the door and walked into the captain's cabin after receiving permission. She glanced at Tracy and looked away with a blushing face. Captain, there's a telegram from Byam that was sent to this harbor. Missile. The 3rd mate has been killed. Tracy stopped, and her expression turned solemn as she hesitantly asked, What's wrong? She hesitantly asked, Do you know who did it? She had sent Wormtongue Missile to Byam to investigate the assault. Firstly, it was to punish him for his dereliction of duty, and secondly, it was to announce that she was heavily injured, luring people with ill intentions to attack again. She didn't expect Missile to make any breakthroughs in a short period of time. When the demigod that the demoness of Unaging called the Death Consul came to pay a visit, she had deliberately concealed the matter and didn't quickly inform Missile. She allowed the punishment to continue, believing that it would be good if he could figure out anything. It wouldn't be too disappointing even if he didn't. As for whether Missile would encounter danger, she didn't care. It was a part of the punishment, but she never expected that Missile would be killed so quickly. The blonde attendant handed over the telegram and said, An adventurer named German Sparrow. An adventurer named German Sparrow. What can be confirmed is that he used a beyonder power that's similar to Dragon's might. German Sparrow. Dragon's might. Ha ha! Zillings also knows dragon's might. He likely used creeping hunger to graze a psychiatrist or hypnotist. Tracy took the telegram and sneered as she muttered to herself. She could preliminarily confirm that German Sparrow had disguised himself as Elaine to attack her. Furthermore, he had used the powers of the Faceless that Zillings grazed. Creeping hunger is on him, and behind him is an ancient demigod that Mother calls the Death Consul. Does this mean that Zillings was killed by that Death Consul? Tracy muttered silently as she waved her hand to dismiss the blonde maidservant. When the door to the captain's cabin closed once again, she chuckled and said, "If I were to divulge this information, the organization that instigated Zillings to assassinate the Duke of Negan will definitely be very interested." For a brief moment, she really had the urge to do so, but her rationality stopped her. This was because it meant directly offending the Death Consul, and in a situation where he had only been recognized once, the suspect who leaked the information could immediately be pinpointed to her. When the time comes, unless I hide by Mother's side, I'll always be shrouded in the shadow of death. I don't need to be that afraid of other saints. If they want to attack me, they have to first find me. Furthermore, there will be a certain level of warning, so it will take quite some time for them to arrive. I have plenty of opportunities to avoid danger, but that Death Consul can use the spirit world to traverse. As long as he can determine my location, he will quickly appear beside me. Tracy bit her lip as she thought in frustration. She gave up on her previous plans and decided to only pay attention to German Sparrow's whereabouts. Once a good opportunity appeared, she wouldn't let it go. And at this moment, Klein was still staying in the Tina Hotel, waiting for the bounty to arrive. Chapter 612. Lord of the Mysteries will be suspended for a day tomorrow. Currently typing. Please wait a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to receive the latest update. Chapter 613. 10 in the evening, Swordfish Bar. Klein, who hadn't received his bounty after waiting the entire afternoon, specially went out and circled around Oz Kent. He received the answer that the process had been completed, but the money would only be distributed the next morning. He also disguised himself and participated in the private transactions of the adventurers in Swordfish Bar. Unfortunately, he failed to discover the main ingredient or mystical item of the Nimblewright Master Potion. Changing back to his original appearance, Klein pressed down on his top hat and attempted to squeeze through the crowd to leave the bar that was at its most lively and bustling stage. At this moment, gazes swept across his face. Most of them were first taken aback before clearly pausing for 2 seconds, as though they were trying to identify something. Suddenly, they retracted their gazes and retreated far away from Klein, like a tide that had been parted. They had already learned of German Sparrow's looks and strength from the newspapers and rumors. More details had gradually spread among adventurers, pirates, and gang members, allowing many people to gain a basic understanding of the situation back then. They knew that the moment German Sparrow discovered Worm-Tongue Missile King, he had instantly drawn his gun and shot. Therefore, everyone consciously distanced themselves from the dangerous fellow. The merchant, Ralph, was drinking at the bar when he suddenly sensed something amiss. He instinctively turned his body and looked over. He quickly saw a silent gentleman with a thin face and sharp features. His mind naturally surfaced the corresponding portrait published in the news. The German Sparrow who hunted Wormtongue. Right on the heels of that, Ralph recalled the casual conversation he had with the leader of the resistance, Kalot, in the evening. He confirmed that the crazy adventurer in front of him wasn't averse to see God and had even witnessed the private transaction between the resistance and Vice Admiral Iceberg. Perhaps I can develop him into a believer of Sea God. Even if he isn't interested in the archipelago's future, he might be able to provide help in certain matters. Ralph clasped his hands and placed them by his mouth as though he was blowing a conch. This was one of the gestures used to pray to see God Cavituous. Then he suddenly got up and walked towards German Sparrow with a beer glass in hand. At this moment, Klein also noticed Ralph's approach and recognized him. He was a devout believer who once offered a third of his £20,000 to the sea god. That was the former pirate who was now a merchant who was sent to the children's charity fund. Through the news about the charity foundation and Ralph's devout prayers, Luke had a good understanding of Ralph. Therefore, he was very confused as to why Ralph would try to get in touch with the German Sparrow. A commission? Things that the resistance army was unable to do for various reasons. Klein looked at Ralph and slowed down. Mr. Gehrman's Sparrow? Ralph raised the beer glass in his hand. Klein nodded and naturally maintained his persona. I don't know you. Ha ha! It's always easy for adventurers to get to know each other. Maybe all it takes is a glass of wine. Ralph pointed at the bar. Are you interested in a glass? Okay, Klein answered simply, hiding his doubts. Sitting at the corner of the bar counter, he ordered a glass of Southville beer. As he drank, he looked at Ralph without taking the initiative to speak. It wasn't a good experience to be silently stared at by a pirate admiral. Ralph drank a mouthful of beer to conceal his tense nerves. He laughed. I've heard of you. Before today's matter, I knew that you were a true gentleman who didn't discriminate against the natives of the colony. Lines flashed through Klein's mind before he finally fixed on a few words that suited his persona. Get to the point. Ralph nearly choked as he coughed lightly. Do I have the honor of introducing you to our God, the savior of the archipelago, the blessed of the sea, Cavituous? As you know, the sea is so vast and the storms are so terrifying. Even a mighty figure at the level of the Four Kings cannot guarantee that he will be able to overcome the various difficulties and survive. At such times, we need a deity who can respond to you, a deity who wields the authority of the sea and storms. Introduce me to me, then get me to believe in myself. Klein controlled the twitching of the corners of his mouth as he said, I'm more interested in whether you have any mystical items. What I'm more interested in is if you have any mystical items, ones that are very powerful and offensive. Ralph revealed a sincere smile. We don't. But as long as you piously believe in Sea God, there might come a day when you will receive the corresponding bestowment. I don't. Don't make random promises for me. Klein was momentarily amused and infuriated. He felt that there was no way to continue the conversation. So he downed half a cup of Southville beer. I'll think about it. Just as he was about to leave, the bartender suddenly came over and smiled shyly. Mr. German Sparrow, there's a request for you. What is it? Klein swept a glance at Ralph. The latter tactfully held his beer and left his seat. He was already very satisfied with today's outcome. This was because he never expected to develop the crazy adventurer into a believer of Sea God in one go. His goal was to let him know of such a possibility and take the initiative to consider the pros and cons. When the corner of the bar returned to silence, the bartender hurriedly said with a smile, He claims to be an apothecary, you know. He claims to be a pharmacist that you know, and he has a mission for you. If you're interested, you can wait here. We'll contact him according to the agreed method. An apothecary I know? The chubby Darkwill? Darkwill who rears a chubby owl? What kind of request would he have? Save his teacher, Roy King? I can't do such a thing. The risk is just too high. As his thoughts raced, Klein decided to first hear what the request was. All right. When it was almost 11, Klein met the cowering, chubby apothecary Darkwill in billiard room 3 of Swordfish Bar. He had already changed out of his relatively conspicuous village, which Dr. Robe, and was dressed like a native. A Taraba shirt, wide-legged pants, and a thick coffee-colored jacket. As for the round-faced owl, it was silently perched on Darkwill's right shoulder as it stared intently at the adventurer opposite it. It's very similar to the way Miss Justice sizes up the other tarot members. This owl might really be a beyonder creature, a spectator type. Klein made a judgment inwardly, but he didn't show it on his face. He asked in a deep voice, What request do you have? It's like this. The chubby apothecary had his left hand in his pocket as he clenched the ring box tightly. I'm about to go on a trip to another island. Ha ha! It will take about 3 days. Due to certain matters, I might encounter danger. Of course, it's also possible that I won't. In short, I need a bodyguard, and you are the best candidate I can think of. You make it sound as though I'm not that powerful, but you know very few people. Instead of saving my teacher and leaving Byam, you're seeking help? Or could it be that he has already been rescued, and the danger comes from the military's pursuit? As Klein guessed the truth of the matter, he calmly asked, "How dangerous is it? How dangerous is it?" Darkwell's lips quivered a few times. "I can't be sure. If the danger exceeds your capabilities, you can directly hand me over to them. This is a promise we made now. It won't ruin your reputation. If I didn't know that your words are always harsh, I would have thought that you were trying to goad me into doing so." Klein thought for a moment. "What kind of payment can you pay?" Darkwell originally wanted to directly say the answer he had long thought of, but he was momentarily hesitant. This was because the matter was indeed very dangerous. If he didn't have enough bargaining chips, it would be very difficult to move the German Sparrow. He was afraid that the bodyguard would give up resisting before the situation became hopeless. This was also the reason why he had to hire a powerhouse. Klein swept a glance at him and said coldly, "You can consider it first. You can consider it first. I'll head to the washroom. You can tell me the answer when I return." With that said, he turned around and walked to the door. He twisted the handle and stepped out. His response appeared experienced, with the coolness and coldness of an adventurer or bounty hunter. But in fact, he didn't really want to give the chubby apothecary time to think. He was purely finding an opportunity to head to the washroom and divine above the gray fog. This was the crux of the matter if he wanted to take on the mission. After leaving the billiard room and coming to the washroom, Klein lined up for a while before finally waiting for an empty toilet. As soon as he entered, he frowned. He was disgusted by the filthy environment and the stench. He almost turned around and left. He resisted the urge to close the door and hit the flush button in disgust. As he lamented the harsh environment of the divination, he took 4 steps counterclockwise and began the ritual. In the chess room, Darkwell waited until Gairman Sparrow's back completely vanished before he nimbly closed the door and asked the owl on his shoulder, "There's no need for that." "Will he betray me?" "No," muttered the owl. "And be polite when you ask me questions. Mr. Harry, please." The fat on Darkwell's face trembled. "Mr. Harry, what do you think he will accept?" "It's hard for me to see through him." "He's good at hiding his expressions," the owl replied calmly. "Damn Mr. Harry, no, damn the silly bird." Darkwell cursed inwardly as he paced back and forth, considering his bargaining chips. After a while, Klein returned to billiard room 3 and asked, "Have you thought it through?" He had already divined above the gray fog, and the danger of the mission was acceptable. Furthermore, he happened to be planning on leaving Byam in the near future. £800 for 3 days as well as our friendship. I'm referring to the friendship between my teacher and his friends, Darkwell said without much confidence. Klein fell silent for a few seconds. £1,000 for 3 days. In addition, your organization will help me obtain a powerful, offensive mystical item. I will pay in cash according to a reasonable price. £1,000? I don't have that much. Darkwell hesitated for a moment before saying, I'll pay £300 in advance. I'll pay the rest when I reach my destination and find the person I'm looking for. He planned on getting his teacher's teacher to repay the balance. Klein nodded calmly. Deal. Darkwell immediately heaved a sigh of relief as he thickened his skin and said with a smile, Can I assume that the protection will take effect from now on? Please remember this book's domain name. 9 Heavens, Divine Emperor Mobile Version.